Boys, good morning. How the hell are we? It's Monday, my dudes. Unfortunately, it is that day where it's our final day of live access. Now, one thing that I was kind of like banking on today was the hope that we'd be getting some fucking hidden slapper of a PTR update. And I don't think we did. So maybe tomorrow when the servers go down, that is when our hidden slapper of a PTR update will come out. Boys, how are we? Leon, the first in chat yet again. What's new? What's new? The 170-day streak as well. You truly are up today. Jesus fucking Christ. Yeah, you're up absolutely tremendous. Someone needs to get this guy some vans. Yeah, I mean, so Zine did say that he might have some mats or some parts laying around. So there is hope, I will say. It's not just, oh wait, how much braid do we actually need? Because now I'm curious. Because it shouldn't really be that much braid needed, right? Like, it shouldn't be. Wait, the Terrapin might be OP. Although 76 134, like, that's really good if you are in water, but that's really bad if you're on land. Now, I do a lot of water in my route, though. 75 131. Is the Komodo just the play? Just straight up? Is it just gonna be the best value? I mean, the Komodo's a worse Terrapin. I'll grab both of these, though. Because that is really good water speed, if I'm being completely honest. That's really good water speed on both of those. Blackblood, what up, dude? What you up to today? Are you on your grind? Do I grab this Terror Bird as well? Like, it's 8 gold. But I could definitely give that to somebody. I need to find more van parts. And I never thought that I would be saying that at any point in my life, dog. I never thought I would be saying that I need more van parts. Oh, this guy's about to get cleaned out. Do I grab? No, I'm not grabbing a Komodo at 10. Grab a couple tide breakers. Fuck it. Stock up there. Brother just made some money. The Halberdier Bobs are okay, but they're not the greatest. They do have good water speed. I shouldn't need to stock up in theory, though. How did I not get the Raptor? Were there 2 of those? Brother was stocked up. God damn. Brother was the animal husbandrist. The fuck? Like, actually such a husband. He was living in Utah. That's insanity. Handing shit out in line hold, making it rain on the newbies. I love that. I love that. What you up to now? Just chilling. Dude, once I get a van, I'm just gonna start running vans again. But I can't find shit for van parts. They don't exist. So, I mean, we've kind of, we've reached an impasse. Because I have a couple options here. I can hope that there is enough braid, Joshua, all of that shit. Molten Rubidium. Deep week. I can hope there is enough, like, braid, Joshua, all of that shit available on the server to even make myself more vans. But I don't necessarily know if I'll be able to. I don't know if those mats exist right now, bro. So we gotta see. I mean, wait. 8 wides. Oh, fuck. Alright, we're grabbing those bitches. That's all we need. We got 8 wides there. We're up tremendous. Now we need carriages. That's not the worst value in the world, boys. That is not terrible. I consider that a good snag. Getting 8 wide chassis at 6 gold a pop? Oh, hell yes. Now, the thing is, if I spend too much money, I'm going to run out of glint. So I gotta be cautious about that. Alright. I don't know that there are any carriages left on the market. Nope. No carriages left on the market. But that's okay. I think we are up tremendous. Oh, this guy said cool mount. Where is my mount? Oh, I parked over here. I didn't even know the thing was out. I just kind of pillaged the player market over here, though, I will say. I just bought a lot of fucking mounts. So we are now stocked up. I have a bronze longbow. I have a few extra bobs. And I've got a lot of mounts to give out to the lads. We're up truly tremendous. You got Lego Epic Braidwood or Joshua Tree. I can make a 4 high if you have 20. Also, good morning, Emu. Parents are supposed to stop by soonish, waiting around on that. You getting food with them, or are you just chilling for the day? The 4 high would be clutch, and then I just need wheels as well. I don't have journeyman lumberjacking over here. Ha ha ho ho. But I can also go check Jova, because Jova's carpentry, right? So everything's gonna be made in Jova, because I'm at Halsey right now. So I guess the Halcyon player market's kind of like good. Like actually kind of fucking sleeper build over here. That was kind of juicy. I have a green terrapin. Oh my god, 161 water speed? Wait, what the fuck? Oh my god. Bob rarity goes sicko mode, huh? How do you get it? GM hide and seek event. Yo, Toast. Good morning, brother. How you doing? Still working on the van? Yeah, I just found a couple 8 wide chassis on the player market at Halsey for cheap. So now I'm running over to Jova to see what's there for either more van parts or just wood. Cause like Emu's on right now, and Emu can make the parts. Like Emu's carpenter. It's just I gotta get the wood because I don't have journeyman fucking lumberjacking or lumber milling. Now, the good news is I'm preparing myself. In the event the van fucks up again, I did find 2 chassis at 6 gold apiece. So I bought the shit out of those. I have some terrapin bobs. I got a green terrapin bob that's 84,161. So like this thing is fucking juiced. So I'll be putting this on, and that should save a lot of time. Because I was running a 131 previously, so that's substantially faster in the water. I'm quite excited for that. That'll help out a lot. And then I just gotta get my carriage. I gotta get my wheels. And then we're good. You got gold? You don't need journeyman jacking? Well, so that's the thing. I don't know if the mats exist in enough quantity on the server anymore, like in terms of people harvesting them and selling them, to even make what we need for wheels and a carriage. Water speed does nothing. Wait, really? I'm gonna jump off a bridge. I was so excited. I thought we were fucking cooking over here. Is it bugged? General speed is the only one that works. I hate this game. Alright, Midnight Mare it is. So, what's with the water speed that doesn't work? Is it just not applying when you're in the water? That's so unfortunate. Or is it just like not large enough to be noticeable? Yeah. Fuck. So the general speed is just like overriding the water speed on it? That's so tragic. That's so tragic. The terrapin would have been biz. Like the terrapin actually would have been so fucking good. That's the saddest thing that's happened to me in a long time. So unfortunate. So unfortunate. Toasty, what you got planned today? I was hoping we'd get a PTR update today. Because, you know, Monday. And they're back in the stew. But I don't think PTR update today. So maybe tomorrow when live goes down, they'll slam a PTR update out. I don't quite know what their plan is. They didn't even have like a ping or anything go out. So I'm assuming they're just kind of like vibing today, catching up on some bugs, maybe getting an update ready to ship tomorrow. I wouldn't be shocked to see something come up for PTR this week, especially since they only have the level 15 gear vendor out right now. But I mean, shit, anything can happen. Now, one thing I kind of want to see is a focus test on the PTR that has an emphasis around named mob farming and boss farming. And basically have everybody get their gear sets from the gear vendor, set up set bonuses, and then have everybody go out and prioritize farming named and boss mobs to source what that loot is going to be, and to see if named mobs or boss mobs are even going to be worth it. Because I have a little theory that with the gearing being the way that it is for phase 3, at least on the PTR, I don't really think there's... Wait. I have a recover caravan. What the fuck? I didn't have a recover caravan all day yesterday. What? Oh shit. Wait, we might be up so tremendous. Oh my god, I'm going to it immediately. What the fuck? I just saw that. Oh my god, go back to the falls? Yeah, that's where it is. Maybe I just didn't wait long enough to log out or something. Or maybe my van bugged like under the world and I just had to log out again. I don't know, that's crazy. I thought my van was dead. I thought I was never gonna see it again. Everything is amazing. Surely I have a faster water mount in this bitch. Whatever. Good enough. Good enough. This'll save some time. I actually haven't used the Bippo before. It's quite cruisy in the water, I will say. This thing kind of thooms. Get a little digidash going. Oh my god. Wait, the Bippo's in his bellament. This is crazy. I like the little canopy too. Keeps me out of the rain, keeps me nice and secure. This is honestly a very underrated mount, I feel like. It's got a lot of like small touches too, like the teeth have like paint on the tips. There are just a lot of like small parts with this mount that is kind of fire. Kind of fire. Gonna smoke real quick. Enjoy, brother. Enjoy. I'm hoping this van still exists down here, man. If this van exists, this saves me a whole lot of time and effort. Now, I do have 2 extra chassis at this point. So, I mean, if anybody else wants to run vans, I got you. You just gotta get yourself a carriage and some wheels. But dude, if this van is here, that thing had an entire load of epic commods on it. So that's a 92 gold van that was in progress. Like, this is large if true. If I'm being completely honest with myself. This is fat. This would save a lot of time. I mean, this was like over an hour into this run as well. Now, I think today, I'm not necessarily somebody that likes to admit defeat a lot. But I might just avoid the fucking waterfall. I'll be completely honest. I don't think it's worth it. I think I might just convert back to land and then convert back to water at the bottom of the waterfall. I've been getting outplayed. That's the only way to address it. I have been getting substantially outplayed by this waterfall. There is a significant skill discrepancy between me as a driver and that waterfall as the disruptor of everything. And I'm out here getting cooked, boys, to say the very fucking least. So, in an ideal world, we're snagging this Vansky back, and then we're getting ready to make some gold today. I've got 727 right now, which means that we should still be 3 vans away. I do believe. Right around 3 vans away. So a down, a back, and a down. So as long as I can go... Where am I going? As long as I can go down to Squalls, back up, and then have enough glint for 1 return run, and then end in Squall's End, I should be gold cap or just about gold cap by the end of it. Because 727 means that I need 273 or some bullshit like that. So if I'm getting 90 to a run, that should be just enough to make it. In theory, if I'm not spending anything else. I might have to vendor a couple things to get gold cap, but I should be good to get gold cap at that point. Can you still make a 4 epic Joshua carriage with half the wood? That's an emu question. I don't know if the Joshua carriage is half the wood or if it's the same amount of wood now. I can probably see if I can find it. Carriage. I can just search. Joshua Tree caravan carriage. That does look like 10. And that looks like 10. Carriage. Braidwood. No, it looks the same as a braidwood now. Was it previously 5 and 5 instead of 10 and 10? Where the fuck am I going? My dumb autopilot have an ass. I have like the worst autopilot in human history too. I will always end up lost, man. This is rough. Don't let me navigate. Okay. It looks like the van is going to be on the high ground as well, which would be massively impactful because that means I could just convert this shit to a ground van, drive it around, and then we're good to go. I don't really want to get put in the blender yet again today. I'd like to have a nice chill experience. Recover van outside of the radius for this deployable. 12, 11, 10. Oh my God, we're up, boys. We're actually up. Holy shit. I can't believe that I got this thing back. Oh my fucking God. Tarvo Moy! One of my favorite Guild War 2 streamers and Dusty are streaming at the same time. The struggle. Well, that's why you got 2 monitors. You ignore everything else and then you multitask. I got some good news. I thought that my caravan was absolutely fucking cooked. I thought there was no chance in hell that I was going to be able to save this thing, salvage this thing. I thought it disappeared and got sacrificed to the gods last night. Now, lo and behold, it was just hiding the entire time that I was on yesterday after the caravan bugged in the first place. So, I'm a very happy man. I have been using this to make money. Caravans are the things where you put shit on it, drive it place to place, get a multiplicative reward. And I have been going like 0 to hero. I started caravanning with about 5 gold in my inventory, and I am now sitting at just about gold cap. And today, even with buying inventories full of mounts and giving them to new players, I should still be able to hit gold cap today with the resources that I have. Now, saving this van and getting this back was probably the best thing that I could do related to trying to get to gold cap because I'm running low on glint, which is what I need to buy the shit to put on the caravan. So I'm fucking ecstatic. I don't know how your day's going, but I'm blessed up right now. Carla and I went to the grocery store this morning before stream, and they had a bunch of clearance bakery items, so we stocked up. I got some brownies, we got some breads and shit. We're very pumped about that. Now I'm vibing. We got the best caravan news of the day. We're about to make some goddamn money. And then gold cap happens. Gold cap happens. Dude, clearance bakery is bis. It's so good. You see the lawsuit with Walmart about mislabeling weights on products. Wait, no, what you mean? Like they were labeling them as heavier or lighter? You in this waterfall? Nah, I'm going on land today. Fuck the waterfall. Like this caravan, oh shit. This caravan was completely bugged. And, well, let me tell you, I got it back. And I'm not losing it again. Make a 4 epic carriage. I have an 8x4 right now. Yeah, this is an 8x4. I'm running 4 epic commods. That's what I've been running for the last little bit. So we're balling. 4 pounds label, 2 pounds of weight. The fuck? For chicken? What it, like... So somebody got 1 package of chicken that was off weight? And then they got 45 mil, or it's like a lot of people... 4 pound labeled, actual 2 pounds. Huh. Interesting. Walmart been doing that for a bit, mislabeling. Huh. Yeah, no, I don't buy, like, meat or produce at Walmart. At least, not unless it's something that's not available elsewhere. I feel like the Walmarts near me have shittier produce compared to other stores, which it's all gonna be pretty shitty, but I get most of the stuff out of my mom's garden anyways. Anytime I go up there, we just stock up. But meat-wise, like, I usually get it at different stores just because I feel like it's a little bit better. Interesting. So, 4 pounds for 2. So it wasn't even like something that was close? And people were still just buying that shit? Huh. And that was like raw meat labeled 4 pounds. And then it was also 2 pounds raw. Like not cooked 2 pounds, like raw meat labeled 4 pounds and then weighed at 2 pounds. Clearance meat or items. Interesting. Interesting. Yeah, fortunately we didn't go to Walmart. But, huh. That's kind of crazy. So they would mark it at clearance at a lower cost per pound, and then they would put it as a higher poundage to still sell it for the same? That's fucked. That's fucked. But I don't know if I would trust Walmart clearance meat in the first place. Was it only the clearance stuff? It was clear taking advantage. Yeah, I mean, mislabeling's fucked regardless, especially in a knowing state. But like, at a certain point, how do you not look at the price and look at the amount of chicken that you're getting and go, this doesn't seem like clearance? Like, I definitely get that there's a whole level of taking advantage of the consumer, but at a certain point, if it says 4 pounds of chicken and you're getting like 2 fucking breasts, then that shit's not gonna be 4 pounds of chicken, to say the least. I don't know. I feel like some people did it to themselves. Most people don't know what that looks like. Yeah, I guess, but like, have they never bought chicken at a different place? Have you noticed they removed the scales by the meat department for a reason? I don't get meat at Walmart. I don't. Their meat and their like produce has always sucked dick. I don't know. I don't think it's like good. I have other grocery stores near me that are like not Walmart. So a lot of people only shopped at Walmart in their life. No joke. That's true. I forget that some motherfuckers grow up where there's only Walmart, and then I grew up where there wasn't Walmart. Yeah, for us it was like all local grocery store chains and shit like that. There wasn't like a Walmart close by. Yeah, no, you're right. You're right. Lucky? Yeah, I mean, small towns, dog. I like smaller towns. That's why I like Maine. I think it's quite beautiful here. They can't tell what 4 pounds looks like, but they'll tell you if you fucked up on the Big Mac or forgot the sauce in the Taco Bell bag. Okay, hold on. As someone who can also tell you what 4 pounds of chicken looks like, if I mobile order Taco Bell and I don't get my sauce when I specifically requested 12 plus sauces, that's some bullshit. Like, that's some actual horse hockey. That is 12? Yeah! Have you not seen my fucking, like, my Taco Bell sauce Tupperware? Yeah, every time I go. And I haven't gone to Taco Bell in months. I haven't gone to Taco Bell in months, just full disclosure. But there was a phase where I was going way too much. And every time I would go to Taco Bell, I would max out the sauces that it would allow me to order with my mobile order. And my mobile order, and I'm gonna say what I'm getting, and then I'm gonna tell you the price. I would get a cheesy gordita crunch, a Crunchwrap Supreme, a beefy 5-layer burrito. Typically, well, we'll finish this. Cheesy Fiesta potatoes, large Dr. Pepper, no ice. And then I would get a couple things off the dollar menu, and it'd be like 10 bucks or less. We're up tremendous. I used to get so many calories per dollar. The only issue is it was like the worst amount of calories. Why have you not gotten a boat yet to do this? Because you can't put the same amount of commodities on a boat that you can on a very high level caravan right now. basically boats only have the one type of boat and the one rarity. And as they make like more options, well, you can make other rarities, but it's not impacting like inventory space. So you're not having any inventory space modifiers on boats. So you can't slam as many commods on a boat as you can a caravan. And even though a boat would move a little faster, like in the water part, you also can't get a boat into the town to actually turn stuff in. So it's like my route starts in the Opics, goes here on land, all the way through here on land, down here on land, catch the water here, go water to land to water, and then across here. And then you go down here. And you can do this one land or water. I just like the water because it's chill. And then go up here and then land back to here. So there are a couple of options, but think of the old route across the coast. Oh, like if you're going all the way around here and shit, like all the way out this way. Yeah, I mean, if the world was more populated, I most definitely would as a yeah, back when you would get ganked. Yeah, exactly. If the world was more populated, I absolutely would be kind of taking an alternative route. But with the world being extremely dead right now, I'm convinced if everybody in global chat right now came to hit this van, I could probably hold out for 30 minutes until people got on. So that's the biggest thing. But yeah, the thing with funny you mentioned boats. On the private test realm, Keith has been doing a lot of research into the crates that they're doing because they've added a shitload of new crates. And basically there's a harbor specific crate where you buy that at a harbor, put it on your van, put it on your boat, sorry, and then you drive it harbor to harbor, and that gives you a special crafting material. We don't know what that crafting material is used for. So there is a harbor to harbor commodity that is 1000% viable. You gonna make this route first month and he's sitting alive? Yeah, I mean, if you're solo, no, but people probably won't be running solo vans much through the first month. People would probably be running vans pretty exclusively in like guild van trains and shit like that. So, I mean, if you're running solo, you'll most definitely go like a way off the beaten path route. But we also have to remember not everybody will just be running like the longest route possible, because it's not going to be the linear distance equation for returns that we have now. It is going to be a dynamic return rate based on supply and demand in the nodes that you're going to. So harbor crates are specifically for high tier crafting. Do we know what like the mats do though for high tier crafting? Like, are we going to have the same base mats and then additional mats to make something higher tier that involves like the harbor crates and shit? That's what I've been wondering. The recipes haven't been dropped yet. Yeah, they've been working on more and more recipes, so we don't know. Yeah, that checks out. That checks out. We've been waiting on more recipe info because a lot of them still have their placeholders. I believe all of the recipes are set to be in for P3 launch in terms of their entirety. So I'm sure we'll get a big Chungus patch on that relatively soon. They're doing a stress test for PTR in 30 minutes. Oh, they put it on ping. Glorious PTR testers. What a brochambeau. Today's testing will be focused on nodes, citizenship, and reputation progression changes. To test with us today, become a citizen of Jova or Cat Torum. Pow pow. Earn reputation via mayoral commissions, buy orders, and construction contribution. After you spend some time testing changes to citizenship and node reputation, please complete this short survey. Oh, boost NPCs, boost NPCs, boost NPCs! In 26 minutes, we'll be organizing a stress test on the PTR. We'll be communicating details about this using the Discord stage and in-game messages starting around 3 o'clock p.m. EST. 26 minutes. Still level 10 to 19 NPCs. What a bunch of fucking rats. It said boost NPC. We have boost NPCs set up near where new characters start, near the market and near the marketplace in Jova or Kaltorum, and in a few other places in the world. Gear up, level up, and jump into testing. Are we sure that they're all 10 to 19? Because that would be absolutely fucking tragic. I will say. That sounds That sounds like just enough incentivization to stay over here cranking caravans. And anvils it is right now. Checking Ayla. Today's testing from noon till 3 p.m. Jacob will be directing with the help of some other GMs. There will be a post in Discord about it. To participate, you need level 15 characters that is not a citizen, has gathering tools, and is ready to meet in the anvils. If you meet these criteria now, X up for raid invite and port, according to Jacob. So, level 15 character that is not a citizen that has gathering tools. Is there criteria for everyone getting all squared away there? That sounds like a lot. Sounds like a lot. Now, I have a caravan to finish, and then I'll probably hop over to check it out, because testing over there is very worthwhile. Extremely worthwhile. There's a vendor that gives full set of gathering tools and gear. Oh, Biss. Okay, so that's nice and easy. Interesting. Yeah, so I'll probably try to finish this van real quick and then pop over. I mean, I guess I could just log out and the van would be fine. By Lionhold Ember, full set of gathering tools and gear. Okay, so we could just make our characters in Ayla, run over, and then check out the end. Like, would we have to get our stuff in New Ayla? Or not New Ayla, in the Ayla Divine Gate, and then go to the anvils? Because that sounds like a lot of running. Although I'm sure they'll be porting people out. Maybe they have teleporter NPC over there if they do want people like out in the anvils. Log out of Parker Town. Yeah, I'll probably just log out when I get up on the coastline here. Cause like I don't really think anybody's gonna stroll by in the next 10 minutes capable of killing this van. So that's pretty straightforward. But yeah, no, I most definitely do agree though in terms of the van routes, right? Taking the route directly through the middle is going to be very rough on launch. Guild caravan trains, if you're very confident that your guild is able to defend the caravans, absolutely going to be rewarded for being able to go the longest route through the middle of the map. But at the end of the day, I think a lot of people will take a safe and secure route and basically secure their glint in a realm that they feel comfortable. So with vassling as well, you're very likely going to have nodes and areas working together, right? So on the PTR, most of the anvils was vassaled together. And then like a lot of this area was in the same vassal network too. So within that, you could have routes that are like, you know, Seahook to Halsey or something. And those wouldn't necessarily be the worst routes. It would give you a little bit of, you know, secured return on your investment. But it would also be, on the other side of things, lower risk, lower reward. You'd be burning through your glint a little bit faster. Read a lot faster. You'd run out of glint significantly quicker. And I've got to gold cap plus, like just in terms of the vans that I've already done, right? But that was also multiple epic glint. So I put in like, I mean, I have a 30x on my caravans right now that I'm roughly maintaining. So I'd say I've probably put in a good like 50 gold-ish worth of glint at this point, like 5 epics total split between the two areas. Maybe a little bit more with taxes and shit, maybe 60. But at the end of the day, turning 60 gold of glint into gold cap and a half is quite nice, because that's been a lot of fucking gold at player markets. I have quite literally had infinite money to spend on whatever I want, which has been quite nice. Keith, what up, my dude? It is going very well. I'm trying to finish this van, or at least get to an area where I can park it. And then I got to get over to PTR, and we're going to check out this little stress test that they've got going on and participate in that for a little bit. Citizen rep today? Yes. I figured I could make a character, and then we could group up and figure out what we were doing from there. That would probably be pretty valid. Because I'm sure we can do like some gathering and shit, getting everything all established. There's a vendor at the Alien Divine Gate that has gathering tools and stuff for people, full gathering outfits. So should be pretty easy to get squared away right there. They only have the 10 to 19 gear vendor, so that's kind of big sag. But it's okay, we survive. We do what we can. Good news. My caravan from yesterday respawned. So I was able to recover it with all of the crates on it. That was absolutely phenomenal, massively up. Genuinely cannot be held down at this point whatsoever. So we're riding high. I did spend some money on some chassis and some bobs today, also to learn that bob water speed doesn't work at the moment. So that's kind of sad. Everything's okay though. Everything is absolutely wonderful. I think my current bob though is like a scale runner or something. Like it's one of the, it might be a Komodo, but it's like a 70 something overall movement speed. So I'm definitely putting in the Midnight Mare when we get over to town. That's gonna speed me up a little bit. That'll give me like 15 more. Timeless Terrapin's not bad, but the water movement speed doesn't work at all, so that's kind of big sad. So what do you think the best route for citizen rep is, Keith? Like, what are you leaning towards there? Because I know you've done a lot of research with the crates. Debo was saying that he did a lot of the crate stuff as well over there. So I'm intrigued. They said earn reputation via mayoral commissions, buy orders, and construction contribution. Now, with construction contribution, is that going to be like completing buy orders and shit too, or is that only going to be if a node is actively up? In regards to node citizenship, there is a survey people need to answer. There's a survey they want you to answer for everything. Yeah, I mean, that's in the Discord. They always post surveys. So anytime that you are testing on the PTR, anytime that there is a focus test, there will always be a survey. PTR always is followed up by a survey. It's just if people decide to answer it or not. Iron Wheels will help you even more. Oh, are Iron Wheels like the Bis? Intriguing. Who do I need to go to for Iron Wheels? That's not under carpentry, right? Where are those made? What in the goddamn hell? How get Iron Wheels? That wasn't in carpentry, right? No. What in the goddamn hell? Toastington, where do I get these? I have weeping wheels as well. Carpenters make them. Is it a recipe that you have to farm or something? Through a wheeler and a dealer. Yes, sir. We've got to get them both. That's the manufacturing and the acquisition process. I have just like a regular Komodo bob. When I get to town, I'm going to switch over to the Midnight Mare. Because apparently the water move speed is bugged and it only takes into account the general speed rating. So I'm at like a fucking 75 speed rating. So yeah, I'm going to get a Midnight Mare in. Yeah, the Mare? Yes. Yeah, it's kind of crazy to think that if I had just like a faster bob, I probably would have saved a substantial amount of time over the course of it and would probably be like done my vans already. If only I knew the water speed was bugged, I would have switched it out so much faster. So much faster. So if Carpenter make them, but not in here, how do? Ash Codex, Caravan, Wheels, Iron. I clicked it. Iron reinforced caravan wheels. Recipe breakdown. Iron armor plating. Dried braidwood board and braidwood plank. 10 flux, 10 iron, 10 beeswax, and 10 braidwood wood. Huh. And is that just like a recipe that everyone has? Emu, do you have the iron caravan wheels recipe? Is it another 8 p.m. downtime? Is it another 8 p.m. downtime? 9 p.m. EST downtime tonight. That's intriguing. I wonder why they've been pulling it down sooner. Huh. So, Emu, can you make iron wheels? Or do you know what we have to do to get iron wheels? Because iron wheels are seemingly going to be the absolute juice. Also, Janks, hello, my dude. Testing on PTR today. They are starting a stress test in 15 minutes, 1-5, where they want everybody out there working on leveling their node citizen reputazione. So that's going to be the big emphasis on things. You mean for PTR? No, for live. Like, I'm on live right now. I just don't know, like, is that a caravan wheel that you can just make? Because if I search in carpentry for wheel, there is no reinforced iron caravan wheels. So, like, I don't necessarily know if I'm just missing something, if I'm just dumb, but it's a recipe from the vendor. Oh! Okay, massive. Massive. That's huge. They said they would in their P3 delay announcement in regards to earlier downtime. Did they say why, though? Like, I'm not, like, fucking upset about it. I'm just curious, like, what they're doing with the earlier downtime on it. It's intriguing. Because there's nothing that they're like, maybe they're just like getting ready to port stuff over here. I don't really know how it works with the whole engine upgrade and all of that stuff. Because we haven't got, at least outwardly that we've seen, an update over here that's substantial in like a month and a half to live. Because they've just been pumping everything into the PTR. So, I don't know. Strange to me. But maybe it's all just like getting prep and getting everything ready for the actual implementation of all of the P3 updates. I'd say that's probably the most realistic thing. I'm so clueless in terms of like what the downtimes are actually for. But I just say, okay, yes, sir, and then I go play PTR when live goes down. And it tends to make my life much easier. I think only available in Jova or Shorefoot. Oh, so where you have the actual like carpentry vendor? It needs to be journeyman at the woodshop. So is it only at the journeyman carpentry woodshop, or is it any journeyman woodshop? Okay, those are a banger. So, what are the odds that I can get set up with those bad boys? That is the thing. Yo, Minturn. How you doing over on YouTube, dude? I think it's a bit of an oversight. They did also say there's the same amount of uptime, and both can't be true. I mean, yeah, I don't think... Are they bringing... They brought up a 1 p.m. EST. Huh. Yeah, I don't know. Either way, I don't mind. I won't call them out on it. Maybe they set the end times to, like, PST instead of EST accidentally or something? No, because that'd be 6 p.m. PST. Huh. Yeah, that seems quite strange. That seems quite strange. You need journeyman metalworking to make iron plating. Is there a chance that they would be on the market anywhere? How much gold do you get per run? I turn 3 gold and some silver worth of glint. It's probably like 3.5 gold worth of glint into about 92 gold and change for like 1 trip down. So it's like Squall's End to Shorefoot, 92 gold. Shorefoot to Squall's End, 92 gold. So a there and back is getting me a little under 200. But it's pretty profitable to say the very least. And with the server being as dead as it is, there's just no reason not to while you're fucking around. Like, it's not like I can take the gold with me in 15 days. But I can buy all the mounts that are on the market and hand those bad boys out to new players, so... It's been rewarding at the very least. Allowed me to buy anything that I did need for myself, which wasn't much. My gear set was pretty taken care of, so... Checking to see what's happening on Shoal. Don't plan to log in again until P3. Not too much on Shoal right now, dog. Depending on when you, like, went on break, you may find some value out of logging into the private test realm. Every playtester, as of July 1st, got access to the private test realm, the PTR. So that bad boy is visually NDA'd, but they do a lot of focus testing over there, and that's on, like, the advanced build, so to say. That's a build that's going to be our P3 looking build. So we've got Unreal Engine 5.6 over on the PTR. We've got new gearing, new movement changes, new time to kill, new pretty much everything over there. So everything comparatively to right now is functionally, visibly, and noticeably different, to say the very least, on the PTR. People's power scaling is different, numbers on gear is different, pretty much everything in the game, if I'm being completely honest. I don't really think there's a system for phase 3, at least like the PTR build so far, looking for phase 3 progress, that hasn't been touched and improved at least a little bit. So, pretty encouraging. If you haven't popped over there, I'd highly recommend it. I'm actually getting ready to pop over there once I finish this cursed caravan run. This route is some shit that not even the pioneers wanted you to know about. But you just gotta hit the wiggle, and then it'll bring you through. And that's all you need to know. You just keep hitting the wiggle back and forth and your caravan's never stuck. Although this might not be the channel that I usually take. Oh no, we're good. We got through it. Sometimes you get hung up, but the wiggles will set you free. We're up absolutely tremendous here. Truly blessed on this fine day. Checking out some next week. Looked at it a little bit a couple of weeks ago. Oh yeah, it looks and plays completely different over there, man. Unreal Engine 5.6 comparatively to Unreal Engine 5.3 just makes shit play and feel incredibly different in my opinion. It is it's quite nice. And the gearing over there, a lot more conducive to people actually dying if they're out of position. Instead of like the phase 2.5 meta where everybody just goes like Basilisk Skin Tunic, Iron Wing shit, Brine Breaches, Lungs, like all of that. It's most definitely a little bit more punishing of a meta PvP wise. If you're out of position, you're not watching that shit. Grapple works, displacement abilities feel really worthwhile, movement abilities feel super impactful. All of that shit cumulatively, I think is definitely making it feel like things matter over there. Not gonna have my pitchfork out or anything. Yeah, that does seem like minus 3 hours, if I'm being completely honest. That seems like we're being shorted at least a teensy weensy bit of time. It's not like it's enough for me to get upset, but you know, it is what it is. It is what it is. Doing some funk testing. What are you? Funk testing? What the hell do you mean funk testing? But yeah, I'm about to hop over to PTR right now. I know they're doing some focus testing over there right now. So I'm pulling my van up to this little island and then I'm just gonna log out here and then recover my van when I get back and then finish the van. So it's right along that route. Started form raid for testing. Functional. Well, isn't everything functional testing? Because, like, even me going through the waterfall is functional testing, if I'm being completely honest. I don't know, man. I don't know. But, yes, I'm currently on my way to the PTR as we speak. So that way I can get involved with some of that testeroonie. I've got to get a VOD pulled up. Probably just use yesterday's VOD, if I'm being completely honest. Video producer. Hiya. Watch. And then no volume. And hiya! We're up tremendous. All right, we log out, we switch environments, and then we ball. We are truly set. So, node citizenship testing. Oh, it's Bono's. Yeah, have an absolutely great day, dude. I'll catch you around soon. So yeah, in terms of testing today, node citizenship testing is going to be the big emphasis, raising that reputation. So if you make your character at the Riverlands portal, there's a gear vendor there with 10 to 19 leveling in gear, as well as a vendor that can get you your gathering tools for the initial setup of everything. So you're truly up tremendous. I'm going to pop over now. No update or anything, so I'm going to fill up my water. Hello, Henry. Hope you're having a good day, my friend. I'll be right back. My dudes. Who is ready for some citizenship testing? I still have to make my character, so I'm hoping I make it in time. I'm gonna need the expedited teleport out there. I do still have Plan and Dust actually. I'm logging back into Plan and Dust. If you guys need me, I'll be over there. I gotta run up and get the gear vendor real quick, and then I think we're cooking because I don't have gathering tools. Once you're in X up, man, making me X up is crazy. That's so much work. Such an ungodly amount of work. You guys are fucking crazy out here. Demanding as shit. Let's see. I'm gonna unstuck real quick. Today, we will be doing some functional testing. First test is a pack run in the anvils. X up for teleport. Bring rocks or get 30 rocks. Make a crate and hold. Someone with the tag Dusty Destroyer. Yeah! I don't know who that is, but I have seen them quite literally every single test. I haven't caught their ass slipping in game yet. I ain't seen... Oh, I forgot that unstuck kills you now. Huh. Yeah, I forgot that. That caught me a little off guard. But yeah, I haven't caught him slipping in the streets yet. Soon I will, though. I very much will. They just logged. Nah, that's actually fucking crazy. Listen, man, listen. It's nothing personal. It's just I'm about to catch him slipping at some point, and they're not gonna know what hit him when I did catch him slipping. They're not gonna be ready. The ops will be stopped at all costs. There will always be an opera stopper here, and it is me. All right, what do we need? Can I level my artisan stuff? Novice tempering kit, golden enchanting kit. Or do we just have novice? Mining. Fuck! Novice. Miner. Novice miner shirt. Lumber. Lumberjacking axe. Lumberjack shirt. Ooh, Lumber Miller shirt has fizz power on it. Hold the phone. Yoink yoink. Fizz power, max health. Lumberjack and Lumber Miller both have fizz power. Miner has max health on it. That's intriguing. So it's 1.2 fizz power or 33 max health. We're probably gonna go there. All right, we're juice now. Slash global X. The Plan and Dust is ready for a Tellington. I just gotta get my gear out. I got gold, I got enchanting. And now we start gearing at level 19. We've got the Sandspire medium chest as our first shits that we're throwing on. Just yossing that bitch on, and then I'll min-max from there. What if we just get some level 19 PvP ski going today? Damien07, my boy. Hope you're having a beautiful day. Appreciate you pulling up, coming through. I hope it is sunshiny and nice over in beautiful Vegas. We are over on the PTR right now, and we have some focus testing on our hands here, and I'm quite excited. It seems like it could very well be a massively important test, simply because of the fact that we're checking node citizenship stuff, the progression of that, and kind of like what we will need to do to effectively level our citizens to tier 2 so they can vote and get the global zone of influence buffs, all of that. So, currently sunshine and nice cool 101. Holy shit. I mean, we got 92 in Maine and we got a heat warning. So like, it is what it is. You know, I don't expect perfection at any point. I just expect to exist. And I'm thankful that I do. Holy shit. Bro, that's one thing about that dry heat, though. That shit'll get you. All right. Let's see here. Max health fizz defense on a light piece. That's just a really good defensive piece. Power and fizz crit chance. Or max health and mana regen. I'm gonna go power. Yeah, we're gonna go there. Fizz crit chance and defense. We'll go there. Perfect. Fizz crit power and mana regen or evasion and crit evasion. Those are both pretty bad bracers, if I'm being completely honest. Fizz crit power max health gloves are fucking insano style, though, if we're being real with ourselves. Waste. Fizz crit defense, fizz crit chance, max mana, accuracy, both ass. Perfect. Gearing out on the PTR is always such a thing, especially because we're currently gearing out for level 19. I'm level 15 right now, so it's not even like a level 19 gear set. It is legitimately just straight level 19, level 10 shit. So we have so much gear and none of it's really that good, but some of it's usable, which is good. So I'm trying to make like the most janky ass set in human existence that I can throw together. Yo, Meta, thank you for the hydrate, my boy. What you doing today? Get over to the PTR, brother. It's time to test. We've got so many things to test and to look forward to. I just kind of got a banger necklace there. We're up tremendous. Sour glass, one hand axe. Sour ass, one hand axe. Oh, it's scour glass. Whoops. Let's see. Two hand spear, one hand sword, kind of ass. Everything sucks from these kits. Yeah, it's kind of ass. Let's see. All of these weapons are pee poo poo. What is this bow? Fizz evasion? Evading my inventory, dog. Get the fuck out of here. Actual pee poo poo pieces. Don't worry about the set right now. Make sure you get teleported to this gear vendor here. I already have the gear vendor. I'm waiting for my invite. I X'd up in global, but I didn't get an invite. I'm planning, Dust. I need one. Although there are probably just a shitload of people trying to get their invites right now. X again, Jacob going. He's probably just going through trying to get invites out. So, it's chill. I'll get out there just when they get the invite. Worst case scenario, I just run. And I only have 2 more gear sets to go through until we're all set up. Only 2 more! Huh. Fizz power, fizz accuracy. Whoops. There's some good shoulders. Accuracy. Fizz crit chance, fizz power is nice. But the rest of that set's kind of ass. Unfortunately. Strength, fizz power, fizz speed. Damn, emerald earrings. Fuck for level 10. What the hell? Oh my god. Yo, I have a level 10 juicer jewelry set. Unironically. Strag. Emerald earrings. 29 strength. 308 fizz power. 231 fizz speed. Okay. So 2 of those. 29 strength. 308 fizz power. 231 fizz speed. Brian bound necklace. 411 fizz power. 308 crit chance. 308 accuracy. And then emerald ring. 308 crit chance. 231 power. 231 accuracy. Is that shit juiced or is that shit juiced? Oh, Forsaken Blade's weapon from this. Let's see. Forsaken Blade sword. Forsaken Blade great sword. 1597 fizz power. So it's equivalent in fizz power to Deep Wake, the other eye level 19. Compared to Deep Wake, you get minus 578 crit chance, plus 38 fizz crit power, and plus 539 crit chance. So like the same total allocation of stats. Like it is the same total number of attributes on equivalent eye level pieces. So 2 eye level 19 pieces will have the same like number of possible attributes. They'll just be distributed differently. It'll be like, you know, 1,000 total attributes that can be split up between the piece. That's really cool. That's really, 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 really cool. If I do say so myself. Let's see. I can throw those on, and those are better legs. Did I have another? I'm opening the Coalspire set right now. The Coalspire shoulders are really fucking good. Those are kind of solid. So I'll tell you my stats and my gear set that I'm throwing together once it's all put together. I got you guys. I should have some juicy similarities to you because I'm not stacking too much max HP. But I'm looking through right now. I have one more set left to open. Now, I'm going to be probably in light unless something changes with this last set. And I see a couple juicers. Fizz speed max health kind of fucks. But I'd lose a lot to get that. We'll pull that off to the side. Max health, fizz crit chance, health regen. Max health, disable power, fizz speed, and fizz accuracy. Oh, damn. Howling Wolf pants are fucking insane. Jesus Christ. Howling Wolf pants are eye level 19 medium pants, 329 fizz power, and 83 power. So like 400 plus power pants at level 10. God damn. All right, that got me 2.8 more power, boys. We're truly up tremendous. Truly up tremendous. That is the juice that we need. I just put on Soul Seekers and called it a day. Well, I still haven't got a fucking group invite for the teleport. So I gotta figure out something to do on the way out, you know? I gotta have this going for me. Ooh, fizz speed. Intriguing. How much HP though? I don't want to go too low on HP and fuck myself over. Fizz speed, fizz crit chance, disable accuracy, fizz crit chance. I haven't found many good two-hand weapons though, I will say. No more X, only Y. I Y'd first. I got the first Y. Surely getting the first Y in the chat, we're up tremendous. Yo, Meta, thank you for 3-day streak, by the way. I appreciate you, Doc. Mix the wolf and coal now that I opened it. Yeah, so I am rocking... Nice. We got the invite. I have 5-piece light. So I'm currently using Deep Wake Longbow and Deep Wake two-hand sword because the Deep Wake Longbow has disable accuracy and 328 max health. It's pretty juicy. The sword just has fizz speed, crit chance, fizz crit power, so pretty generally good. Mirrorwind head, chest, hands, shoulders, and back, I think. Yeah, back. Then I have, for my other light piece, wait, so Mirrorwind head, chest, hands, feet, and shoulders. Okay, those are the 5 pieces. And then I have Sandspire forearms, waist, forearms, waist. I think that's it. Then emerald earrings times 2, brine beard necklace, 2 emerald rings. I'm sitting at 164.8 fizz power. It's not bad. I'm comfortable with that. Now the question is, how do I gear out for these low level 1v1s? That's going to be something. Because we're absolutely running some low level 1v1s, right? I've been running for a hot minute. Jacob just said to put a Y in global chat if you still need an invite. He's getting a raid together right now. So if you are missing your invite, probably best chance to get it. Intercept, Indom. Oh, damn. I do not get many points. Oh, shit. Huh. God damn. We do not get many points at all. I think I got enough, though. I don't know how everybody else's kit's feeling. I forgot how few things we actually had at level 15. God damn. I got used to my entire, my entire build being in place all the time. And it feels so empty now. Oh my god, I almost didn't have enough for reflect. I had to respec some to get into reflect safely. We go there, slams there. Golly. Golly. My bars are empty as shit. Almost to Jova anyways? Oh no. Are you gonna beat me there? The raid's almost full at this point, so I'm sure it's coming through. What are your stats? Like my attributes? Or just like my stats? 3,063 HP. I have Fortitude set bonus on. So I'm sitting at 164.8 fizz power, 92.5 fizz speed, 35.5 crit chance, 171.3 crit power, 19.4 accuracy, and then magic mitt is at 39.6% without buffs. My fizz defense is 23.6, but that's because I don't have grit up, so that gets a 20% when I put grit up. So it's not like a full 20% on grit, but it's probably gonna bump me up to about 40%. So I'm assuming I'll be like 45% magic, 40% fizz mitt in this set. And then I also have the fortitude set bonus, so little thunky. Jacob the goat. Okay, are there extra crates on the ground by chance? Like, did anybody just make a shitload by happenstance? Or do I need to go get my own rock? Oh, I see Vythar. My goat. Wait, look at all the little baby trees out here. What the hell? Chat, you guys don't see this, but when full Howling Wolf set, I'm at 178 fizz power, 35% crit chance, 190% crit power. What's your speed at? The Howling Wolf set, oh yeah, because you got that 369 fizz power. You could probably go a two-piece of something else if you really wanted to. I don't know, the Howling Wolf set doesn't have that much power on it, I feel like. I feel like I have more pieces that have power on it now than I would with the Howling Wolf set. Arbsy might go. Speed 100%. What are you playing? Are you playing a tank or are you playing a rogue? Because different classes now have pretty different, like, stat growths as well, as one thing we've noticed. Rogue? Yeah, that might make sense. I feel like when we were comparing at level 25, different classes had different, like, stat growth. So, I mean, as it should be. But I feel like it was not this pronounced on live. It is definitely seems like they've tweaked it a little bit. In a good way. In a good way. Arbsy, I appreciate you, dog. Oh, wait. There's a crate right here. Player near dropped the crate. Oh, cool. I got a crate for free. Somebody dropped their crate, and then I just walked up to it, and I yoinked it. I interacted with the crate. I'm testing more than you guys are. We're up tremendous. All right, we're gonna have a large train of people going through this. How many people would you say are out here? At least 100, yeah. Maybe slightly more. But I'd say about 100 if I just had to guess based on what's here. So this will be cool. Maybe they dynamically gritty us along the way. Wait, am I supposed to be a citizen or not? Or are we starting here and then going to the node? I'm not a citizen. And I feel as though I may have fucked up. Starting here? Oh, okay. Cool. Well, come form the line up here then. They have a Discord event with a stage? Gotcha. Well, keep me posted. Because I have to run a VOD on my Discord monitor, and I do not want to fuck that up. I'd rather not Thanos snap myself trying to help test these goddamn crates. Keep me posted on everything. But I'm up at the front. I'm ready to lead the charge. I will lead us wherever we need to go. Honestly, probably shouldn't let me lead. Having somebody else lead might be the best idea. Wait. Weird. What are they doing? We are Keef. We are over on the PTR right now, and it is a node citizenship reputation and crate test day. So basically, we are all at the Divine Gate spawn at Hammer Rest, and we're just getting crates on our backs. Oh no. People are getting cooked. But yeah, we're just getting over here, getting crates on our backs, and then I guess we're just gonna do like a big ass march over to Kaltorum, I think. And then we're gonna be testing, I think it's like a 3-hour focus test. So I don't really know what's happening, but I know that I'm here for it. I'm gonna get a brownie for the walk. Hold on. Bro, tremendous. I found a way to get a flying mount. Does the flying mount work? Did you become mayor in one of the nodes? Are you a mayor on PTR Toast? What in the hell is going on? Crate train leaving in 5 minutes, system says. I think it's Mayor Toast up in this bitch somewhere. It doesn't work. Is it the vendor that has all the flyers in the game that you can purchase? Because I did see that. And I thought the same thing. Yeah. It's the great debate, I will say. It's slightly unfortunate, but surely at some point we'll do another flying mount test. And then they also turn on ranged weapons on the flying mounts. And we have like aerial assaults. Chat, we got these on clearance for like $2. They're like some cream cheese brownies with like chocolate chips in them and shit. They gotta go Insano style. I don't know if they'll be making it out alive. Nor will I. It's probably gonna be like diabetes inducing. But I really fuck with brownies. Now, I did also bring in some grapes to counteract the brownies and make sure that I'm not just eating like shit. Because grapes are good, brownies are bad. That means it's a neutral meal. I feel as though I've mastered this. They sound good? Bro, I fuck with anything. Anything chocolate. Goes sicko mode. I just have a very soft spot. Join Fupo's raid? I'm in a raid right now. I can drop group if Fupo has a spot. Where is Fupo? Oh wait, Fupo. The Fupinski. Why doesn't Fupo have crate? Fupo needs crate. Are there... Do you think there are people that are on the PTR that are just doing other shit right now? And not out at the crate test? Surely not, right? I need to stop myself with 2 brownies. There's a horse ride and I'm being trapped. Some people would pay good money for that shit. I will say, Leon, just keep that in mind. Some people would pay wonderful amounts of money for that. You get yourself a horse, or honestly, just start hobby horsing and get some very strong quads and run a fast 40-yard dash. Anything's possible, big dog. Cypher, what up, my dude? We over on the Peter today, at least for a little bit. We are going to Valgadim through the PvP zone. The PvP zone just ended, no? Is it still up, or did it end? Because on my map, it's gone. Do you drink enough water today? Oh, no, never. Never, Kirito. That's why we need the hydrates. We need all the hydrates. Just put in to get P3 launch off. My body's ready. If you say that too loud, they're gonna delay again just to fuck you. Honestly. They'll do it. Don't be the reason. Nobody took time off. Everybody's busy working that day. Zane, thank you for the hydrate. How you doing, my boy? I'll put it for the last one too. What do you do with your day off? Wake up and angrily stare at the ceiling. Log into live and just be mad. I didn't take it. Gets time off approved and then just shows up to work anyways. Yeah, it doesn't count. I'm clocking in. Absolutely massive. Cypher doesn't have the relationship that you do with Ashes, so it'll work for them. Well, hear me out. I didn't take time off for Phase 3 launch previously. Because if I take time off, then I'm a bad streamer and not committed and can't pay rent. And then I'm just unemployed. So like, you know, I gotta be here. I must be here. When people learn you don't put in for PTO, you just call in sick. Yeah, I mean, depending on your state, because like in Maine, your sick time is just like super protected, so you can use sick days for quite literally whatever. So as long as you work in a place that's not super shady and doesn't offer sick time, then in Maine at least, you could call in and just be like, hey, I'm using a sick day. And then you don't even have to give a reason. And then you're good. You're protected through that. It's kind of massive. I have unlimited PTO at this place. So, oh wait. Is it one of those unlimited PTO traps where it's like you take PTO and then you get behind and then you get fired? Or like, how does unlimited paid time off even work? Yo, chat, Hector the Goat. Hector the Goat is back here on the back left of the clump. Holy shit. Seeing him in the flesh is fucking wild. It's actually like seeing a deity. It's like seeing LeBron in his natural element. No mounts, he says he'll kill people on mounts. Just hop on my shoulders. He can't stop us. And then there's the internal guilt. It's actually awful. Wait, so like, what field do you work in where unlimited PTO is a thing? I'm assuming some people just get hired, do stuff for a little bit, and then take too much time off, and then just, like, get fired. Consulting. Okay, I've always wondered, because, like, consulting, doesn't that just mean that, like, you have clients that are, like, running ideas by you, and then you just go, yeah, that's a good idea, or yeah, that's a bad idea? Why do I feel as though that's, like, the gist of it? Because there are some people do, like, stream consulting, right? And I was like, dude, all I would have to do is just give people feedback on their setups, and then we'd be fine. Oh wait, these level 10 potions go Insano style. God damn. Greatly increased disable evasion. Grants 10% archetype resource every second. Najash Venom Poison. Oh really? As a consumable. 3 specific hits in each weapon combo apply poison. Only one type of poison can be applied to your weapon at a time. And it's up for 6 seconds. That's through the consume kit. That seems a little intriguing, no? Excuse me, Hector. What the hell? Huh! And then Hexbreaker Potion dispels 1 debuff every second. That is very intriguing. Now, are these new to PTR? None of those are in, like, on live, right? Deep Lung Potion, reduced oxygen consumption rate, lasts 10 minutes. And the cooldown is 2 minutes. I'm wondering if you can stack multiple of those. Okay, so that means Alchemy's getting some stuff that they can actually do. Ryan, I'm so fucking slow, please help. I'm so ungodly slow. This is with my sprint on. I don't know what I did wrong. I fucked up. We're down horrendous. My walking speed is disappointing. Everything is disappointing. I think somebody just got nuked. I don't really know what happened, but I most definitely think somebody just got nuked. Wait, what did I just encounter? Is it a sprint thing? I feel like when I did my stamp tree just now, when I allocated my points and something, it made me run for a second. Which is kind of weird. I don't know what it was. But I like allocated points and something. I just tried to redo it and I can't replicate it. But it like made me run. Hiya. Oh, thank God I can intercept. With, I can intercept with a crate on my back. And as long as I keep intercepting and dodging, we're up tremendous. I've got 20 seconds where I can just schmoove. And people can't get away from me enough. So we're up tremendous. It only does that if you haven't done points yet on a character. Huh. So it's like a first time bug. That is some strange shit. That's very strange. The class energy bot I wanted to test too. On cleric? So like what's your typical divine power acquisition? Because I feel like 10% class resource for a tank is not that much. If I'm being honest. It feels like not that much at all. What is the range on intercept that it's like actually going to bring me? Wait, Z, wait up. Z. Hiya. We're up tremendous. We're truly up. If you remake a character and fill the tree while running, you'll boost again. Okay, cool. So every time that I'm doing crates, I just have to make a new character. Understood. And then we get like a simple, like small millisecond boost of run speed. Everything's phenomenal. I understand the tech now. We will not be stopped. Also, I will say, intercepting to people is the savior. This shit's on a 20-second cooldown, but every time it's up, you just go sicko mode with the movement. It's quite nice. So, we just keep trying to Thoom. Every 20 seconds, I can gap up a little bit. I guess I'm just not in the raid where people are putting out fucking movement speed buffs. So fuck me, I guess. That's my bad. I'm just trying to get within a 30-meter range of quite literally anybody. Wait. Hiya. Oh no, I wasted a coolie. It said that I was in range way sooner than I was actually in range. No, I've been scammed. Someone's just running around without a fucking crate on their back. Just rubbing it in that they're faster than us, more agile than us, more fit than us. Everything is terrible. Everything's awful. I'm gonna get LOS if I try this one. Oh no. Hiya. Okay, we're good. The Shmooman's going sicko mode. I feel like if you jump dodge, you're covering some good distance with this thing, I will say. Like, not a dodge into a jump, but like a dodge and a jump simultaneously. I feel like that covers a large amount of distance. Oh my god, I've almost caught up to everyone. Deviate from the road. There are no road buffs. It's not worth it. Take the shortcut if you're behind, lads. We must. Oh my god, wait. This is the Tekkington. This is it. Holy shit. I don't know how that other raid is so fucking fast, by the way. Like, is anybody in the raid that's just like metro thooming across the fucking map? Because this shit's kind of crazy, if you ask me. Excuse me. I must sprint and continue on my way. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Yeet! I fucking love a 30-meter range on intercept, by the way. I'm just putting that out there. That is actually like a lifesaver of an ability. It's so fucking useful. It's like half of my movement. It's wonderful. It's absolutely wonderful. Trick's leading the charge. I was supposed to be leading the charge, but I fell behind because my raid doesn't have any goddamn movement buffs. I don't understand. It's like I'm fucking running this road with weights on my feet. Oh, I haven't been charging. I'm so stupid. God damn it, silly me. Freaking heck. I have charged and I haven't even been charging. I'm the worst. Alright, I must continue on my way. I've got 2 seconds until another intercept. So we're gonna get a big dodge forward jump into. No, the intercept bugged. I hate this game. I hate everything about this game. I've never experienced more disappointment in my life. Everything is awful. My disappointment is measurable. All right, round 2 intercept. Hiya. All right, we're good. We're cruising. This is great. We're almost to town, actually. This didn't... Oh, somebody's on a mount. Nuke him. Nuke him. Oh my god. Somebody has the audacity to try it. Hector's chasing him down. Hector just started chasing down the dude on the mount. Holy shit. I love that. Somebody just ran by on a mount and they don't want us on mounts, and Hector just takes off on foot after the dude on the mount for a second. We're truly up. The intercept was an absolute game changer. I'd be so far back still if it wasn't for intercept. Life alert changed my life. Excuse me. Oh, I'm not gonna be last. If this were Mario Kart, I'd have a respectable finish because of this movement tech that I've unlocked. Do not use the crates yet, according to what they're saying in chat. How is somebody level 18? What the fuck? Brother's been grinding. Can't just boost to 18. Dude's actually been on some degen testing shit. God damn. Off we go. Jacob is the rally point. All right, everybody get on and in Jacob if you're in the PTR. I don't know what we're doing with these crates, but it's about to get very personal up in here. I have a feeling. So are we all going to get citizen before we turn in? Because I would assume that's probably... Did brother just pop an Overwatch ult? Did one of the GMs just pop an Overwatch ult voice line in global? Wait a minute. Wait a minute. I feel as though I should be pressuring right now. Huh. Hold the line. I don't want to hold the line. Where the fuck are we? Oh, I made it. We're up tremendous. I don't know where Jacob went. Oh, he's up above us. That makes sense. I was looking for him on the ground. That was not a good idea. All right, we successfully made it. Everything is up tremendous for us right now, boys. We are blessed. We've got the crates on our backs. I think it's probably time to go get citizenship, right? Or are we not getting citizenship yet? Oh no, we about to go turn in. Oh shit. "45 seconds to contribute." Oh wait. At your computer in 35 seconds, please contribute. All right, make sure you guys don't contribute yet. I got baited. I got full baited. So, is this to try to contribute way too much all at once and like overwhelm it? Because these are all mining crates, right? Interesting. So I wonder if they were trying to see if it would take everybody's crates and allow the full turn in, or if it would log people out. Wait, that's sick. So I think it only took the first crates and then didn't allow anybody else on the simultaneous turn in to like fuck up the crates or anything. I'm pretty sure that's what they were testing. So like if everybody simultaneously hit the same crate, if it would take them all or not, and I don't think it does. That seems like it's working well, no? If you guys still have packs, they want you to drop them. Oh, Strag. I see you. That was smooth? Yeah, and I don't think that it took a lot of extra crates, which is probably the largest thing. So now we're dropping packs and everybody's just kind of like spamming shit. Huh. This is interesting. I don't have a mount. Wait, Strag. You have mounts? Oh wait, I'm right beside you. Legend. Thank you, sir. We were almost cooked for a second. Jacob's on a Renkai. Oh, dude, Renkai is so fucking good. Renkai is just absolutely juiced. It is probably the race that takes me off of a dwarf. What's he using for a mount? Oh, is it Graveyard Golem? Yeah, Graveyard Golem is looking pretty fucking sick, I will say. I don't know if it got a retexture or what, but he's looking pretty fucking fresh. I think it's just the Unreal Engine 5.6 thing. Now, I don't know if it's for everybody, but mounts kind of look blurry when they're moving. Wait. The Renkai looks so uwu sitting on the mount. Cause like the mount is so small compared to the Renkai, like no matter where they are on the mount, or like no matter what size the mount is, it's just small. Renkai are fucking huge. Tree, flower, and rocks smash as you go to Durgrim. And so we're trying to gather on the way through to Durgrim. Everything on the way to Durgrim? Or just like along the road? And are we supposed to be citizens yet? I've been curious about that. Because I am not a citizen. But I am yopping in Eastern Hemlock. I don't think you guys are citizens either, right? I just don't want to fuck up. Unable to loot, not enough space. Oh, right. Yep, that makes sense. We gonna be deleting some shit? No citizen yet. Okay, cool, that makes sense. Yeet. This is my tree. Somebody took my tree, so I hit them. Oh, Bard. Bard hit me. Hello, Bard. You fucked up. You fucked up a lot. Come here, sir. I'm chasing someone down right now over a tree. I will get them. I'm going to chase this man down. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. This is the 100 to 0. Oh yeah, he's dead. Okay. Brother fucked up. Brother fucked up. They hit me over a tree and now they're dead. And that's their fault, not mine. They chose to hit me. I just wanted the goddamn tree. Someone took my tree, so I flagged up. And then they fucked up and hit me, and now they're dead. And that's not my fault. I will say, tank feels very nice. I like the new mounting, by the way. If somebody's just running away from you forever, you can just call in your mount instantly and then chase them down. It's very fluid with the no cast bar thing. It's kind of nice. I like that shit a lot. Don't worry about bag space. Not assistance yet. Haven't heard them say to join a node yet. Okay, cool. So we're just kind of gathering stuff on the way down. Cool. Yeah, I'll just destroy everything anyways. I'm not too caught up on keeping shit right now. Dude, this build of the game just looks so much better. Even with a watermark on my screen. Like, it looks, feels, and plays substantially better. Oh. Does anyone have a res for the guy that I killed? By chance? Arbsy, can you res this guy? He's to your right. Behind where you're at. I don't know where you're running, but flip it 180 and I'm back here. Hold on. I'm coming to you. We need a fucking medic in here. Where are we supposed to be? Right now we are all running from Valgadim to Durgrim and gathering things along the road to Durgrim. And I flagged up over a tree and then somebody hit me and flagged up and then I killed them. So now I'm trying to get Arbsy to come res them. Arbs. Come here. This man needs a fucking medic. Mining will be easier and harder at the same time since it'll be a chance out of rocks. I mean, personally, I think mining will be easier for people to level and will also probably consistently reap better rewards. Because we have to remember too, leveling mining now, you're going to be able to get experience from hitting granite, and you'll get the experience from the granite itself and any of the gems that you find and any of the iron or the metals that you find. So you basically have a chance to get triple XP off of nodes if you're mining. That shit is a lot of potential XP if you hit high rarity clusters. You could mine, and I don't really know what the total XP output would be comparatively to something like lumberjacking, and then compare that to something like mob grinding. But I'm assuming mining is going to be a good majority of the way, like, into the progression of, like, you know, encroaching on mob grind areas. If you have peak optimal mining where you're just cranking out Lego spawns in high density, obviously that's not going to happen all the time or frequently at all. But in instances that you do get those areas, that can be a really good spurt of XP. Who's group leader? AAVIIILD. But I also think Fupo has a raid going. I don't know. I just got into like a random raid to get my teleport out here. But yeah, I think mining will overwhelmingly be a lot more consistent for people. While you won't be able to necessarily target farm just the thing that you want, with the current state of things, everything was being target farmed out of the economy. So nothing existed at all in the first place, right? With this new system, the lack of target farming will then filter out the nodes that are lower value and will allow them to respawn as nodes that are higher value, right? And so basically you will have a more consistent supply at, in theory, the intended weight of those node spawns, creating a lot more materials in the economy, to say the very least. Instead of everyone going through and just picking out your metal and your gems, people will go through and they'll farm an entire area. And then that area will be knocked down until it respawns later, and then somebody else will come through and they will farm that up, you know, as a fresh area with all of those new spawn rates. So it should, in theory, keep the economy of gathering a lot healthier, keep a steadier flow of those in-need materials coming into the economy as well. Hopefully. Poison Bug and triple hemo stacks still exists. Yeah, I'm not dueling rogues. I don't want to talk to rogues. What confuses me is if you want a specific mineral only, how do you focus to mine for just them? So that's gonna be through the pylon system in the full iteration of things, but mining was always meant to have that level of obscurity and discoverability, because just like IRL, finding a gem in mining is a proc, right? If you crack open a rock and there's a geode inside of that, congratulations, you found a gem. But you're not gonna find gems just like poking out the motherfucking ground, right? So there's a system that will be implemented where you'll be able to get the information from an area, like, because with survey pylons, right? You'll be able to put down a survey pylon, and in that area, it'll give you information about respawn times, quantity, rarity of all of that stuff. And from there, you'll be able to find out that information. Well, visually, it doesn't look bland, though. I don't want 10 million of the same rock everywhere. So you'll see the different tiers of rocks more pronounced. So you'll see more rocks than you do, like, the random geodes sticking out of the ground. But there are also rare spawns. So, like, your obsidian, your rubidium, your halcyanite. There are still things in the pool that are standalone, like, geode spawns out in the actual, you know, environment. So basically, those can still spawn as their standalone node. Everything else is included in the rock table. So you will still have the element of like, rock, what? Oh shit. And then you run up to one of those rare spawns and it's halcyanite. And you see the halcyanite, you know that it's halcyanite, it's a rare spawn halcyanite, you hit that and you guarantee to get halcyanite and then some other procs as a chance. So you'll still have that element of like rare spawn, but you'll also have the basically the fluidity of everybody culling everything from the loot table in terms of like those lower tier spawns. Because the problem is everybody was just going through and target farming, right? And it's what happens with braidwood as well. Everybody goes through and they target farm the high value pieces of wood until they spawn out of the pool into the lower value tiers of wood that are more common spawn rates, right? So it's more common to have an ash spawn than it is to have a braidwood spawn. So people go through and they hit the braidwoods until all of the braidwoods have respawned as ash because they're also not farming the ash, and not having people farming that lower like tier of materials was a big contributing factor to why the state of all of the gatherables felt so borked shortly after a server reset. So that's just kind of food for thought there. The new mining system incentivizes people to be hitting those just regular rocks, so that way there is a higher chance to see them repopulate as rare spawns or as rocks that have shit in the rocks. So I think it'll be overwhelmingly quite good for the state of the econ. And then on the gathering side of things, right, if you get a proc from a piece of granite and that gives you granite high rarity, and that also gives you like metal high rarity and rubies high rarity, that's going to be triple XP. That's going to be a shitload of XP out of one chunk. If you get an area that's congested with a lot of procs and a lot of high XP, well, I should say high rarity, then that's going to absolutely juice your XP comparatively to what normal gathering would. So there are a few things that I do think impact the actual proc, because that's going to juice not only your adventuring XP, but also your mining XP progression. So I think overall people's mining will level much faster now too, and it will be less of a, I don't know, less of a chore. Because it felt like previously if you were trying to level your mining and you were just hitting granite or just hitting whatever, it was just kind of like a waste of time, right? So a lot of people just went to target farm early shit, and then they'd complain that mining and leveling felt boring, that they couldn't find anything, blah, 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 blah. And here we have that problem. But if I get off my mount right now and I hit this granite, I will get granite, which is at the very worst refinable into grinding stones. And at the very best, I get additional procs with it. All right, I got 5 granite from that. And I got 80 mining XP and 200 normal XP, which really not that bad for common granite. So that is something to keep in mind. It goes up pretty substantially once you actually get into higher rarities as well. Yo, Fuzz, how you doing, my friend? What T2 rocks do we have? Granite and basalt are T1, which are T2. So we don't have all of the new ones, and we don't know like what will be populated through that, but slate is T2. And then you have, in terms of just like what's listed under the stonemasonry table, you've got limestone, weirdstone, and what else? I think it's just limestone, weirdstone for journeyman right now. but there could also be many more that are coming into, you know, the biome loot table too. We could see shit in the anvils that simply isn't populated in the gathering tables yet. Part of why I think that is because, I mean, over in the metalworking tree, we've got stellarium ingots that are listed for master mining. We don't have master mining. We probably don't have stellarium ingots that we can gather yet, but those may exist somewhere in the world since they're listed under the mining tab, or at least the metalworking tab. So, yo, Jaren, how you doing, my friend? Guessing you're on PTR? Yes, over on the PTR, they're doing a little bit of a stress testing period, and we're trying to get over and hopefully help out with some stuff. Hi, Falco. Good day. So, we're trying to help any way that we can with all the testing. We've been gathering, we've been carrying crates on our back, doing all of the outside of the usual Dustyverse things, but let's be completely honest. I've been running caravans on live. So it's been outside the usual Dustyverse programming for a little while now, I feel like. It's been interesting, man. It's been interesting. Now, the good news is I'm almost up to gold cap on live. I've given away hundreds of gold and mounts and gear to new players. So it's a pretty good feeling, man. We got 15 days left, just over 2 weeks until P3. We're holding the fuck out. We're staying strong, and I'm still having fun, which is the most important thing. Now, if people are burnt out, if they need a little bit of a break, this is going to be the best time to take your little bit of a break, because once P3 hype kicks in, everybody is going to be over here getting ready for P3. And then once P3 launches, people are not going to want to leave their gaming chairs. So, 8 minutes, we're moving to desert and doing some sort of murder train. Woo, New World test run. Yeah, baby. We're returning. All right, 600 people group up. We're going through to grab the same chests on every single person. Fan-fucking-tastic. All right, I'll see you guys in Eternum. We're not going to Eternum. You can't make me go. You might be able to pay me to go, but you can't make me go. I refuse. AoE circles. Woo! Now, I will say, melee felt a little more melee over there. Just saying. But that's the only thing it had. Melee action combat was good. Everything else was bad. I'm not a hater. I'm realistic. The action combat fucked. Everything else in that game quite literally went pee-pee poo-poo. And it was very fun as a melee because of the green AoE circles on the ground, right? A lot of the caster, like, mage stuff is boring as shit. But, like, when healers put down a sacred ground that was like this big, and you had to stand in that and play your life in that while people are also trying to push you out of it, and like as a bruiser, I had my gravity well so I could like pull people out of their sacred ground and shit. It was fun. What is going on here? Is there PvP? Wait, someone come over to the side here. Oh, I'll flag up. Yeah, we're up. These guys just flagged up and got rolled in the 2v. Poor guys. Me and a rogue just absolutely cooked them. Although I'm sure they'll come back, right? Oh, I don't have any points in my fucking longbow tree. Oh no, that's why I wasn't putting out wound before. I'm such a silly, goofy goober. Oh no. Crit damage. Wound. There we go. Oh, I'm so silly and quirky. Golly. Fucking hell. That is unfortunate if I do say so myself. Disable duration. Pen. And then we'll go into the snare. And proc chance. Woo! Okay, we're good. Okay. They've returned. Boys, we got some level 15 PvP over on the PTR. We're truly up tremendous. And I don't think it's going well for the people that are PvPing against us right now, if I do say so myself. It's going quite poorly for them. The tank gameplay is a little too much for them to handle at the moment. And the longbow range is also a little bit too much for them to get away from. They made a slight mistake. I don't know, man. Tank feels good. Tank feels good at every level, at all levels, at all times. Tank feels phenomenal. Phoenix, how are you doing today, my friend? What you getting up to? The PTR is having a test of all tests, and I'm having a blast. Listen, man. Listen. If I have any feedback on how Tank's feeling, I say it's feeling quite fucking good right now. I don't think I'm losing many fights over here, to say the very least. Mick, how you doing, my friend? What would be equivalent to Death Knight from WoW? Oh. What is Mr. Arrow doing? Brother's gonna get himself hurt. Uh-oh. There are so many people hitting us now. Oh my god, what the fuck? Why are so many people jumping us and getting the cheap shots in? Alright, lads, group up. It's PvP time. We just got jumped by like 5 near this MB. I hope I got the MB. I think I was close enough. If I didn't, I'm pissed. I think I got it. I didn't get the Ember Spring in Turkrum. Oh, fuck. Wait, I fucked up so hard. Oh, no! Where are you doing this PvP in the PTR? Over at Durgrum. We're just kicking the shit out of each other. Not everybody's in on it, but 2 people had flagged up, and then they got rolled, and earlier, I flagged up, and a bard hit me, and they got 100 to 0'd. So I just got jumped by like 5 people that I've been bullying all at once, and then I realized that I did not get the Durgrum MB. So now I'm running Divine Gate back to Durgrum, with the most haste. What the fuck is a Durgrum? Durgrum is the mid-right node in Anvils. Do you mean Jinnah? No, Durgrum. In the Anvils, you goob. No, not Jinnah. I know the name of the nodes that I'm talking about. Durgrum's in the Anvils. It's the mid-right node. The Anvils is Kaltorum, Valgadim, Durgrum, Dunehold, and then Vexel. You silly Goobington. Literally watching Dusty VODs full 8 hours of my shift these days. Kirito, isn't that like the life to live though? That seems like an extremely blessed day. Okay, what would be equivalent to Death Knight from WoW or Reaver from Guild Wars 2 in this game? Fighter plus Cleric with Death Augments, Necromancer with 2-hander. I'd say... Because keep in mind, I don't know that there's confirmation that every Cleric secondary will give like life or death specializations. That's gonna be like a Summoner Cleric specialty, to my knowledge, that will allow them to specialize in either the life or death side of the summoning thing. I think most Cleric secondaries will focus on the traditional side of Cleric with the healing side. I could be wrong on that, but in terms of like what you're looking for from a Death Knight, I guess that's also like the largest thing. Like, I feel like if you're looking for something along like the unholy side, even Fighter Summoner could be valid. Because Fighter Summoner is going to be kind of that, like, I go in, I do damage, I have accessory pets that are typically probably like short summons, duration summons. And I summon those out and then, you know, play off of those, right? So, I'd say probably that vibe if you're looking for anything summon based, but Cleric should be able to do both holy and unholy for the augments at minimum, is my understanding. Hard to say what the unholy is actually going to be. Is that for every secondary? Because I've only seen that on the wiki under the summoner secondary, like the summoner primary, cleric secondary for it. I could have just missed it elsewhere. My understanding is yes. Interesting. We should check the wiki for that. Under like secondaries, maybe? I actually think I have a wiki tab pulled up. Hold on. Because we don't have shit else going on. We're just helping stress test right now. Wiki. Secondary classes. I am a human, yes. Thank you for asking. Thank you for verifying. I appreciate you. Makes me feel young again. Cleric. Let's see. Cleric. Class augments. The intent? I found a quote that might be it. Hold on, I might have one that contradicts what I say. I want bias. Let me see if I can find a better one that clarifies anymore. Nothing that clarifies better. Okay. We'll try this quote and hope that that helps. Class augments. The intent behind the augment system is not to provide new active abilities. They're intended to augment existing active abilities that are provided through your primary archetype. And so your secondary archetype selection completes your class selection, of which there are 64 types, and you get the augment skills that can apply certain attributes and mechanics to your existing active skills. So if you have certain abilities like backstab as a rogue primary archetype and you take that healer secondary archetype selection, now the properties of your backstab will still remain the same. However, it might include things like a lifesteal, or it might include things like susceptible weakness to the target, or reduces their healing, because the definition of what those augments are intended to provide based on the archetype selected for the augments is within the schools of magic that live for the archetype. Okay, so a cleric is about balancing life and death and the control of those types of hit points. So it seems like you'll get a little bit of like both of those things just naturally. It seems even less like you may have to like specialize between one or two of them. And it seems like you may be able to actually like fluidly navigate the two of them, which could be fucking massive. I don't necessarily think you would have to pick one. I think different things could just like fluidly have both options based on that, but that's anything's open to interpretation too. But yeah, I'm glad I went back to see that, because it seems like it'll have a little bit of like death options, life options, just kind of like naturally based on that. Yeah. Skip mark on release? Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. I'd be willing to bet just about anything that you have or I have that this game will absolutely release, depending on what your target time frame is. But it's also fully playable right now up until its release. So if you do happen to get yourself a pack, you do get in every single day until the release of the game. You can play it pretty much just as if it's a live service. You just gotta come in knowing that it's still in development and shit's coming along. So it's the upside and the downside of transparent development is that sometimes you have people that think because it's transparent, it's done, but it's just a development process. When? I'd say probably like late 2020, early 2028, if I had to wager a guess on my end. There's no set release date yet, but we are moving to the last phase of the alpha in 15 days. So that's good progress. After that, the betas are going to be no implementative content, so nothing new after the alpha, in between alpha 2 phase 3 and release. That's going to be like final coats of paint, bug fixes, all of that shit. And all of the iterative content should hopefully be in by the end of alpha 2 phase 3. So that's probably going to be my guess, is like a year and a half to 2 years, just based on what they have left. In terms of how much a pack is, you're in, again, until the launch, you get $30 worth of kickbacks on launch. It's 100 USD to get in, and you do get a 90-day period where if you're not happy, you get a full refund on your pack, no matter how many hours you play. So even if it's like, oh shit, that's expensive for an alpha. You play for 3 months. If you like it, you're in until launch. If you don't like it, you just get your money back. I don't think a single other title in gaming offers that much kind of like security for shit, if I'm being completely honest. Even if you're one of the people where it's like, you know, you're critical, kind of like hesitant around stuff, it's completely understandable. Very ambitious title. Development's taken a while. It is what it is. I'm not here to sugarcoat shit, but you do get that refund period. It's quite literally a no-brainer. If you have a $100 bill to set aside, put that on your desk for 90 days. At the end of the 90 days, if you like ashes, Steven breaks into your house and takes your $100 bill. If you don't like ashes, then you just take your $100 bill back and Steven doesn't come see you. So, breaks down to quite literally the safest purchase in gaming you can make, and the upside is that you're in the entire time. So, ashescreation.com if you do want to hop in. I do also multi-stream over on Twitch. You can do exclamation ashes over in the Twitch chat for the link over there too to make your account. Focus PvP test on PTR soon today. Wait. Did they say focus PvP test soon? Was that an update that went out? Oh shit, I didn't know it was focus PvP test today. Oh wait. A second ping has hit the towers. Glorious PTR testers, if you're free, please join us for stress testing. This is planned to run from Monday, August 11th, 3 to 6 p.m. EST. Wait, where did they say that it was focused PvP testing? Was that in the last one? What's that in VC? Oh, fire. Those fucking rats. So are we getting level 25 vendor back? Because that would be, that'd be phenomenal. So I'd assume probably 2 hours we'll be doing the focus PvP test, if I had to guess. Do this from 3 to 6, and then at 6, PvP test comes in, and then we do PvP test on new gear. I don't think so. Oh, so they're just gonna have everybody zerg the fuck up in a couple of raids and then kick the shit out of each other. That's what they mean by focus PvP testing. That makes sense. That makes sense. New build is Wednesday, they said earlier. Oh, cool. So Wednesday we're getting the PTR build update. Yeah, that's phenomenal. I love that. Not that there's like nothing to do over here or anything, but like more updates over here means more bug fixes, means potentially more iterative content, which potentially means more Renkai.
Give me the Renkai before phase 3.
I've already seen it. I want my Renkai. Hello, Corla, how's work? I ate 2 of my brownies already. And some grapes. That was my lunch. I'm a responsible streamer, man. The advantage is that I ate, but can I get a teleport? But yes, I've also been drinking a lot of water today. Very, very hydrated, very healthy. My body is being powered by only the goodiest of stuff. My manager had Funyuns here for me. God damn it. Your manager's promoting bad habits for you in exchange for you coming into work. It's bad. It's like when my mom used to bribe me to go to school and she would buy me a pack of cards if I would go to school. Like she'd let me crack like a Magic pack or a Yu-Gi-Oh pack if I went to school. Yep. Yep, and it's not even like you don't show up to work. I didn't want to go to school. You opted in to go to work and they're just bribing you with that shit. Renkai looks awesome, but holy fuck, they fuck up their faces. I mean, wait, do we know that all Renkai faces are fucked up? Or like, maybe the devs just have weird taste in Renkais? I don't know, what if they like that whole toothy vibe? Some people really fuck with that. Some people would pay good money to have that toothy vibe. I'm not even gonna lie, man. Renkai truly, they will appeal to somebody. I want to get my hands on a female Renkai. Not my hands. Not like that. I want to get my hands on a female Renkai. I'll double down. I'm gonna make it with huge titties and huge arms and very tall. So that way it's like Death by Snoo Snoo Renkai. And then that's probably going to be my tank. Although I do feel like for purposes of less odds for somebody to click on my character, if they are click targeting or anything like that, like tab's always going to be a thing, right? But I feel like smaller hitbox on character is also solid. It's not like it's an actual smaller hitbox, but if people can't physically see me, then it doesn't matter. Because not everybody's playing off nameplates like a normal human being should. Some people actually look for physical characters. But genuinely, if you're looking for physical characters and callouts, please stop and just look for a goddamn nameplate. It'll change your life. It's so much better. Are Funyuns good? I'm gonna go with no. Like, I'm willing to say no to the whole, like, are Funyuns good question. I will, I'll stand on that business. They're not very good. They're not the worst. I'd rather eat Funyuns than hot Cheetos, I think. But I also just really don't like hot Cheetos that much. But I don't know, I'm also not like the largest, like, omega processed food kinda guy. Not in terms of like I don't like processed shit. I like Doritos. It's just like a lot of that super bad for you stuff actually tastes like fucking dog shit garbo. And I don't understand how people enjoy it. X for raid invite. Foop. I need raid invite. I need all of the raid invites. Oh, thank God. Okay, we're in. And then I just need a teleport. I got into a raid that has Hector in it. So we're in a raid with the goat. We're waiting for a teleport. I'm filling up my water real quick because I've been chugging. I will be right back. Chad, do you guys fuck with Funyuns or no? I don't fuck with Funyuns.
I'm not good at math. I'm not very smart.
Good day, citizens. I can put my mouth in pain. Is that okay with you? What do you mean put your mouth in pain? Does that shit like cut up your mouth? Carvin, raid bosses, and then PvP. Okay, massive. So are we high enough level for Carvin? Or are we just trying to zerg through it? Oh, wait. Excuse me? It's level 16? It's level 15, 16. What the fuck? Huh. Is that just this area? Like, was this lower level on P2 server as well? Or did this get adjusted? Oh my god, they have a lot of people here. Jesus Christ. Yeah, this is actually a New World test run with extra steps. What the fuck? This is crazy. This is actually nuts. Oh, motherfuckers be getting baited into flagging. Toasty. If they hit you, Toast, I will turn it with you. Alright, fuck it. They're targeting my healers and my Toasty. I will cook them all. They cannot be targeting my toasting tin. They will all die. Toast, I don't know where you are in my raid group, but I'm with you. I saw Toast getting hit, and then I saw Toast getting saved by me. Toast, go up the stairs. I'm playing up here for a sec. Everything should be fine. Shit tears up your gums and roof your mouth, but at least I feel something. Eating pizza directly out of the oven just so I can feel something again. There's a GM that's flagged up for PvP right now. Half HP. Do we cook them? I feel as though I could. Is everyone still PvP? Wait, who's hitting Toast? Toast, I'm coming. I'm with you. If anybody tries to hit you, I'm gonna beat the shit out of them. Are you hitting the GM, Toast? Don't kill the GM. I don't even know if we can kill the GM. No, I think they're just full HP again. Okay. FPS dead? Wait, what? Really? I'm still running about 60. I just got one-shotted immediately by a skeleton soldier. Oh my god. Purple is so easy to get by tapping to someone who's purple and attacking them. Yeah, that's like the benefit and the drawback of their attempted fix over on this end of it. Because like, without the PvP flagging state, right? They changed the setting to require like force PvP to affect combatants. And if you turn that on, you have to hold Alt for every single attack. And if you turn that off, then you can just hit people whenever you tab to them. It's intriguing. It's very intriguing. My game's loud as shit too. Oh my god, I can hear myself think there. A lot more open world PvP if you aren't watching for others. Oh, sure, but I do also feel like this also leads to a lot of like accidental flag ups, which like better than accidental corruption, absolutely. But I don't know if people accidentally flagging is the best way to go about it. People being able to avoid it too much is a bad thing, but people also just like, oh. We just got teleported somewhere? Oh, Hector just teleported us all somewhere. Jesus. That was fucking scary. But yeah, I don't necessarily know that. Ooh, the golems look cool. They're all red and shit. Neat. I don't know that people flagging up accidentally is going to leave a very good taste in their mouths. Now, I understand their whole, like, rationale for getting rid of the PvP flagging. But I worry. At least a little bit. It's fine in duels and shit. That doesn't really matter too much. Did that in the gritty test. Level 1 get flagged and then get stomped by level 15s. Yeah, because if you go into your game options, gameplay, combat, PvP, require forced PvP to affect combatants. you either have to have that on, where you have to hold your alt every time you hit a combatant, or you have to have it off, which means anytime somebody flags up and runs into your group, you're going to hit them and then flag up back. Include untargeted combatants with area of effect abilities. You either have to have this off and avoid hitting people with AoEs accidentally, but if you do PvP, you're unable to use melee cleaves, AoE abilities, anything like that on anyone other than your targeted person. So you have to have that checked, which means untargeted combatants don't require forced PvP and can be hit with melee cleave, AoE abilities, all of that. So flag baiting is going to be crazy. And then beneficial abilities affect non-ally combatants. You want to have that not checked. Oh, Riverland's Essence just dropped off of a mob. Residue magics found uniquely in the Riverlands. Have we seen that before, chat? That seems very new, very interesting, very fun. Very happy for the change to test right now. It'll be interesting if they add a toggle option in the future if they want less purple. Yeah, absolutely. Now, I will say, I very much look forward to another group is farming on my group. I'm going to run into them. I'm going to swing my weapon once. And if they have the right settings on, then they're going to get flagged up on me. Like, that's going to be phenomenal. So you will actually be able to, like, not force people into PvP in a sense, but like very much goad people into flagging up against you. So we plan to definitely use that. We will PvP heavily for areas, especially if it's an 8v8 and we can get the jump on it. Oh yeah, you bet your fucking bippy we will. So that'll be quite nice. Probably won't see any changes to the flagging until it's somewhat into P3. They drop all over the world at the moment and not just Riverlands. Interesting. So is that a bug where they're dropping everywhere and not just the Riverlands? Also works with an OCC white at the moment. So if you turn purple, you can be CC'd now. Right. Yeah, because you can't like trip anyone that's a non-combatant or anything. You have to hit them to flag up with actual damage. 6 dim glint, 6 dull glint from a mob out here. So that's actually some really solid glint. We're into the sighted fanatics now that are level 18 3-star. Towards like the northeast side of Carfin. We're just kind of thumbing through. I don't think I've ever run through the entire wreckage of Carfin before and like explored this shit. Which is crazy to say, but someone asked the dev to explain why fighter equals bad, and the dev said we don't have time for that right now. Too many reasons, man. Too many reasons. Honestly, so hear me out. I still have a little bit of an unpopular take to some, usually fighter players. But I don't necessarily think fighter the worst. I think a lot of fighter players are bad. I said it. It's my opinion, and I stand by it. I think there are a lot of bad players on every class. But I think fighter has a lot of people who just want to turn brain off, ooga booga, and be invincible while they sit and live out their spin to win fantasy in the enemy backline. And so fighters just jump in on enemy backline and then ooga booga, and before they can finish getting booga out, they're dead. And I think it's a fighter problem in terms of the operators just as much as it's a fighter problem in terms of the classes. Wait, are we gonna jump them here? Toasty, you seeing what I'm seeing? Because I'm seeing what you're seeing. Toastington, get up to the top of this platform real quick. Get up to the high ground. It's very important we get up to the height. There's gonna be something good coming our way soon. Something tells me. I don't have grapple. But like, what if we just jump the shit out of someone? Should we? Like, I don't think it'd be the worst thing. No? Why not? Is it not the PvP test yet? Cause like there is gonna be a PvP test. It's not. Oh, but why are they flagged up right there? Like, I blame them at that point. That's like putting a fucking steak in front of a dog and expecting the dog to not eat. Like, the dog's gonna eat, man. I'm feeling real conflicted on this. Cause like, it's not even gonna be a clip because it's NDA'd. So we lose out on that. I just have to make sure they're not gonna jump us. Cause now man boob's on the high ground from their end. Oh wait, the entire raid's coming over. Oh shit, wait. Is it time? Are we killing them or are we killing... Our entire raid is right here. I don't know what's going on. I don't know if people are going rogue. But even Hector's up on high ground now. It might be time. We have the high ground and I know how to use it. Toasty and I are ready to drop in. I don't know what a level 15 mage has. I don't have grapple or anything, but I got trips. I can make some shit happen there, dog. We are truly up tremendous very, very, very soon. All right. Okay. Are we... I flagged up. I don't know if they're gonna hit me, but I flagged up. If they start turning and hitting, then we kill. Then we very much kill. Alright, someone's casting on me. It's the bard down here. Nope, I don't think it was them intentionally. Somebody was intentionally casting on me. They're just trying to live. Let's move to the tower full sprint. Or else, oh god, why is there a flashbang up here? What the fuck? Ow. Holy shit. Are you guys getting hit by this random ass flashbang? What is it? Oh my god. Oh my god. That was bright. I don't know what happened. I think it was like a dead mob or some shit. I got Shadow Freezing Beam, all the mage needs. Oh yeah, you're still completely functional. That's wonderful. I don't think the other raid is like fighting back. I don't think they're about it like we're about it. Nobody's hitting me from the other raid. So I'm gonna just run towards the tower. And then maybe we find PvP there. I will say though, if you have a melee weapon out, it is quite literally impossible to stay unflagged if somebody flags up near you. I mean, you can just stop hitting, but other than that, it's very, very, very Did I just get teleported? Something tells me either I got teleported by myself or everybody got teleported. Are you in your own little instance of Carfin, Toast? Oh no, okay, it's coming through now. It was just the group teleport lagging a little bit. We're good. I got put in the upside down for a second, dude. That was fucking terrifying. Alright, we're good to go. Everything's great. We need to teach these lads the skip. Alright, everything's good so far. That was the scariest thing we've had to interact with, but that's fine. Oh my god, what is this flashbang? What the fuck is causing this? Are you getting a flashbang right now? Report bug. Flashbang of some sort. What is going on here? Visuals. Lighting. Planendorf at it again, I see. Submit bug report. Is it an ability? Oh my god, is it Divine Flare? Is it loot? Ow. Oh my fucking god, what is it? I'm trying to like, hold on. Weird, I put on the sunglasses and it went away. What the fuck was it? Oh my god. That was a big boy. That's the second time I've got that one. Carfin kind of looking cool though, I will say. All the little vines looking dope as shit. We got some toes over here on the dude's opening the door. That's wonderful as well. Now this guy's foot is slightly off of the little ledge, I will say, on the left side. Didn't get the usual lag up here either. Oh, wait. Flip me upside down and suck my dick through my butt cheeks. What do you mean we didn't get the lag? Yeah, you're not lying. But did they fix our skip? You can still get through. That's good. I'm hoping they didn't fix our skip. That would be bad. Wow, the lighting down here looks great. No 20-second lag. Yeah. Yeah, I just ran across that usual laggy area. Huh. Lighting down here looks cool, looks ominous. Very spooky red light. Yeah. No crazy lag coming through there. Looks like the skip still works as well. So that's cool. I think everything's chilling on this side. Uh-oh. Hiya. Oh. Yeah, I slowed but I didn't lag. Yeah. No, I'm coming through without that huge stutter right there. I get like a couple of stutters. Ah, the flashbang! Oh god! Oh, it's mobile. It was on some dude named Darigas. Oh my god. That shit hurted. What the fuck was that? The new lighting looks cool. Now, I've been told that if you put your settings, like your graphic settings, higher, you have some very cool, like, blood fog and shit like that now. So, seems cool, seems cool. I just jacked up my global illumina, it looks great. That's all I had to change to see more. But apparently, Carfin is meant to be a little bit more spooky now, a little bit more immersive. Get up on the hill? What hill? Where hill? The hill by the lighting? Or like, what hill? Oh, do you think monitor's up? Wait. Oh, shit. Where's monitor at? And what's everybody dying to? Oh, no! We killed it in ours. Anything drop? Monitor is dead. 0. Oh wait, shit, I got a TP. We're doing souped up Tumok after a TP. Oh? What do you mean by that? We're level 15. How the fuck are we supposed to kill Tumok? What incarnation do you mean? It was forcefully removed. Oh no. Wait, did you guys get full cooked? We just work here. Is this what Steven feels like during a dev stream? Anyone for Stackstone 1Vs? That's what they're saying in Discord VC. Huh. Now, realistically, if they were to give us, I don't know, maybe something along the lines of Gustavo the gear vendor back. Then we can do normal Tumok. But unfortunately, Gustavo's being fucking silenced and not allowed to participate in the gaming environment. You know who else wasn't allowed to participate in the gaming environment? Rudolph. They write songs about him now. Who the fuck is level 10 to 19 gear vendor? It's absolutely insane. Sounds like they're doing just that. Wait, free Gus until it's backwards? Wait. Wait. Are you telling me that we're getting the Gus bus once again? Oh, shit. The Gus bus would be a tremendous quality of life upgrade for me. Because I have my gear set written down. I wouldn't even need to, like, improvise anything. I would just... No, I dropped a rock. I'll just equip this. And then we'd be vibing. I know what I want. I know what I'm doing. It's like going through a drive-thru and knowing what you want to order. Give Gus or give death. Gus bus. Gus bus. Gus bus. Gus bus. Gus bus. Gus bus. Yo, Swift. What up, brother? How you doing today? Just want to say what a great day to be alive with how far technology has come for games. It's my birthday day today. Hey, yo. Happy birthday, dude. Kid at school got the day off. Playing Ashes and chillin' eating. Yo, what you having for the birthday meals today, dog? They want us to try. Reminder, we don't have an Ember Spring near here. We might want the MB. Go get the estates. That would be wise, but I think we might have enough people. I mean, so it's probably to check how the scaling is looking, because they did change how the level difference was being handled in terms of like minus damage, plus damage. Now, from my perspective, it looks like a bunch of ants getting squished. So, Tumok's little like cleave wave that goes out just one-shotted 90% of the raid. I, as a tank, was perfectly fine, but 90% of people just got fucking cooked. Oh no. All right, 10 levels outside of level range is still gonna be a little harsh. Just mental note. Gus bus incoming. Gus bus. 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 Dude, I'm so excited. Chat, everybody get your gear sets. Look at GM Jacob, big chunky Renkai. Stop rezzing people and summon Gus. The people can run back. Gus bus. Gus bus. Gus bus. Wait, he actually stopped rezzing people. I'm gonna be first in line. Hello, yes, is this the line to get access to Renkai? Jacob, stop ignoring me. Give Renkai access. We need the Renkai access. They're so tall. Like, Booba Renkai is going to go crazy. Wait, where's Gus Bus? Hector said Guy? Bro, he said Guy Geary. It's Guy Gear Ready because he's the guy with the gear ready. But yeah, no, it's gotta be the Gus Bus. Gus is my god. We legitimately, like, Gus has all of the goods. Guy is like great value gear vendor. I don't want to disrespect Guy, But like if it's not Gus, then it's not good. Who's asking? Gus Bus. Gus Bus. Gus Bus. Gus Bus. Gus Bus. Z is right. Z is not right. Z is not right. Z is speaking the Queen's English. It is Guy Gear Ready. Don't force flag, by the way, PSA. Following up on our DMs, what makes the mage flashy? Doesn't it only have one movement ability? Most things only have one movement ability. Tank, you have charge, and you're not going to be using your charge to get in, really, a lot of the time. But everything has, like, the stamina system, right? So you can iframe and jump in. Granted, the movement system is substantially different on the Phase 3 build than the Phase 2 and Phase 2.5 build, where it was very B-hoppy. Rogue has 3 or 4? Yeah. Like, Rogue is the most schmoovy. But in terms of tank, like, you have a couple of small range gap closes, but you're pretty much in, like, melee anyways. Like, in terms of group stuff, Kier, a tank targets somebody and tries to throw a grapple at them and pull them in, and then other than that, we cast wall. That is literally our, like, big thing. Our primary focus is holding front line, trying to pull people in, trying to hit mean walls, and then peeling our back line. It is, it's not the flashiest. I would honestly say, like, tank is the legit least flashy. The thing with mage is mage has big AoE freezes and combos. So, like, if you freeze a target, and then once they're frozen, you hit them with lightning, it shatters the target for 225% bonus damage. And then after that, like, you can chain lightning if they're staggered, and you get the, like, the double chain lightning proc and shit in a combo. So you can do a whole metric fuckload of damage very, very quickly. Like, mage is the jump in, hit a freeze, hit an AoE shatter, like a lightning ball, whatever you're using to shatter, and then hit your beam and just and shit fucking dies. Like, you are Goku as a mage. Now, in 1v1s, mage gets cooked by a lot of things if they're playing poorly. Gear vendor 20 to 29. Oh, we got our gear sets. All right. Oh, shit. I've got to sell everything in my bag before it gets cooked. Oh, no. Oh, no. I had 19 gear out the wazoo. We're down horrendous. Oh, God. Radiant Consumables Kit, Gold Plus Enchanting Kit. Let's go. Where's the vendor? Up at the top of the hill, to the east side of the, of Stackstones. Blood Runner. Forge Guard. There's no Steel Bloom stuff, so. That's tragic, but is what it is. Okay. That'll be good enough. Now, we hit level 25. We should probably grab more level 25 scrolls, too, for people that didn't get their scrolls, so people can get over here. Just food for thought. If anybody does happen to want to hop on later after the fact, we could stack up a lot of scrolls for people. Fuck! I'm going to grab myself a lot of the scrolls. Probably a few. And then I'm gonna grab myself a few consume kits as well. And then we're good there. Tempering kits are intriguing, because if we temper our gear, then that's gonna increase the qual pretty substantially. Group-wise, large scale, does the rogue have any value since they fixed the bug with Bard? I mean, I would say everything has value, right? And we also don't have a ton of knowledge and reps about ongoing stuff because, like, very simply put, the Phase 2.5 build is completely different than the Phase 3 build. Time to kill is different, movement is different, gearing is different. Quite legitimately, every bit of gearing knowledge that people have from this phase that you're watching gameplay from is entirely different in the next phase that's hitting on the 26th. So genuinely, while there's still like the established kind of like archetype roles, so to say, things are going to shape up incredibly differently. As a tank, I feel like it's incredibly easy to stick onto people here. I heard they got to the movement for phase 3. The movement's much better now. In terms of like whoever's saying they gutted the movement, they probably don't play too much. In terms of like B-hops and shit, B-hops got pretty nuked, but it puts an incentivization on actually using your movement and your movement abilities wisely, instead of just being in a spot where you play Omega out of position and then dodge and jump once and then you're back in position. So now you actually get punished for having dog shit positioning. If you use your movement ability in a way that's not efficient, then you're going to get cooked for not having your movement ability, and displacement abilities are a lot more effective as well. So like movement has changed, but anybody that's saying it's gutted probably, in my opinion, hasn't played too much of the PTR. I think quite literally everybody is in agreement that this movement system is infinitely good for the game. So I would say definitely not true. Probably just a take from somebody that's not happy that they can't Omega B-hop on a Bard or some bullshit anymore. But yeah, it feels much better for PvP purposes. In addition to actually like making positioning matter, it also incentivizes people to, like I mentioned, actually play around those movement abilities, make all of those things matter. If you don't have those, you're definitely going to get caught out and cooked. Yo, Flying Energies, what up? Thank you for the raid. I appreciate you. Much love. Raiders, welcome in. If you guys have not been here before, I do appreciate you coming through. My name is Dusty. I do stream Ashes every single day, starting around 2 p.m. EST. I'm a full-time Ashes content creator, so if you guys have any questions, please feel free to ask whatever you're wondering. Right now, we are over on the private test realm running a couple of focus tests. So they just spawned in our level 25 gear vendor, and we are getting all geared out and set up. Energies, thank you for the follow. DSO, thank you guys for the follows. Appreciate y'all. So right now, the private test realm is open to all playtesters that do have access, and you guys are able to get a few forward-looking things all established. We're on Unreal Engine 5.6 over here instead of Unreal Engine 5.3. Right now, we're testing the crate system, some of the mob level scaling. We ran through a couple POIs, and now we've got our level 25 gear, so we're all frantically equipping our level 25 gear as quickly as humanly possible, and then we're going to try to get into some PvP and get as much info out of the day as we can before they inevitably wipe these characters again. But we've been grinding as much as we can before phase 3, trying to get all the info that we can and just build up. So I hope the stream is good. Flying Energies bro, much love. Thank you for the follow. What did you guys get up to today? And what are your plans for the rest of the day? Rogue's more my playstyle, like fast movement and shit, because I'm a fighting game player at heart, so I want to play Rogue, but not enough shit value in large scale PvP. So like, very simply put, Kier, everything has value if in the right hands, to say the very least. If you are a very good Rogue player, you will have a lot of impact, pressuring backlines, catching people out. Like, Rogue has a lot of flash as well, in the sense that if you're playing your advantage right, your Rogue combo, like, as a fighter game player, right? You can take your initial advantage, jump in with a movement ability, get an AoE trip in melee range, trip an entire enemy backline, a Bard follows you up and hits a Mez dance, so that backline is then incapacitated if they use their CC breaks on your AoE trip, and then from there you get behind somebody and it's basically backstab, build advantage, backstab, build advantage, backstab, build advantage, backstab, as much as you can physically chain, and then when you don't have your advantage, you're weaving in double strike to buy you time to build your advantage more. So like, if you're really looking for that like high APM, snappy, keeping track of a ton of things all at once, genuinely I'd just say play a Rogue. Like, large scale, while it's a lot of Ashes, is by no means everything in Ashes, and you'll be heavily incentivized to eventually play arenas and compete in those 3v3, 5v5, 8v8 PvP seasons for rewards. There will always be even numbers match. You'll always be catching people out for small scale, medium scale PvP. Not everything is going to be a 200 versus 200 all call. So there will be plenty of times where even in large scale, if it's 100 versus 100 and you're a Rogue and you know how to adapt to the situation, you're hitting big cal trips, you're going in, you're hitting an AoE trip, you're getting on the back line, and you're just absolutely melting supports while they're CC'd. Very simply put, if you're playing Mage, you're going to go in and you're going to drop a freeze, you're going to drop a shatter, you're going to brrr and just drop damage. If you're playing a tank, you are quite literally going to sit in the front line, auto-attacking, and basically like putting basic attacks and combos out on the target that's called, trying to pull them in with your grapple. And if you hit it, great. If you miss it, then you're cooked. Big thing is Node Wars. I know the Rogue has value in small scale. Just want to know if it has good value in super large scale like 250 to 250, or if it's just a 10 slot and Mage Slash Ranger would be preferred to get slotted. Slots aren't a thing. Slots are not going to be a thing in Ashes. Whether it's Node Wars, Sieges, anything like that. In terms of the node side, Node Wars are every citizen, and Node Wars are active in the open world. In terms of Node Sieges, if your main thing is Node Sieges, then you're not going to like Ashes. Node Sieges are going to be incredibly rare because they are a very high risk reward. To declare a Node Siege, it's not just like I complete PvP missions. It's I'm saving up a fuckload of gold, a fuckload of resources to eventually like declare, like with the full system, you'll save up essentially the gold resources and time that it would take to level your node to the level that you're trying to siege. So if you're trying to siege a level 4 node, you'll have to gather equivalent to a level 4 node's worth of materials and then hit that. So what about GVG or Castle Siege? That's what I mean. That doesn't exist yet. And that is also going to be far away from like New World stuff. Guild vs. Guild Wars. Guilds are 50-person base cap up to 200 at most. And even in those, you have validity for everything. Meta's always changing as well. So like you got to remember, in terms of picking something because it's meta or because it's good, it's, yeah, currently sieges are a lot easier. Yeah, but long term, it's not going to be just 1,000 gold, get the banner, plant the banner. That's a placeholder system with sieges. Sieges are not meant to be an everyday thing, and even if you pop a siege on the node that you don't like on cooldown, and it's a tier 4 node, congratulations, you can siege them once every 40 days. Awesome core gameplay loop. Phenomenal. I would not build around node sieges if you're incredibly excited for that. I'd build around other things, if I'm being honest. That's not going to be a replicatable thing. If it is, then good for you, but you're going to have to siege quite literally every node every single time that you get the mats saved up for it. That's going to be probably a pretty tough thing to maintain if I would wager a guess. In terms of like guild versus guilds or castle sieges, there are only going to be 5 castles that exist on the map. So like owning a castle on a server A is going to be incredibly difficult. It's going to also be much different than like a New World War. There's not really just one of those set like non-PVX modes, right? I would say like node sieges are the most non-PVX and just straight PvP, but even guild castle sieges, those throughout the month that the guild owns the castle leading up to the once monthly siege, which again, that's only a once a month siege. You are going to be basically escorting taxes and like leveling your guild castle, so to say. You have 3 guild castle nodes that'll be outside of those. So you'll spend a lot of time PvEing to level those nodes to help in the guild castle defense. And then you'll spend time escorting your tax caravans from the nodes that you actually like have in your guild castle's purview out to the guild castle. And then that's how you'll build up your castle. Now, even during the siege, part of the guild castle siege that makes it unique is that you take the taxes and you can set traps and you can hire mercenary NPCs and shit like that to actually defend your castle with you during the siege. So I wouldn't necessarily plan entirely around the siege modes. Sieges are going to be not an everyday thing. Guild castle sieges once a month, and then node sieges, I mean, they'll be popping, I'd say probably more than once a month, but there aren't going to be that many. Now, node sieges are also not going to be like a locked out, like, certain number of slots thing. The wiki has it as the full version of the node sieges, just being as many people that sign up and want to participate get slotted, whether they're low levels, high levels, whatever. Everybody's included. So, kind of a cool system. So, just in terms of Ashes, the level cap is 25 right now. Level cap will be 50 on launch. So that's going to change it up. We only have primary archetypes right now. Secondary archetypes are going to change up a lot. something as simple as the movement system changing up as it did over here also has a large impact on things. So I always try to like throw out the reminder that it's most definitely nowhere near completion, right? Everything ashes as we know it, and as we don't know it will continue to change. There could be systems that... Fuck, where did I get my jewelry from? Oh no. No. I don't remember which crates my jewelry came from. I need the ancient dunes and shield. That's Biss. So I need... What do I need? I need a stone glen back. And then I need shadebound earrings, steel bloom neck and rings, which I don't have, so I had to improv those. Tauren earrings. I'm using shadebound. Are Taurens better than shadebounds? Because shadebound has 41 strength, 41 dex. So that's giving like 160 plus fizz power, 324 fizz power, 324 fizz speed. So, Tauren 4 earrings. I think Forge Guard also gave that. Yeah. Let's see. So I guess Carfin or Steel Weps. I've got my Carfin weapons. I guess it's just the jewelry and the cloak. Is there a Stone Glen set? If you're on Hector, see him hold back. Oh, okay. I'm gonna go over to the gear vendor real quick and see if I can find my back piece. And I can't get Steel Bloom jewelry. So that's tragic. It's heavy? Okay, word. Gear vendor was up a little bit. Good day, sir. Stone Glen. Bissington. Boop. And then we sell all this, destroy all this, and hopefully give myself enough space to operate. That would be wonderful. Do you think that the old bug is in where you can just infinitely stack all of your consumes when you open those bad boys up? Okay, so Stone Glen is another forge set. So that's cool. We know where to get that now. Because that cape is seemingly very good unless there's a citizen cape that's just like better. Which I'm sure there will be. But citizen capes are going to be a fickle bitch depending on how they handle them. Very, very fickle bitch depending on how they handle them actually. Because it's going to be very hard to drop your citizenship and then get over and get T2 again. I noticed each class has one type of movement ability other than Rogue having 3 or 4, but also saw on the wiki that Mage would be an augment, with Teleport being a category for one of them. So Tank's Charge would just be a blink. Yeah, but you'd also have like you'd have a Fighter's Jump just being a blink. Augments aren't going to be in for a while, and that's also going to be like an opt-in or opt-out thing. So there are a few things that are not currently in like related to skill stuff, Kier, and that's kind of like why I always say there's so much balance left to happen that it's incredibly tough to gear around. Oh, too much off the relic. Weird. Like, it's incredibly difficult to actually gear around. I don't know if they planned that or not, but that was kind of it. So, Corla, the 50-day streak. You're getting back up there. Brah! You're up tremendous. So in terms of balance, right? You gotta remember, we have the ability tree right now where it's like, I select or deselect an ability. It's the, like, pre-rework where abilities will have ranks. So once ability ranks come in, I will be able to, as a tank, determine if I want to be built around my damaging abilities, if I want to be built around my supporting abilities, like if I want to be built around Indomitable Spirit and my beefy stuff. You know, all of that decision making is massively important once all of these things come in their entirety. You know what I mean? So right now, it's kind of like impossible to see where everything is going to shape up. And it's not really a matter of just like what's good now, what's going to be good, because on the phase 2.5 build, right? Movement was very indicative of how melee could stick in, how things were getting away. Phase 3 builds, the movement's incredibly different. So melee, if you can force out people's stam, if you can force out people's movement abilities, you can then capitalize on that gap close, on that distance maintenance, I call it, right? So it's a lot different, just like small change to small change. And we didn't even know on our side that these changes to the movement system were going to be coming in on the PTR for phase 3. So it's just anything can change at any given time. And I always tell people to play what you want to play, because you have 2 years until launch. And this isn't like a live service where they're like, all of these changes are supposed to be finalized and good. They say everything is going to change multiple times in between now and launch. So don't get used to anything that you love or hate. That is the big thing. So I would most definitely just say whatever sounds like it is going to be the most fun for you as a player is what you should play, regardless of whether it's good right now, bad right now. I'll be completely honest, if you're coming in with a community that hasn't played Ashes before, no matter how many gamers you guys have, you're gonna be down bad for months in Ashes. So when I say they got to the movement, I mean they got to the B-hop, but I heard they said they tuned it down a bit too much. I want to find a good balance for it. That was old. So basically, they changed the B-hop once previously, and then reverted it. And now on the private test realm, they've implemented it again. And this is seemingly what they're wanting to go at. So they had originally said that they targeted, you know, all of the movement just as a result of the excessive movement. And they reverted it to see what more feedback would be and what more testing would bring, right? So basically over on the private test realm, which is the build that we're going to be, you know, working off of for phase 3, the movement is not including many B-hops. So it's definitely not a full B-hoppy like vacuum system anymore, right? So basically it was a vacuum of air. There wasn't any air. There wasn't any air friction. You just kind of went through the environment with nothing slowing you down. So you have a B-hop kind of like diminishing return on it. So if you try to jump too many times, the air slows you down, right? So there's air friction. Fupo, how are you, friend? But basically when you are in the air, you are being constantly slowed down by that air friction, especially after B-hops. So you can't just send yourself like to Narnia and back anymore off of one jump, which is very nice for the movement system because it makes movement abilities, it makes your actual stamina management, it makes all of those things actually matter. So the original didn't have any air friction. The next iteration had full air friction no matter what. Now the air friction is gradual based on number of jumps. Not really based on number of jumps. So like, if you're just jumping, you're fine. But like if I dodge roll, which was one of the facilitators of B-hops, you dodge and then you jump. And instead of jumping forward this way, you jump kind of like up this way, coming out of your dodge now. So they changed that. And then the air friction also slows you down coming out of that jump. So it's not possible to B-hop because you don't have more momentum than you would just normally. So a couple of factors kind of like contributed to it in the very base sense of, you know, the dodge hop. And then from there you have like as a tank, I sprint charge. And then when you're sprint charging, you can jump and then block to cancel your charge and carry your momentum. But because of the air friction, while you're in the air, you get slowed down. So you can't just like jump, cancel, block, B-hop, 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 B-hop. You block, cancel, and it still carries you further, but you get slowed down and it doesn't carry you all the way across everywhere. So that's the big thing. You can still outmaneuver people. In PvP, I've been absolutely schmooving people. Positioning matters a whole fuckload, if I do say so myself. If you are a badly positioned player that was relying on B-hops to get in and out of things, then you're cooked over here, to say the very least. Absolutely cooked. Ashes has too many things that will expose players trying to play too aggressive. So if you're playing a rogue and you go in too soon, or if you're playing a mage and you go in too soon, or you're playing a bard or a tank, no matter what you're playing with a new build, if you go in too soon, you will just vaporize. I play tank. I have a very defensive based gear set. And if I get focused by multiple people, I'm still being sent to Narnia. That's just kind of Ashes. It's not like New World where 50 people are going to focus you and you're just going to like auto attack with your grit and keep it up like a bruiser would, right? So you get punished if you're in melee range, to say the very, very, very least. So I would definitely just say in terms of playing, right? It's all about whatever you feel like you'd be able to position the most comfortably on. Give yourself the most enjoyment of the game, to say the very least, because you do still have 2 years of changes, rebalances, probably more implementations to the movement system, because you have to remember, you're not getting into a live service, nor is anybody else. And this is why I think some communities will very much struggle to actually keep people over here, because they're not getting into a live service. And a lot of people that I know very much don't like things that don't feel finished. So they'll come over here and they'll be like, this is dog shit, this is dog shit, this is dog shit. Why is this game $100? Well, it's not a game, it's a playtest. So I always just try to remind people of that. If something ever doesn't feel good currently, that's what we're here for, to provide feedback on it. If things feel very good, then we also provide feedback on that. But basically, things will continue to change, whether it's meta, whether it's roles for archetypes, whether it's gearing, whether it's time to kill, whether it's movement, probably 100 times over before launch. So I just tell people, don't get too attached to anything that you like. Don't get, too upset about anything you don't like. But I fear that a lot of communities that are coming over trying to be immediately competitive for phase 3 will A, get annoyed that they can't immediately be competitive and are very far behind the curve and don't know why they're far behind the curve, and B, will probably just lose a lot of people because people will be like, well, what the fuck, this game's not done. And it is what it is. Intrepid talks about a lot that their retention is not player their emphasis is not player retention currently. It is based very heavily around just doing what they need to do to get the best data through testing. And it's almost a level of like, some people get in expecting their time to be respected by the playtesting environment. And that's not what we get in here for. It's cool to be able to play and progress and get all the info that we can. But at the end of the day, we're just testing in progress systems through and through that will probably change another 100 times over, like I mentioned before launch. So yeah. I would just say play what reaches out, dog. Like on a spiritual level, right? If you're thinking too hard about it, like if you're like, man, I really want to play rogue, but I feel like I'm not gonna fit in somewhere, dog, just play rogue. Just play rogue. If you are cooking on a rogue, you will always have room to make stuff happen in PvP. If you're cooking on a tank, you'll always have room to make stuff happen. And different archetypes will have different things that they can do, but at the end of the day, like, you can have highlight plays from a rogue, from AoE trips and locking down the backline and cooking there. You can have highlight plays from a bard, from having a huge swap defensively and then hitting an AoE mez dance, which is an incapacitate on the enemy backline. You could have a fuckload of highlight plays as a mage or a ranger, just blasting people to hell. So anything can happen. I mean, even on the tank side, we can hit a fat wall, maybe like a big trip, but we don't do much AoE damage. We kind of trip people and let everybody else do our bidding for us. So, but yeah, dude, I'm always happy to yab about it. Like, I think everything in Ashes truly does have a spot in the right hands, and a lot of people just kind of try to force things a little harshly. When you're off stream and have time, I'll probably call you on Discord. Well, motherfucker, that's what stream's for. Just ask me questions and hear you, goober. When I'm off stream, I'm not on Discord. Yeah, I don't check Discord. I don't, when I'm off stream, I usually try to get, like, as far away from the internet as I can. I sit out on my front porch, and I have a bunch of pigeons and chipmunks and squirrels and stuff that come by, and they just hang out, and I feed them. And then I go water my plants outside. I smoke some bolskis. I go for walks. I enjoy the great outdoors. It's beautiful. It's beautiful. But yeah, any questions, just honestly, stream's the best place for that, dog. I'm here like 8 to 12 hours a day through launch. I'll be here even longer than that. So that's the number one place. Other than that, I will literally, like, you can ask anybody in stream. I am terrible at actually checking those shits. If there is a DM on Discord, I will usually not respond to it, because I usually won't see it. I don't get noties or anything. I just leave messages in your DM so you can respond to it. I can do paid one-on-one consulting if you'd like, but I'm not about to give somebody free 1v1, like one-on-one consultation that's coming in for a different guild, brother. Welcome to Ashes. Well, you're not getting it for free. That's what your guild's for. I see your guild tag on Discord. You coming in with a community. Hit your community. You guys got those connections. What you need the cat's info for? That's what I'm saying. Elite gaming community, dog. Things be a little different over here. Whole lot of knowledge. It's a different game, brother. It's a different game. And people don't know that. There's a whole lot of differences over here. I can't wait for the first time an entire guild comes in and they just tell all of their guild members on launch to look at a guide to determine, like, you know, what gear they want to get and stuff. And then they go to farm up a piece of gear and it's not available. Can you more about tanks, even at any movement oriented shit, since one of the best tanks on Ashes? Well, there are like 12 tanks on Ashes in all fairness. So like, I guess technically you could throw it in the discussion, but it's all relative because there aren't that many tanks in Ashes. I don't think I'm anything phenomenal. I just tend to figure out gearing and metas and stuff quite quickly. So I think that gives me a bit of an advantage on people. Like, I'm okay, but there's some pretty solid players. There just aren't that many tanks, dog. Like, genuinely, if you take all of the tanks that competitive guilds consider good right now and line them up, you probably have 10 tanks. Like, just across, like, at least I would say probably the NA scene, you probably have 10 tanks that competitive guilds would be like, yeah, send them through, we'll take them. There aren't that many people that play tank, and there aren't that many people that play it with a brain on any, like, level of PvP. So they didn't have gearing shit. Only care about the class itself and its abilities to see if there's value with flashy movement and value on large scale. Yeah, see, that's something too. Like you said, secondaries through mage and shit like that. One thing that I don't know if you saw from the wiki or heard me mention earlier too, but the rank rework in the tree will also be a big thing. So like, we don't know all of what that rank rework is going to provide, right? But basically you could see anything from, I mean, fuck me, multiple ranks in something like Pulverize, my tank ability that does 225 damage and is like my big single target spike. You could see 3 ranks in that, giving it more damage, giving it a little bit of like a slow or a damage over time effect after, or anything. So ranks are going to be kind of crazy, but with that, like, I'm planning to play a tank as I currently do, where it's a little bit more, you know, damagey, disruptory oriented type shit, right? Some people, especially people that are trying to like shot call and stuff on a tank, will probably play more around the, you know, Indomitable Spirit, banner, so absorption field you throw out and it gives everybody in the circle 15% of your max HP as a shield. So like, a lot of tanks for Zerg vs Zerg stuff will probably put their points into that. So current movement abilities that are there for tank without augments, are they fast moving? Is it like a shield rush from New World? So we have one movement ability that's like an actual movement ability. It's charge. So it's like, it's good. I would say it's probably in like the high B tier of movement abilities as a whole. Not the craziest, not the worst. Was better with the momentum carry stuff, but is still good. I think like some things are still better, but charge, very simply put, you charge. And then if you go through an enemy, you can like stagger them, which makes them more likely to take, you know, CCs and be hit by them. And then you also do a little bit of damage, but mostly it's just the charge itself. But with movement, a lot of it is also going to be stand based. What about shield assault? Shield assault is not really reliable movement. It's a 7-meter jump forward, which I think most melee weapons have a 7-meter range on them. So yeah, I don't even know if it's 7 meters. Yeah, I think it's 7 meters. But yeah, shield assault is useful if you're like near a clump. In terms of like group versus group stuff, it's a frontal cone stagger, and then that pairs well with your ground pound because anybody that's staggered gets tripped by ground pound. So basically, like, you use that not just for movement but for like a combo. But I typically, honestly, I use shield slam, which is a single target one. It's got 3 meters more range. No, I don't even think shield assault's a 7 meter. I literally think shield assault is like a 3 meter charge distance. I just looked at it. But yeah, shield slam is a 10 meter range and takes you to a single target specifically. Doesn't stagger everything in the area, but is really nice for that single target gap close. In group versus group stuff, I do switch to shield assault just because it has that frontal cone stagger, but the movement is not that reliable from it. Other than that, pulverize, it moves you to the target that you're hitting, but that's also a 10 meter range, which is not that far. And if somebody dodges or something, they can break the actual movement chain and just kind of, you know, take the damage from it. So, I don't know. Movement abilities are free movement on a target lock. Shield assault is like a free little dash forward. Charge is a free dash forward. I mean, a lot of movement abilities are typically free dashes on a lot of classes. I know Rogue has a lot of targeted with Shadow Step and shit, but I think Rogue also has a couple of like straight line shits, a lot of manipulatable movement, but a lot of people's movement also comes from just dodge hopping, like utilizing your iframes and your dodges properly. That's one of the big things about movement is you don't really want to burn your movement ability because ability econ is a big thing. Yo, Bliss, hope you're having a good day, dude. In terms of ability econ, right? If I'm fighting against you and you're a rogue and I see you just bust all of your movement abilities and all of your escape, then I can just call you out and I can grapple you and then you die, right? If you're playing a tank and I see you charge in on my backline, then I'm just gonna put a wall behind you and I'm gonna call you out and then you're gonna die. So like movement abilities are your lifeline. It's like in poker, showing your hand versus not showing your hand. If they don't see you pop a movement ability, then they're going to assume that you still have a movement ability and you're not a free kill. But if you're just out here trying to sauce on backlines too much, when every single person in the game can sustain a 1v1 burst, then you're gonna probably use your movement ability too soon and then get yourself, you know, isolated and cooked because of that. So, a few things that do collectively go into it for sure. It's most definitely always a little bit of that element of holding it until it's absolutely necessary. And I also think that's part of why, like, some people say fighters really just unusable in anything group versus group. But if you watch most fighters play, they just send their face into a clump and then they die. And they're like, man, this sucks. And they get angry. Instead of actually waiting for initiate opportunities and waiting for things to develop and then following in their initiate, they try to just be like the barge that brings people in, right? And I feel like that's where a lot of melees, even tanks, get kind of cooked. We're not necessarily just like, as a tank, full sending and going in and then hitting a wall and everybody's dying. Because people can get around wall. What we're doing is waiting for a big freeze or a big vines to go out from a major or ranger who have those AoE disables. And then we're following up on that, hitting an AoE trip with our shield assault ground pound combo once we get in. And then once they stand up from that, we place the wall behind them. And then we go back into our backline and we pull somebody with grapple into our backline. And then we trip them in our backline and try to isolate targets after the chaos. So like, we're not even necessarily the first ones in as a tank, as crazy as that sounds. It's your rangers and your mages. Rangers have AoE vines, like they have fucking vines that you can cast from a distance. Very simply put. It's insane. Mages, big AoE freezes. You get a big freeze, you get a big shatter combo. You get a couple mages popping that. It's a lot of fucking damage very quickly. So, that's it's one of the big things to keep in mind there. So nice hearing fighter just gets cooked in large scale because it's so range meta right now. Yeah, I mean, that's just what large scale is, though, in all fairness. I think a lot of large scale, because keep in mind, balance in Ashes is 8v8, right? So once you go outside of 8v8s, and you're going into that 100v100 type shit, you're never gonna have a melee health bar, or a health bar in general, that can sustain even 20 people hitting you. Because that would mean anytime you're outside of 20v20s, 100v100s, whatever it is, past 8v8s, you're sustaining way too much, right? So balance will always be around 8v8s, and that's not anything that's going to change. That's why I'm trying to like tell people, do not plan around node sieges, guild castle sieges, or even node wars being your main form of gameplay. Keep in mind right now, a node wars probably could be consistent, but like guild wars and stuff like that, sure, you'll do it a lot, but you'll find a lot of open world PvP just in general too. Guild versus guild wars last a maximum of 2 hours and up to 100 kills. And your guild can only declare 3 wars before your energy depletes and then has to recharge. It's 18 hours per recharge. So like, you can't just be spamming guild war decks on every single guild all at once. So even on the wars, which are like the accessible part of it, you're not going to get those all the time. Guild castles, once those are out, are only going to get sieged once a month. So even if you're one of the 5 guilds that owns a guild castle, once a month you're having that guild castle siege. Node versus node wars, those will be relatively active. Those are pretty fun, but that's also something where you're going to catch people out in, out in small groups, out in large groups, a lot of it. Node versus node wars are also only active in the 2 nodes that are at war. So I can't show you my map because I'm on the PTR, but basically like if Winstead and Jova are at war, if you're outside of Winstead and Jova, you're not in the war anymore. Like you can see somebody that's a citizen of a different town and you're not in the war against them. So it's only when you are actively in that, those territory boundaries. So like sieges are going to be incredibly rare. Wars aren't even going to be something that's like omnipresent. A lot of the PvP that you get will probably be once you're geared, scrims, and while you're gearing, fighting over gear spots. So like, in terms of addressing it, I don't really think anything's going to change with it being ranged heavy in mass scale. That's just mass scale PvP, right? Once you add enough damage and enough people where even if we look at you and just 20 of us hit you with basic attacks, you explode. Well, then that means everybody's just going to play ranged and not get hit with basic attacks. So that's always the thing with mass scale. It's some for sure. But I also think that arenas are something that a lot of people will probably play around as one of their more core gameplay loops once those are in for PvPers. So arenas are going to be, from what we've gathered, a constructible building that is actually like, buildable in nodes. So you have to take one of your building plots and dedicate that to the arena building. We don't know all the details of it yet. It's not in yet. But 1v1s, 3v3s, 5v5s, 8v8s are supposedly the modes that they are looking at, and possibly a larger team mode as well. And there will basically be PvP seasons where over the course of that PvP season, it tracks your performance in many different modes, from like, I have to sneeze, arenas to caravans to guild versus guild stuff to a lot of shit, right? And at the end of those PvP seasons, you'll earn rewards. So weapon enhancement shit, titles potentially, which titles and ashes are not just going to be like a visual title. They'll be visual, of course, but certain titles will also give you certain active abilities and power scaling and shit. So titles will be an active thing that matter on your character. You'll use a title that you think sounds cool, but also gives you the ability or the stats that you want from the titles. Yo, Para, thank you for the raid, dude. I appreciate you. I hope your stream was phenomenal today, my friend. Raiders, welcome in. If you haven't been here before, my name is Dusty. I stream every single day starting around 2 p.m. EST. I'm a full-time Ashes content creator. If you guys have not been here before, make sure you drop the follow so you don't want to go live every single day, and feel free to ask anything about the whole Ashes thing. More than happy to answer quite literally anything. But yeah, Swoop, we are over here on the PTR test. I am planning Dust. You may have seen me running around a little bit. But yeah, so in terms of like their intended balance point, it is 8v8 balance. If you're in Zerg vs Zerg, it's going to be Thanos meta. No matter how tanky people are, the Zerg vs Zerg meta in Ashes is always going to be hit big CC, full send, dump AoE abilities, and then you dump enough AoE abilities that people just die because they can't sustain it. That is Zerg vs Zerg, and that's what it's always going to be. That's why I'm telling people very heavily, like, especially a lot of the people that I know, arenas are probably where you're going to make your money. I'm very excited for 3s, 5s, and 8s. 1s I think are just corny, like as a tank that wins a large majority of 1s. I think that 1s are very corny and don't really mean much. A lot of the time it's a gearing difference, it's a class difference, something like that. But genuinely, I also don't think Zerg vs Zerg means a ton on necessarily like a player skill level. there are definitely skills that go into it, but a lot of it is not getting caught out of position, holding your cooldowns until an all-in is called. And a lot of Zerg versus Zerg can just be shot caller diff and like comfort diff and all of that, right? So if you have people that are just pussyfooting around all-in calls, not actually going in, that can wipe your entire raid and lose a fight. If you have people who hear an all-in call, they know exactly how to handle that, how to sustain through that, how to play through that, then that's going to give you a huge advantage right off rip. But if you all in too soon, you're going to get counter initiated on because a bard can pop nimble dance and get all the CCs off. So there's playmaking that can happen, but everything's always going to die fast in Zerg vs. Zerg. Did some PvP PTR testing we did a bit ago. I had a bard and a cleric, heavy healing a fighter. When they jumped in on the 8v8, very evil. So they did a lot of damage and die fast, allowing the major range free fire. Yeah, I mean, fighter can do a lot. Once, especially, it goes down into smaller scale. I mean, I'll be completely honest. The thing that I've struggled with the most in terms of 1v1s is fighters when they play around their CC breaks and CC immunity. That can be a very large thing. I feel like mages, I've kind of got the secret sauce cooked up to not get cooked by them. I don't know. I feel like I've got a lot of good things kicked up in this bag right now that are all kind of contributing to me feeling good against most classes, to say the very least. Kira, thank you for the raid. Hope your stream was good today. Also, sieges against wooden walls that we tested so far is the lowest level / smallest node area compared to the stone walls of level 4 and whatever level 5 walls will be. Yeah. And we don't have siege weapons. We don't have siege summons. We don't have a lot of things. Ashes, even in sieges too, Kier, just as a disclaimer, sieges are not even going to be fully about the PvP. A lot of sieges, castle sieges and guild sieges, are gonna play very heavily into siege weapon prep and shit. So like, yeah, it's gonna be PvP, but it's also gonna be like your siege weapons, your siege vehicles, like attacking walls and getting that shit down, targeting different areas of the infrastructure. Like, it's a lot more than just New World where it's like collapse top left, okay, we win, GG. It's most definitely a bit of a change there. Was trying to tank for the first time and I hate it. What? Wait, what's with the tank hatred? Hold the phone. What are you not vibing with on the tank? Okay. Like, I've heard it before, but it's sacrilegious every time I hear it. Rogue life, you just like the movement too much, don't you? The rogue kit is addicting. I will say, the rogue kit, once you get your hands on it and you test it out a little bit, is real hard to go back. Wait, what are we doing? Are we PvPing right now? Is that what's shaping up here? I'm very confused. Or are we doing Tumok again? I do love the movement. Have you played on the PTR yet to check out the movement there? It is, it's a different system, but I do love it. Also, the multi-day prep for building gear and consumables. Node level ×1. T4 node, you got 4 days to get signups. And correct me if I'm wrong here. PvP 3 raid royale. Goddamn. Correct me if I'm wrong here. But there's not supposed to be a limit on like how many signups or anything there can, you know, can exist, right? So you're able to have as many people as you can sign up on your side, and everyone should be included in that, whether they're high level, low level, anything in between. Oh shit, we're going, boys. Follow me. I told Team Muggsy to follow me. We should be cooking. We should be vibing here. We've got to get the flags up though. Oh wait, I see Lloyd. Oh, poor Lloyd. Lloyd might be the first death. Oh no, poor Lloyd. Poor Lloydington. My actual goat goes down. Hold on. Okay, I haven't played on the PTR yet. You absolutely should. The PTR has a very forward-looking build, and right now we're doing some focus testing over on the PTR. And currently, We're PvPing and kicking the shit out of each other, and it's quite enjoyable, if I do say so myself. I love a lot of the PTR testing that we've had so far. The new movement system, new gearing system. It's feeling quite fluid, feeling quite saucy, if I do say the very least. Feels like I can die again as a tank, which is awesome, but also feels like I can kill people, which, like, I think is personally one of the best trades in the world. If there's the dichotomy of me feeling incredibly impactful, but the risk of me getting out of position and getting cooked, that is always going to be a huge thing that makes the PvP fun for me. And I'm glad that it's not just a matter of, like, to me at the rock. I'm at the rock, I'm cooking. But it's always going to be a matter of, like, hopefully keeping that balance of things where, you know, I can make things happen, I can extend, but it's not a matter of where I'm just like this unkillable ball of fuck. Although I will say I'm absolutely cooking people right now. I'm sitting at 8k plus HP and I'm just destroying everyone. Faces are being touched and sat on very commonly. I think the movement system still allows for so much too. Yep. People just die. People just die. He's playing Outrider in arcades. So really it's a movement that I love. Movement is something that I feel like Ashes does very well. Even from the standpoint of, like, other archetypes, yes, tank doesn't have as much movement as a rogue, but I do still feel like in PvP, between my actual movement agency, like what I can do to move, and then my, like, you know, my movement abilities themselves, I do feel like I very frequently have enough to make happen what I need to happen, right? So it's not all about my personal movement. It's about the fact that I can displace enemies, that I can, like, make people come over to me. I have enough movement to get where I need to, but I can also force people out of position. The wiki does seem to say that the sign-up limit is for alpha. At the moment, I can see the number increasing as I get dynamic grading in for phase 3. Yes, yes. That is one thing that has always intrigued me, Hunter. Because the social dynamic plays so incredibly hard past just, is my guild good in 100 versus 100? Who gives a shit if you have 200 people that are all elite PvPers, if you have 2,500 people sieging against you because everybody on your server knows that you're a piece of shit? Like, if you are a hated guild, no matter how good you are, once that numbers cap is off sieges, you can be as good as you want, but you have to fight your entire server all at the same time. And if that's a 20-to-1 ratio, you're going to be cooked on a 20-to-1 ratio. If you're a T5 node, but you have 4 T5 nodes attacking, you're going to have 4 flyers in the sky against you. You're going to have guild castle flyers in the sky against you. Like, it is nutso. Absolutely nutso. Is there a way to keep the flag on? I hate having to hold alt. So you can't keep the flag on, it'll detick after time, but go into your settings and go gameplay, combat, scroll down to PvP, and then there are 3 settings, and then you want uncheck, check, uncheck. You do not want the bottom one checked because that will make your healing spells and, like, your beneficial abilities go on enemies. So you do not want that bottom one checked. Unchecked, checked, unchecked for the 3 settings there. Otherwise, depending on what you're playing, like if you're playing a cleric, then all of your healing abilities would go on to enemies. If you're playing a tank, then, like, your intercept and shit would go over to enemies. Makes it a little weird. Ah, why am I getting teleported? Are we starting in the middle? Only the middle checked. Yes, yes, only the middle checked. Unchecked, checked, unchecked. So that way you won't have to hit alt or, like, hold alt to hit enemies. You'll be able to AoE PvP flag people, and your heals won't go on enemies either. Now, just know, if you're trying to flag up on somebody the first time, you will still have to hit alt, and then, like, hold alt and then hit them. So that'll be, like, when you're flagging up. But if you're hitting a combatant, then you should be good to go. Now, there is one caveat to this. It's kind of like a catch-22 type shit. And that is the fact that if I flag up and then you guys AoE at all, I'm going to counter flag. Or, like, I'm going to bait you into flagging, right? So if I flag up and you AoE and I'm sitting in your AoEs, you're going to cleave me and then you're going to flag. So, like, leveling wise, I think we're going to be able to get a lot of people caught out and flagged. And that'll be quite nice. Foop, are you in the fracas, my friend? Because I will say, we just let a death circle all around this. I just told people to follow me, and then I just walked around and just nuked people. I hate not having to see my helmet. Yeah, I'm wearing the Blood Runner hood right now, and I might hide it. I might hide it. This time, your raid's in the middle. Oh, we're still gonna cook. Yeah, you're not stopping us. You're not stopping us at all. Yo, Pac, how you doing, my friend? My day's going absolutely beautiful. I appreciate you asking. I hope you've had a great one as well. Right now, we're over on the private test realm, which is visually NDA'd, unfortunately. But we're doing a few hour focus test over here to see some of the changes that are coming in. And right now, we've got some raid versus raid PvP testing happening as well. So, just started the PTR, where to get the free sub. So there should be gear vendors outside of the starting areas that'll get you to level 15. Right now, I believe the only level 25 gear vendors are being spawned in for this test. So they're going to be to the south of Jova. All helms suck. Get on this train with me. Some helms go crazy. But I will say the Blood Runner hood does not look like a helm that goes crazy. It does not look like a helm that we should be rocking. So I'm gonna go ahead and hide that shit. It's probably not the most wearable. All mage helms suck. Yeah, I mean, I like glowy shit. I will say, like, the last time I showed helm in a game, like when I had the choice, was WoW, because in the Paladin tier set, you always had like really cool looking glowy helms and shit. And I really fuck with glowy helms. Like if it's got gems faceted in it cosmetically, or if it's like a closed face, but like part of the face is glowing. That shit goes hard. Absolutely insano style. But yeah, if you're trying to get the level 25 gear, that's going to be outside of Jova to Field of Stacked Stones in the south. Down there, we're doing some PvP testing right now. So it's a little raid versus raid. Hector just said this our guild for beat 3. Discord.gg/guts with abs. Accepting all newcomers. We hit the plug. We hit the plug. Can't be beat to it. I'm gonna recruit Hector into cats. I'm not gonna give him a choice. We will have Hector. My actual QA goat. He talked about how grapple would not be changed until dynamic gridding was ready. Dynamic gridding is fucking cooking, and grapple is changed. Grapple works again. Grapple is amazing. Red, white, the old whiz hat. Jesus fucking Christ. They got a lot of pointy ass hoods in this game. I will fucking say. I don't know what was going on over at Carfin, but why is every helmet Carfin just a fucking pointy hood? What were they teaching there, dog? I don't want to know. How do you fix flagging turning off? You don't. You cannot perma-force flag anymore. You just have to hit somebody. So you just like auto turn off your flag after a set amount of time. It is what it is. At least it's attempted to curtail some of the accidental corruption. That's the biggest goal of it. But if you have your settings right, then you don't have to hold down Alt all the time to hit combatants, so that's good. That's probably the best thing you can do. People have to put their... Like, I need some enchant weapons and shit on me. If I do say so myself. I'll be hitting frequently as shit. I need some of that good. Some of that loving. Alright, hold on, they're coming in from behind! Wait! This might be bad. I have just the mark. I've got just the person in mind. Hold on, Toasty, are you still in my raid? I got TMX with me, so... Someone's corrupted. I don't know if we should kill the corrupted one or not, but... Brit. We're up. I have so much movement. When I hit it goes back. When I let go of all... Oh, shit. Jesus, I just got no heals. That's unfortunate. I just died in the middle of my back line. All those bards at 100% HP and not a single goddamn swap. You really hate to see it. You really do hate to see it, chat. You guys can't see it, but I hate to see it. We had such a good chance to push up and wipe, and people just S-keyed. It's so sad. We just need the shot caller. That's so tragic. I think our raid might still somehow win. But I will say the number one thing that kills raids in like Zerg vs Zerg PvP is just playing like a bitch and just S-keying. Honestly, kills groups too. People don't realize how much pressure simply does in PvP. If you're able to generate any form of pressure on the enemy backline and shit, it's so massive. So understated, man. People just sleep on that shit. You need to disrupt enemy backlines. Like, who gives a fuck about the front line? The front line's gonna be forward anyways. You disrupt the enemy backline, you get into the enemy backline, and then you cook from there. It's unfortunate. Unfortunate. You really do hate to see it. I'm gonna fill up my water while I wait for a res. I will be right back. Good day. Hydrated as shit. The reds are coming out now. I've timed it perfectly. Yo, Des, how you doing, my friend? Is there a bug that doesn't tell you the true amount of gold, silver, and bronze pieces you have? I feel like I have a lot more than what it's telling me in my inventory. Your gold, silver, and bronze? No. Should be accurate in terms of gold. Why? What you mean? Why do you feel like you have more? Because you're not gonna be getting like, if you're playing on live, you won't be getting passive like gold, silver, and stuff like that from killing mobs. That's going to be more along the lines of like mobs drop glint, which you then either sell to a vendor for gold, silver, copper, or you use that glint to make crates and do that stuff. Which team you on? Hector's. I was just trying to get my team to push forward and nobody on my team wanted to push forward. And then I died in the middle of my back line with like 100% HP bards around me. It made me very sad. It made me very sad. I was so swappable, so submissive, so swappable, and I got nuked very, very sadly. But that's the thing, man. Like, we went to push up just a little bit and the group didn't push up with us. And me and TMX both died because nobody pushed up. And we didn't even die too far forward. Like, we pushed up, we got back into our back line, and by the time we got back, we got cooked. My force flag wasn't working, I couldn't hit shit. That's so sad. Wait, do you have your settings right, Toast? Game options, combat, PvP, unchecked, checked, unchecked. Otherwise, you won't be able to, like, AoE and stuff. I just sold a lot of glint of diff rarity, and it shows I only have, like, 30 silver and 60 bronze, but I sold way more than that from what the vendor was showing, at least. What rarities did you sell? Is your internet cooked or mine? You're stuttering. I mean, I stutter all the time, but if the stream is stuttering, it's probably you. I got corrupted for no reason. Over on the PTR or on live? It's you? It's me or it's Blackblood? PTR? Oh shit. Tab target no-nos? That's not good. Blackblood? Word. Looks like Hector force flagged me, thank God. Well, I mean, you should just be able to hit people. Yeah, make sure that your settings are correct. Make sure you have the check, uncheck, check. Sorry, uncheck, check, uncheck. Only the middle one of those three you want checked. Nothing else. Otherwise, you won't be able to AoE people. You'll have to hold your alt down to hit everybody. So, test is fun. Yeah, and at least you get free gear. So that's good. Corruption is weird, though. Wasn't working before. Do you have your settings correct? As long as you have your settings correct, you're good. But now we come in for the big PvP. It's time for the Dust Man to have his way.
Cat with abs is absolutely S
Yo, constipated crow. Oh god, another crow. We have so many crows. Thank you for the follow. I appreciate you. Welcome in, my friend. So, chat, who's over on the PTR right now? Oh my god, I just absolutely cooked somebody. I'm not even gonna lie. Tibia, thank you for the follow as well. A stack of 10 glowing, a bit of dim and dull. How did you sell it? Did you drag it over the vendor and then click to confirm to sell it? Because I feel as though I've heard this before. Right button mouse to vendor. Weird. And it was 10 glowing.
Together,
so that would be 1 gold. Weird. Tibia, thank you for the prime. I appreciate you. Much love. Much love. Very kind. So if it's 10 glowing, Constipated Crow coming with a primer as well. Oh my god. Guys, thank you. Thank you. I greatly appreciate that, boys. We're 1 primer, T1, T2, or T3 away from a hype train up in this bitch. If anybody else wants to check their sub and see if they have their free prime available this month, you guys could kick off a hype train that makes us get emotes that you can only get during hype trains. Everybody that does participate helps the channel in a very immense way. And every sub also gets us closer to the illustrious 24-hour Dusty stream that you all never knew you wanted in the first place. But P3 launch, boys, will be up tremendous. I feel like gold is right, but the copper just seems too low to me. And silver. I mean, do you have a gold? Like, did you actually get a gold from it? Because I thought you said you only had a few silver. Oh, okay. Wait, what did you end up with? Sorry. Like, what's your total amount of, like, gold, silver, and bronze that you got? How does PvP feel? Oh, yeah, the time to kill feels way better over here than it did on live. To say the very least. To say the absolute very least. The game is running incredibly smooth over here with over 100 people PvP. We've got a lot of people here doing a lot of things all at once, and I'm not getting frame drops. I'm holding above 100 frames. I'm not getting desync. I'm not getting a lot of shit that we would normally get. Why are more people streaming this? Looks fun. In terms of like why people aren't really streaming Ashes that much, honestly, it's just kind of chilling, doing its own thing under the radar. Like, I have a lot of fun streaming Ashes, but it is in development. It's not a game that has launched at this point. So we're still in an alpha. We have a full wipe coming in 15 days and new servers starting for phase 3. And at that point, I think we'll see a lot of people starting to get into it because phase 3 is the last phase of the alpha, and then we move to our beta. And I do think personally that phase 3 is going to be a huge kick up for Ashes. The last phase start that we had on May 1st was also a pretty big jump up. So I think that more people will definitely continue to come in and stream Ashes. I mean, we've had some of the largest streamers on Twitch in the Ashes directory. It's just a matter of when people decide to pop over and check it out more. So up until the 26th of this month, we've got Tuesday, Wednesday downtime on the live server that you guys are watching. Right now we're over on the private test realm. So the private test realm is up 24/7 leading up to the phase 3 launch and past that. And then on phase 3 launch, live also goes to 24/7. So no more weird downtime days. So more people will get in once 26 hits and past the 26 as well. I think you'll just see a pretty steady uptick in interested players and streamers, to say the very least. And I think there's also a pretty large misconception around Ashes where people think development's not moving fast. People have their whole Ashes is a scam thing that they're trying to put out. Your playtesting pack is $100 to get in until launch. And it comes with a 90-day period where you can get a full refund if you're not happy. You're probably getting 2+ years of content out of that bad boy. And it's backed by a 90-day period where you can get a full refund if you're not happy. Considering biting the bullet and buying an alpha key. Don't mind bugs and jank as long as the world/gameplay feels immersive. Would you recommend a newbie jumping in now and waiting for phase 3? I have a graph. I have a presentation prepared that could help you. I have to be very careful switching my screens right now. Hold on. Here you go. So, you have two different options. Basically, if you hop in now, my recommendation would be playing on the private test realm. That's the one that's up 24/7 up until the start of phase 3. Typically has gear vendors available so you can level organically, or you can check it out however you want to. Just know that does wipe quite frequently. Other than that, you're having a wipe in 15 days on live anyways. Advantage to PTR, you acquire more knowledge. Typically, you can boost a character up to a higher level without having to go through the entire leveling process. There are focus tests where sometimes it's a little bit more guided in terms of like, go here, do this at this time. So with that, the PTR will typically have a less immersive start, and it'll usually have fewer players just because it's very heavily focus testing. People will be doing their own things. It's not like people are just out in the open world participating everywhere in like, you know, the normal gameplay loop, so to say. I don't know what side we're supposed to bring our group over to. But with that, the PTR allows you to get a lot of testing, a look into the future changes. So we're on Unreal Engine 5.6 on the PTR. The live version of the game, the Alpha 2 Phase 2.5, is on Unreal Engine 5.3. So there are some substantial upgrades to the game engine, a lot of systems that are in place over on the PTR for like a Phase 3 test, basically, that are not in for live yet, that will be in for Phase 3. So if you're looking for a super, and this is first time exclusive, right? But if you're looking for that super immersive kind of like first time experience, that's more players in a more MMO like first time with a shotgun start and a lot of people coming out of one starting area, that's going to be August 26th for the phase 3 start. So it really just breaks down to like, do you want more information ahead of time? Or do you want to have a more like, oh wow, look at all the people, look at all the stuff. The only downside, if you do choose to hop in later, is going to be that you are almost definitely falling behind. Almost definitely. So in terms of that, it's very easy to catch up, and there is a ceiling that people hit progression-wise. But if your goal is to be like out ahead of the curve, doing the highest level PvP, the highest level crafting, all of that, that's going to be very hard to do without knowledge ahead of time. So that's kind of where I'm breaking it down. Finding a community is also a very beneficial thing. Now, Exclamation Guild will get you exactly what you need in that realm, especially if you're a new player coming in looking for a community that has top-end players, top-end PvP interest, but is new player friendly as well. We have multiple guilds, couple hundred people deep and growing by the day. So I would definitely recommend finding a community, whether it's ours or a different one. But that is one of the largest things about Ashes. Learning from a community, being a part of a community to complement the crafting things that you don't want to do, the classes that you don't want to play. All of that cumulatively is a huge part of what Ashes presents. So if you're looking for immersive feeling gameplay and world, I definitely think, especially with phase 3, Ashes is going to give you that. It's a very community-based gameplay loop. It is all player to player. Everything is player to player emphasized. The world is a living, growing world. So it's pretty fucking cool. As I mentioned before too, 90-day refund period is quite possibly the safest purchase in gaming. There's no hours limit to that either. So that's a cool thing to keep in mind. What do you say the farming / crafting aspect of the game is fleshed out right now? So in terms of like fleshed out and like fully stood up, absolutely not. But functioning and important, absolutely. Why I say it's not fleshed out is because Ashes has an incredibly immersive and like deep multi-level gathering, refining, crafting loop. Now, it is the most important thing to have in a community, especially a PvP interested one, because crafters make the best shit, very simply put. You need to gather the best tier of materials in the highest tier of it. You need to kill the mobs that have the recipe for the thing that you want to craft and get the material if it's a named mob and a named item from that mob. And then you've got to have all of the best crafting gear, you know, the highest crafting level. The buildings actually stood up in the nodes, so you've got to be, you know, a citizen of the nodes as well, not to use the buildings, but you've got to actually kind of like be a citizen in the sense that you're helping put the buildings up so the entire server has access to that crafting loop, right? If we don't have a wood shop that supports journeyman carpentry, we can't make bows, caravans, you know, all of that stuff on the highest level. So the systems now are most definitely more rudimentary than they will be on launch. But with that being said, you are entirely capable of playing a fully fleshed out, like, functioning and, you know, cyclical gathering, refining, and crafting loop. Exclamation crafting will give you a little bit of a look into how things are restricted in terms of like how many you can have at max level. You cannot have all of them at the highest level. So even as a gatherer crafter, you've got to work with multiple people, work across your community, and really have that multiplayer input to quite literally everything. So I always try to remind people of that as well. But there are absolutely capabilities right now within the existing gameplay loop to come into the world fully focusing on, I want to be a gatherer, refiner, crafter. I want to supply the goods, right? That's fully possible right now. Fully engaging. You can even level a character primarily off of gathering and refining because they give you adventuring XP or character XP off of hitting trees, refining trees, all those simple things. So it is incredibly possible. The reason I say that it's like shallow and not fleshed out right now comparatively to what it will be is because you will have a lot of different levels to it where something as, you know, simple as owning a different type of real estate can allow you more of a plot to grow different things that you would not typically be able to grow and do all of that with. Why did so many people just go offline? Are they ending the test? Oh, I think they ended the test and like half of the people went offline. Jesus Christ. Is the gear vendor still up? Wait, is not over. Well, no, I don't think they're ending the PTR, but it's from a bug. Oh! Wait, that many motherfuckers just crashed? We turned on ray tracing and crashed. Planendorf did it. Yeah, that's cooked. I blame him. Oh my god. I thought everybody just logged off because the test was done. Holy shit. But yeah, crafting is going to be incredibly deep, especially depending on which crafting route you want to go down. It's going to be incredibly immersive. But you can absolutely come in right now and learn a lot about a very, you know, already deep comparatively to a lot of MMOs, gathering, refining, crafting system, and continue to prep yourself for full launch, especially if you want to do that on competitive level. They told you to do that? Yeah. I mean, I just wasn't listening, so I wouldn't crash. I just wanted to be able to document this. I played at the start of P2, and then life happened. I think about starting in P3. Today was fun with the PTR test. Oh, P3 start's gonna be fun as shit, to say the very least. Keep in mind, they are actively squashing as many bugs as humanly possible in the time that they have leading up to P3 as well. So a lot of the things that we're seeing here will continue to improve over the course of the next 15 days. All of these tests that we're running as a community, all of the help that the community is giving the devs right now is fucking massively impactful in the entirety of like what we're getting before P3 and throughout P3. So just keep that in mind. We're doing a lot right now to help them get a ton of good data that they're going to use across all of their teams to squash out as many bugs as possible to make phase 3 launch smooth. Now, I already think phase 3 launch was going to be fun as shit. Simply because we're going to have the anvils. We're going to have a second starting area, help alleviate some of that early bottleneck. You'll see people going... I didn't do that. You'll see people going a lot of different places. And kind of like changing up a lot of their known routes. I also think that we're shaping up for potentially level 30 expansion soon. And level 30 could also change how the entire game is functioning progression-wise. Right now, you kind of hit level 20, and then you can equip the highest level requirement of gear. And then you just farm up your gear on your way to 25. If level 30 is a cap, everybody's going to zoom to level 30 as fast as humanly possible and then farm up the gear. It can change how a lot of shit works. Now, some people will rush to 25. People that rush to 25 for P2 launch had like fucking 60 power, and we hit 25 on our end with like 160. So there were a lot of things that were variables in how people approached it. But level 30 expansion, master level crafting, all of that shit would significantly change what people are doing and their core approach to things. Do we get our PvP-ness? We have been PvP-nessing. Yeah. We've been rocking our PvPs. There was actually a 3-way PvP. We had over 100 people all just flot them out PvPing. And I will say it does feel quite fun. It does feel quite fun. This gear set that I've cooked up is scary. It's nice. It's very nice. I have no reason to be upset. Now, I will say I can still get caught out and absolutely fucking nuked. So, what are you insta leveling to today on PTR? I am level 25. Out at Stack Stones in Jova, they had Guy Giretti out here. No, it wasn't even Guy. It was PTR vendor level 20 to 29. It was fucking generically branded. Anyways, they have level 25 boosts out here. I did grab a couple extra level 25 boost scrolls in case anybody misses them. I did not grab extra gear sets. But unless you're talking about online, to which I say I'll never go back to 2.5. Yeah, the only thing that I would go back to 2.5 for is caravan testing if PTR was not actively up, or if I'm just bored on PTR. Like, and by caravan testing, I mean running caravans and trying to hit gold cap. That's about it. I just want to hit gold cap. So that's the only thing that there is on live. People aren't attacking the caravans. People aren't doing jack shit. So the test has concluded. They made everybody crash and then just left. That's so funny. All right, duel time. The gear's still available. Let me check. It was on the east side of Stack Stones. I don't think they despawned the vendors. We got to send out crash dump files to CS. I didn't crash. The gear vendors are still here over by Stack Stones for level 20 to 29. So if you guys can get out to Stack Stones by Jova, then you're good. I think they're also setting some buy orders and shit right now. So yeah, gear vendors are still here. So you guys are good to come out, get all set up there. Consumes are all set up as well. I need to check if the consume stacking bug is actually still in. Hold on. So we'll pop a bruschetta, and then directly after the bruschetta, we're gonna pop our corn chowder. Oh, I did it too fast. Rats. All right, bruschetta pops, and then we pop corn chowder. And then after the corn chowder, we pop our lamprey. Oh my god, wait, did they fix the infinite stacking of consumes bug? Oh, hell yeah. So you were previously able to just put every single food buff in the game on if you clicked them one after another. Same thing with scrolls. So one time on the PTR, we were using every single buff like physically available in the game, and we were juiced. We were actual demigods of characters. It was fucking disgusting. Have they figured out TTK yet? What do you mean by figured out? I mean, I just always ask, like, kind of like, what's your expectation of figuring out something? Because TTK feels better for PTR than it did on 2.5. PTR on 2.5 felt better than it did on P2. You know, TTK on July of next year will probably feel better than TTK in October of this year. So I think everything's just kind of like a constantly thing. Last I played it was very short. Oh, you played phase 2, didn't you? Okay, I'll catch you up then. Okay. Yeah, I always try to figure out when people played last. Yep, short TTK T2 P2. So basically P2, it was Thanos snap. It was like the old Western, like walk 3 steps away and like draw. But instead of a revolver that you were hip firing, it was like a fucking intercontinental ballistic missile. Yes. So they did a complete regear at the end of phase 2. And then a few tweaks, I believe, to things throughout P2.5, small tweaks. But basically now on phase 2.5, everyone's incredibly tanky. So as you can see on my live build, I have 7694 HP. That character sits right around like 215 power, whereas previously people were 3k HP and 700 power if you were god geared. And that was a big thing that stemmed from enchanting being disproportional in terms of what they wanted the power scaling to be. So like enchanting power scaling is intended to be 1% or minimum integer 1, whichever is larger. The problem is all of the level 10 gear had 1 of a main stat on it, and so you could enchant it from like +1 to +10, and then you would have 11 of a main stat instead of 1. And that main stat scaling was what was making us, you know, incredibly powerful. So basically people were just getting multiplicative rewards on any level of enchanting that they put out, and enchanting scrolls were available through the enchanting vendor, not the enchanting vendor, but the scribe vendor. So that's not available anymore. Everything's player to player made now, like almost everything, I should say. So everything's changed, much for the better since P2. And then we're playing right now over on the private test realm. So on the private test realm, they've changed up the movement system. B hopping is dead. You actually have to play around movement abilities. Movement displacers like grapple, like wall are incredibly impactful. If you're caught out, you're caught out. You can't just bail yourself out immediately. There is a lot that is changing yet again over on the P3 build that is for the betterment of the game. So originally with the movement system, I tried it over here and I was like, I don't like this. Like my first interaction with it. And then my first time PvPing with it, I was like, oh, I like this shit a lot. It was very nice. So I personally just found myself enjoying everything a lot more than I thought I would with all of these changes. Even things like I mentioned, where I'm going into them and I'm like, this might be cooked. This might be cooked. It hits a point where I'm just like, I like this. I see what they're cooking up here. Jova Ember Spring is probably still bugged, so we should try to move. Yeah, I don't have any Ember Spring near me. We could go Darigal. Set, I don't have an Ember Spring. I don't think I die here, but I'm down. I'm very down. It's life or death out in this bitch. Oh, poor Set. Brother just got a full lightning strike. Oh, I tripped his. No! Set just got the big 100 to 0. No, Set! Poor Set! Oh, no. I'm glad there's a visual NDA. I just got Set with the 8,240 HP to 0. Mage is still cooked, boys. I will say. Mage truly on bottom. I just hit him with a reflect on his lightning strike for about 1,200 HP. GG. Slothing, my boy. Thank you for the hydrate. Foop. Great test today. We'll probably be more focused testing like this tomorrow. Sounds like patch Wednesday if things go well.
Patch Wednesday for what?
Level 30 expansion Wednesday. Summoner Wednesday. Game complete Wednesday. Oh my goodness. That's what Jacob was saying. Huge. Huge. I like that a lot. I wonder what they're looking to patch. Probably just big bug fixes. And then the Summoner, and then the Renkai, and then the rest of the game, and the Guild Castles, and then the other continent. Patch to ban all Dusty's. Fuck! Wait, what about Dusty Destroyer? That's on the PTR. What about that guy? Is he... Was that you in disguise, by the way? There is literally somebody on the PTR that's name is Dusty Destroyer. I'm not even fucking kidding. I don't know if it's just like a coincidence, but there is somebody that keeps naming their character Dusty Destroyer on the PTR, and I feel targeted. Sloth, when are you joining us, brother? 15 days to P3. Oh, you got your TwitchCon ticket? Wait just a freaking second. What am I seeing here? Are you going to TwitchCon this year? That sounds like a fun time. Do you have all your like accommodations and stuff? Just Friday? Shay! I'll do a meet and greet Friday. We'll just find an empty table and hang out there, and we'll call it a meet and greet. It'll be phenomenal. We have a pretty big group from the Ashes scene going, so that's going to be incredibly fun. Would recommend hopping into the Ashes scene before TwitchCon, so that way you're able to hang out with us and know what we're talking about. I'm just saying. Which PvP class do you feel has the highest outplay? In what mode? I don't think there is just one.
But
I think there's so many variables. There's so many forms of outplay. There are different matchups in small scale where outplay potential is higher or lower. PvP large scale and small group. I mean, large scale, your most impactful things are going to be supports and mages. Just very straightforward. Clerics, bards, mages, rangers. That's your large scale. If you have a guild of 500 of those and then about 4 tanks, GG, you win. In terms of small scale, depending on how small you go, like 1v1's tanks are incredibly oppressive because we have an answer for everything in our kit. If you have a big single target burst, excuse me, we can hit a reflect on that cast and then send all of that damage and more back at you and take reduced damage. We've got mitigation, we've got self-heal, we've got trips, we've got some cap close, we've got wall, we've got grapple, we've got shields, we've got a lot. So tank in 1v1s has a ton of answer to a lot of things. Rogue also inevitably has infinite outplay because you can just stealth and then reset every single fight. But I don't really consider that outplay. I consider that the most infuriating thing in human history. Small groups, I think it's the same thing though. Like, if you're genuinely looking for something where it's just a complete outplay, the difference is in supports, in my opinion. DPS is very simply listen to the target that's called and then dump your abilities when you're told to dump your abilities. And in terms of supports, people do not put enough emphasis on like how much good supports in group play will do. If you are dumping all of your damage on a target and they're just not dying no matter how perfectly you play, they're always getting swaps from the bards. The bards are always hitting marionettes on your backline, always hitting mez dances on your backline. Like, your casters can't play because bards are in your shit. That's a lot of outplay that people don't talk about. And everybody wants to be so quick to talk about like damage. But if you have all the damage in the world, but supports are free casting, I don't know. It seems like stuff's just gonna get kept up. So I think the larger you go, like, support's always a viable thing. Support's always like your highest outplay, in my opinion. I think in large scale, as long as damage does damage things, then damage is damage, right? I think tank has a lot of small things that it can do very well. And a lot of outplay potential, but I also don't necessarily think tank is, you know, an end-all be-all, just like fucking Thanos being in group stuff. We can isolate one target really well, and we can hit a wall, and we can peel our backline. So, like, if I get on a roll and, like, snowball, tank's very snowball-y in PvP, right? And I think for that reason, tank is incredible in most forms of PvP, as long as you know what you're doing with it. Hello, sir. Are you ready for this? Are you sure you want this smoke? Toasty wants the 1v. Do you have an Ember Spring nearby? Brother, I just killed Set with 8,200 HP remaining. I don't know what to tell you. But I am still a tank. I am still a tank. Rogue able to backline to disrupt those supports? Oh yeah, Rogue, if you're using your advantage intelligently, can do a ton to backlines. Your single target trip turns into an AoE melee range trip if you get it, you know, with advantage, and you dump your advantage on it. Outside of that, Rogue is like a fucking fighter game combo, because you're trying to, when you go in on somebody, CC them, and then while they're CC'd, build advantage, and dump your advantage on your backstab, so that way you don't have a cooldown on your backstab. So you're essentially trying to, as quickly as you can, build backstab, build backstab, build backstab, build backstab. If you don't build fast enough and you need a backstab cadence, you use your double strike as a filler, and then it's trying to chain as many backstabs as you can into the target and just go in on somebody, like hit an AoE trip in the back line, pick one person out, flip over them, get advantage for your backstab, and then just start your backstab chain over and over and over again. You can do a whole lot of damage with that, but you also have to be extremely careful. Rogue is one of those things where if you get caught out by someone like me, a tank, I'm just going to trip you, and then you're going to get Omega insta-nuked. Because if I can trip you, if I can catch you out, then I just hold you down, and you're not going to have the best, like, solo life play, survivability, all that. Toast, are your abilities still not working? Do you have your settings right? Under PvP? Uncheck, check, uncheck. Under your PvP settings? Are there any good weapons, or are we on grays? Greens. So it's like the same gear vendor that we had previously. We're not getting like Lego jits, but we're getting access to the same gear sets that we had before. I do not have Steel Bloom jewelry, however, which is slightly unfortunate. I was using Steel Bloom neck and rings, but overall I'm still feeling pretty good. They did give us consumes too, so Steel Bloom jewelry from Bloom Warden set. Oh, wait. Oh my god. I don't see any green weapons. Carfin sets, probably. Like the eye level 29 sets are typically going to be your incentivized sets over here. Because keep in mind, the eye level 29 sets from Grand Dungeons also come with the new set bonuses. So I'm running 5-piece Blood Runner, so I have Siphon and Abundant Siphon. So 10% chance on hit to siphon your target, dealing 200% spirit damage and healing you for the same amount. And then it reduces a cooldown from 60 to 30 seconds with a 5-piece. And then I also run Bulwark, where it's a 10% chance on receiving damage to gain 10% mitigation for 15 seconds on a 60-second cooldown. So that shit's kind of juicy. Uncheck, check, uncheck. Opposite. Opposite. Uncheck, check, uncheck. Bloom Warden. So yeah, I would say check out some of those big Chungus 29 sets and see if any of those are hitting for you with what you need. Because those will probably have the better set bonuses and shit for you to check out too. I don't know if you've like checked them out since they've changed them on the PTR, or I guess they've been changed for a little bit on the PTR. We just weren't like using them or anything. Well, let's see. I have enough space. Bloom Warden. All right. Wait, no, it's just Steel Ring. Where are the Steel Bloom rings? Oh my god, we're down horrendous. At least I have the necklace. That's good. That's gonna juice me a bit. I lose defense and health regen, and I gain max health, crit chance, crit power, and power. I'd say that's a pretty solid change. Is it still not working? Or is it working now? I don't know who's shooting me. Test abilities real quick. Make sure your shit's working. I gotta destroy all these extra items. Are you still not able to? Maybe try relogging? Oh wait, sorry. I gotta flag up. There, that might help. See if you can do that stuff now. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, you can do stuff. I don't know why you're hitting for 10, but... Wait, hold on. Don't kill me. I don't have an Ember Spring. I'd be very, very gone. Power accuracy, crit chance, crit power, but I'd lose speed. Like, the Steel Bloom jewelry is good. But I don't know how sold I am on it versus speed. Are people enchanting for this? I mean, patch Wednesday, so we'll probably have these same characters tomorrow if I had to guess. Unless they decide to full wipe it again tonight. I'm not enchanted. I have an enchanting kit on me if people decide to enchant, but I'm just balling for right now. Do we know any of the sets that have the Steel Bloom? Oh wait, Rosarium Guard would probably have it. Duh. Why am I being so stupid? What am I doing to myself? No enchants? Are we organizing PvP? Like, are we getting actual vans? Rosarium Guard, set, purchase, open. I didn't have enough space. Whoops. I'm the worst. As long as somebody else is organizing and I don't fucking have to do it. I don't want to organize shit. I just want to sit here and throw some Grapinskis out at people. And if I can do that, I'm a happy clam. Trying to? Wonderful. Rosarium Guard. And then we'll crack that bad boy open. And Lumidon Earrings. What? Dune Buried Rings. And not Steel Bloom Rings. Shit in my fucking ass. What other sets drop in Steel Bloom that might have the Steel Bloom Rings, chat? Because I'm supposed to have Steel Bloom Rings in this set. Yeah. Yeah, Steel Bloom Rings is what I'm trying to target. And I cannot find them. Rosarium Guard did not have them. Bloom Warden did not have them. What other packs from Steel Bloom are there that would contain those? Check the light magic packs. Is there a name for it? My packs were mixed up. Wait, so was the light magic a fizz pack? Light fizz. Light fizz. There's Grave Lily, Mistglean, and Dune Flare. So maybe if I grab the Dune Flare set, that'll give me Steel Bloom Rings. Wave Toss Ring. It's unfortunate. Shadebound Earrings. None too crazy. The Dune Flare set is not giving us anything that we need. Oh, I'm at the gear vendor, by the way. Count me in, Strag. Por favor. I see nothing of value there, unfortunately. Ancient Dunezin weapons. Kind of tragic. But let us see. There's got to be something that has Steel Bloom Rings, right? Grave Plate, Brine Plate, Iron would probably have Iron. Molt Ruin, Sun Bastion, Dust Whisper, Seafoam, Shade Weft, Spindle Hemp. Is Spindle Hemp Steel Bloom or nah? No. I doubt that would include Steel Bloom Rings. Fuck it, I'll check it. Why not? Might as well. Fire Veined Ring. Nope, that's actually just caster shit. Okay. That sucks. Oh, I have no inventory space now. I guess I just don't need the fucking Steel Bloom Rings. I'll just use the different rings. It's just, it's a downgrade. It's less than ideal. No, it's okay. It's okay. I appreciate you. I don't know. They're not in the Rosarium Guard set. They're not in the... There's the Rose Warden and then the Bloomthorn or some bullshit like that. Rose Thorn and then Bloom Warden. Maybe I can check the other one for casters, because there are two sets out there. What did we already check? The Bloom Warden? Fuck. Destroy these last couple pieces of Spindle Hemp, and then we checked Bloom Warden. Let's check Rose Thorn. I think this is our last hope in terms of Carfin gear. Steel Ring. Fuck! We're down so horrendous. Alright, that's fine. I don't need the Steel Bloom Rings. It's fine. I have Ruvidium Rings instead, so I've defense and max health and con. A little extra tanky never hurt anybody. I think that is perfectly fine, although I am incredibly low on inventory space now. Getting really fucking sick of having to destroy stuff over and over again. It's absolutely fucking tragic. We're almost clear. Steel Chain Necklace, a few more weapons, and inventory is good. Holy shit. Okay, that was a lot of destroying. Where are we organizing for this PvP, by the way? Where am I supposed to go, Strag? Are we doing it like guild stuff, or... Because I was still over at the gear vendor. I have no idea where I'm supposed to be directed for this PvP, but I am down for the PvP regardless. You just point me in the right direction, and I will arrive. I just had to fucking empty out so much gear from my inventory, though. Like, a lot of gear from my inventory. So, that test seemed really good, though, by the way. Chat, anybody that was there, did you guys, other than turning ray tracing on, have, like, any lag or frame drops or non-fluidity whatsoever? Because, like, this shit felt good. To say it very bluntly. I think that test felt absolutely phenomenal. There were a lot of people PvPing there, and it felt real good. Above Forge is seeming like a good spot. I'm down for Above Forge. I'm on my way to Forge right now, because I think most people were close there. So what's Above Forge? Do we just not have to deal with mobs or anything? And do we know that Jova respawn is still bugged? Someone say blunt? I don't like blunts. Nicotine makes my belly hurt. I had freezes and memory leaks at anvils, but nothing that I didn't have solo. Interesting. You weren't running smooth at the anvils? Was it like certain areas of the anvils? Jova respawn is bugged? Word. Alright, to Forge we go then. Just say nicotine? Yeah, nicotine makes my belly hurt. I don't like nicotine. You said bluntly? Yeah, but that's not like your Winter Soldier moment to activate. Although it could be. It could be. It's like code word doink. I hope you're joking. No, what do you mean? Nicotine quite literally makes my belly hurt. No, that's not cap at all. Blunt is THC. A blunt is weed that's wrapped in a tobacco leaf, which contains nicotine, which makes my belly hurt. You could always go with a hemp wrap, but traditionally you're looking at a tobacco leaf wrap with a traditional blunt. That a little bit bothers you? Yes! I don't smoke nicotine! I don't know, like, what it is, but blunts make my fucking belly hurt. Jewels make my belly hurt. It make me feel like I'm gonna pass out. Back when jeweling was a thing, my friends would be like, Dusty, hit my jewel. And I'd hit a jewel and I'd be like, I could probably hit galaxy gas and feel better than fucking having a small amount of nicotine. Let's make sure what. Yeah, like, if you roll up a raw 1 1/4, like, you roll up a doink, I'm smoking that shit. But, like, I mean, I'll be honest, if you offer me a rip of a blunt, I'm still probably not gonna turn it down. But I feel like blunts are bad for 2 reasons. One, they make my belly hurt, and blunts are, like, the thing that people slobber on the most. I don't know why. But it's like everybody just gets ready to hit a blunt, and they get it past to them, and they're like, here you go, man. It runs like a bitch. Yeah, that is also true. It do get resiny, but like a good roll can also run like a bitch. But it's something about people and blunts and motherfuckers putting their entire inside of their mouth on the smoking part of the blunt. And I don't know, man. Never had that happen. Well, you smoked around good people your entire life. Yeah, they don't know how to smoke? Yeah, no, believe me. I'm a very select social smoker these days. And there's a reason I like bong rips so much. It's because I grind up what I need, and then I pack a little pinch. I take mine, and then I pack you a little pinch, and you take yours, and we're good. We don't have to swap spit. There's no risk of that bad happening. It's nice. Well rolled backward with the filters to go to for me. Like, if I have a blunt occasionally, it's not gonna murder me, but like, I don't know, dude. It just, I don't know why it makes my belly hurt, but it makes my belly hurt. Roller? Yeah, like, rolls are nice. If I had more time, and like, if I was just like, sitting, just chilling by myself with ample time and ample weed, like, a roll is gonna be your best, like, you know, long-term chill and smoke. Like, if I just wanted to sit out on the porch at night by a fire or something, like, I'm not gonna take bong rips, I'm gonna have a roll preferably. But like, I don't know. I feel like rolls just take so much time to properly smoke. Take a lot of flour all at once. It's rough. Like, bongs better roll raw 1 1/4 organic and roll it to a cone. 1 1/4 is nice. But yeah, it's a lot of flour, it's a lot of time, and like, I take a stream break and I go smoke. I take a quick rip, I come back, and we're good to go. So it's a pretty simple progression there, I feel. And that typically powers me through the days of stream. So it's quite nice. By the power of sativa, I can do everything. Can't beacon to the spot. So are we going Darrigal? Oh wait, Toast, you're stuck in a wall? That would be such a tragedy if you got perma stuck in the wall and just had to remake your character. Forever. Oh wait, and your unstuck is gonna bring you to that nearest Ember Spring because you didn't set a home, huh? I mean, that seems like a you thing though. Maybe you should have like had a home set. I can't smoke sativa, it gives me migraines. Yeah, I mean, I guess that's kind of like me with belly aches. But I don't know, I don't like indies because of the body high. That's just kind of like my personal preference though. I'm not a huge like body high person. I like a nice heady, like a nice cup of coffee, right? That's kind of my preference though. I know some people that get crazy anxiety from sativa though. And I'm like, I don't know how you smoke indica. Couch log gives me anxiety. I just feel like I'd be dying with that shit. Only been blasting the Jova Ember Spring was still bugged in global for 3 hours now. Listen, I didn't fuck up and respawn to the Jova Ember Spring. I didn't die in PvP. Maybe if people stopped trying to duel as mages, they wouldn't die. Like, every mage right now is like a child when they get a new pair of shoes and they think they're the fastest person in the world. They strap up their shoes and they're like, watch me run fast. And Mage got a slight TTK change and a glimmer of hope, and they're like, watch me kill fast. And then they realize that they still just lose because everybody else also got those changes. I feel bad for them. It's like the smallest glimmer of false hope met with just getting 100 to 0'd by me. No. It's mage life. When does one guy want to feel stupid? I think I have a problem. Yeah. I mean, maybe therapy, or just indies. Either way, just don't get yourself into trouble. PTR fighting was fun. We're trying to organize some more right now. I think we're just trying to figure out a spot to actually go to get the reps in where we can get a caravan out and have an Ember Spring nearby. But it's seeming like Darrigal Estates, Ember Spring right here, nice and close to everything. We got a solid area. I think it's what, northwest of Darrigal that we PvP, or northeast? Either way, we can do right along the road northeast as well. You playing Bard? I play a tank as my main, but Bard is in groups very traditionally a supporty type class. You do have a lot of validity to make things happen through your incapacitates. So like mesmerizing dance is like an AoE incapacitate. You've got some pretty solid damage that you can put out, huge validity for like heals through your swap. So it's a very impactful support class. And then in smaller scale, Bard actually does have some pretty surprising single target burst as well if you are coordinating that with the rest of your team. So Bard has a mechanic called Resonant Weapon, where it builds stacks of it every time they cast an ability, and then on Finisher and Extended Finisher, you dump Resonant Weapon stacks to do bonus damage. So if you build up all your stacks and then you coordinate with your group, like we're gonna go on this person in 3, 2, 1, res weapon dumps in 3v3s, 5v5s, that can be a big burst. So Bard is very diverse. It's kind of like your Omni support. You have like a support build for every role. Every scenario, so to say. You can boost damage. You can be a mana battery for your group, sustaining the group's mana. You can be a healer, like a pseudo healer. Quite literally anything is possible as a bard. And then, as I mentioned in small scale, you've got some really surprising validity in terms of your single target burst damage through res dumps. Also, your incapacitates can set up a whole lot. If you're going on a target, or your team is, incapacitating the healers on the back line can make it so they don't cast. You hit a big mez dance on an entire backline, and out of nowhere, people are just dying. Like, why does Sword and Board have the best ability in the game now? Why did Firestaff get a 20% plague on the easiest ability to use? Why the fuck did I lose my grit? Everything sucks and nothing makes sense. Maybe you just suck. Maybe you just suck. What did you do? Did you put jam on a brownie? Is that the first brownie you put jam on?
It tastes really good, but I don't want to finish it.
Oh god, is it too sweet?
Yeah, but it tastes so good.
Oh god. Alright, Curla needs help eating a brownie, chat. I'll be right back. I was mad the day New World fucked my gear so bad. I'm never mad about gear getting changed. I'm just mad New World's New World. Yo, Mindrin, thank you for the follow. I'll be right back, guys. Boys, good day. I've returned. I saved Carla from the dangers of consuming an entire brownie by herself. I had the one ability when I dodged to heal a certain percent, and that was the main ability I relied on for fighting solo when team dead. Yeah, I mean, I will say though, gearing changes, gearing balance, shit like that, I'm always used to that now. I also kind of grew up playing a lot of WoW. So with WoW, you had a very like phase type gearing system where everything was destined to change anyways. So I got very used to targeting something and then being happy that I had that target. And then once I got BIS, I was like, okay, please nerf this so I can build something else. So one of the things that I really enjoyed was like building the pieces of the puzzle, so to say. When I was playing a lot of Magic the Gathering, I liked to make homebrew decks, and I liked playing limited a lot more than I liked playing standard back when standard was the thing to play. In a lot of MMOs and a lot of ARPGs, I really liked when things would change up, because I could just cook up new builds all the time. I wanted to find things that weren't necessarily listed in guides, that weren't necessarily meta, and just kind of like figure out what I wanted to play that fit my play style the best. So that was always a big goal, but used to it, just didn't expect it to smack. I didn't think it was that broken. Yeah, I mean, are you talking about shirking heals like back before it had a cooldown? Because there were a few reasons why they added internal cooldowns to things like shirking heals and tumbler boots. So that was the biggest thing. During its cooldown? So are you talking about like when they up the cooldown or what? Well, like change cooked it for you. And where are people PvPing? I'm assuming like outside of Jova, but Jova Ember Spring's bugged. So am I just like not allowed to die? Is it like hardcore PvP today? But yeah, I don't know. There were a few reasons why things over there got changed, but they completely removed it to health instead. Interesting. Interesting. Yeah, I mean, I don't know when necessarily they did that. I haven't played much since December, so I know they've changed so much shit over there. But yeah, I do always tell people, like, gearing wise and shit, whenever you get comfortable with something and you think that it's the best for anything, prepare for it to be nerfed. At least in a healthy content cycle. I don't really think people should be able to sit on gear sets for a super long time. Because if people at the top of the game are sitting on the same gear sets for very long times, then that's going to lead to a stagnant meta. That's going to lead to people getting extremely bored. That's going to lead to player fall off. So, oh my god, there's like a fucking hanging area up here. Jesus Christ. They have an actual like fucking gallows in the town now. This shit's cool as hell. Like, the T4 town looks so much better now. It's such a different feel from just like a village to a town. I think people, when they see a T4 town for the first time, are going to be like shock and awe levels of impressed. I'm bringing a van above Forge, but I can guarantee I'm only bringing a van up here once. You can't van beacon into the castle node. So do people still think 100% that Forge is a castle node? I guess it does say Castle Kellenmere. You're Jova? Yeah, I'm at Jova right now. I think, like, Crucible is still going to be the guild castle itself. And then I think there'll be a guild castle node out towards Kellenmere. Unless they're just really congested small areas, but... Just go to New Ayla? Yeah, I'm down for New Ayla. I don't really think we need to force above Forge. I mean, it's a fucking massive ass map. We've got like hundreds of kilometers to find an area for like 5 people to play 1v1s. So, I'm sure we're fine. I think Streg right now is trying to force nuts above Forge. So I don't know if people are like set on the above Forge thing or what, but if one there to get smacked, nah, just pull up. Pull up. We have a lot of people that are much worse than you think. And I say that not in a way of like everybody sucks, but I think a lot of people overestimate that even the best players in Ashes are refining how they play month over month over month. If you had the top PvPers look back at their own PvP from 6 months ago, they'd be like, what the fuck is going on? Dusty, bad news. What? I messed up. Did you eat all the chicken? Just at me? No, it's zombie. Anyways. anyways. Doesn't have to be a good arena. Yeah, I mean, we can literally just go outside of Nuelo. We can do anything. Just let me know where we're going, and I will personally be there in an instant. Want to work with this close Ember Spring, but it's not worth. Yeah, just go down to Nuelo. And then we can go, like, close to that area. I sent you a DM. Uh-oh. What happened? Bruh, is it the Wordle? Do you need me to do your Wordle for you today? I don't want to say it on stream because I don't want to, like, spoil people's Wordles. If you bring it in, I can try to save it. I don't know how you cooked that hard. We should have done it before you went to work so I could full focus on it. But no, what I meant by that is, like, we have a lot of people that are very new to PvP, despite also having a lot of people who PvP a lot. Even our people who PvP a lot are still trying to get better and better and better every single day. The gearing has changed, the time to kill has changed. Really, it is a great opportunity for new players to try to get involved. So, it's a very fun stress test today. Playing a cleric and should have been on tank. Wait a second. What's wrong with playing the cleric? The world needs more clerics to heal people like me. I died, which means that there were not enough clerics. Very simply put. And I think that's reasonable to say. So maybe if one more person had also played a cleric, we would have had enough to keep me up. I felt so useless. I don't know how to heal. That's fair. That's fair. Put Divine Flare on ground and then put wings on people. That's about all I got so far. I don't really know too much of what's going on there. Yo, Robert. How you doing, my friend? Can you play Ashes today or only after Alpha 2 Phase 3 launches? End of the month, thinking about it in the game, but we'll only do it if I can play today. Yeah, so you can hop in the same day that you end up getting your access, right? So it's same day, but right now there is a wipe coming in 15 days for Phase 3. So on the 26th, everything prior to that's gonna wipe, right? And then we'll all start on those new servers for Phase 3. So if you are getting in today, you can play on the private test realm or you can play on the live environment. But basically, either way, on the 26th, you'll very likely be waiting for that wipe. Yeah, of course, dude. So in the meantime, though, you do have two options. Like, the price isn't going to change or anything. And right now, you're watching gameplay from yesterday. But right now, we're over on the private test realm, which is visually NDA'd, which is why you're watching gameplay from yesterday. And we're doing a lot of the testing for the Phase 3 build over here right now. So the PTR wipes very frequently, and it's very frequently used for, like, focus testing. But you also have gear vendors that are up that have, like, level boost scrolls, gearing scrolls, all of that shit. So it is a much less, you know, frictiony environment to come in, level a character, check out the PTR environment, and see what it'll be like for, you know, the Unreal Engine 5.6 upgrade with the build that you're watching being 5.3. The new gearing changes, new time to kill changes, all of that shit, new crates, T4 towns. There's a lot over here that you could check out and just run around and be like, wow, wow, wow. And just kind of like vibe, right? For the next 16 days. But yeah, either way between PTR or the, you know, or the Phase 2.5 environment leading up to Phase 3, those will both wipe. PTR frequently, 2.5 environment, all on the 26th. P3, they're going to minimize wipes as much as they can. Their goal is to not wipe at all. But personally, I think there are going to be fresh start servers throughout Phase 3 anyways. We've got to remember that level cap right now is 25. It's going to be 50 on launch. We've got less than half of the world right now. We've got core systems that, you know, still aren't entirely in. So I think it's very likely that there will be fresh start servers and people will probably end up, like, re-leveling anyways over the course of Phase 3. Friend called live server graphics trash. I'm hoping P3 changes his mind. What do they not like about the live server graphics? Mighty T-Bot talked about Ashes on stream after chat. And him talked about Guild Wars 3. Who dat? Spoiler, he's not that optimistic. I mean, I don't expect people that aren't actively playing and following Ashes to be like, yo, Halo, thank you for the follow. I appreciate you. Buongiorno, Dossington. How are you, my boy? I don't really expect people that don't actually... Oh, thank you, love. That don't actually, like, follow or know Ashes to actually be optimistic on Ashes. Let's see. Okay. Hold on. There you go. Spoiler alert, Carla. That's your hint. Yep. Yep. I got you. I'm not giving you any more spoilers. You should be able to get it from that. Okay,
Oh.
yeah, you got it?
Wow, I didn't.
Huge. Quite a big Guild Wars 2 streamer, as big as you can be in that community. That makes sense. No, I didn't mean it as like, oh, who the fuck is that? I meant it as just like, I wasn't too familiar with him. But basically, like, people that aren't directly following Ashes and stuff, I don't necessarily expect them to be the most in tune with all of the progress that's been made, right? Ashes development moves very rapidly, and a lot of people want to say that it's moving extremely slowly. But if they tried to name some of the state of the game things currently, they'd probably name things that are months to years old. And a lot of the people that are like not optimistic about Ashes, I feel like to a certain extent, also just don't really know all of what's actually going on in Ashes. So I always try to take it with a grain of salt. Optimism isn't something that's going to happen until the product is actually near completion, because there will always 1000% of the time be the element of like, this is really too ambitious, it's not going to come together, all of that. But I most definitely think overall it is throughout phase 3 going to get a lot more of that optimistic approach as the systems shore up, as everything looks more like an MMO. Really like the combat. I mean, I think at this state of the game, that's really the only thing that is going to be reflective, at least in any way, shape, or form, of what it will be. Now, keep in mind, even the combat, the movement change is going to change how combat looks. Gearing is going to change how combat looks. But like the base combat, that's definitely good. I think that's a phenomenal building block for the game. And I think that other things, right? Graphics wise, lore wise, immersion wise, a lot of that shit is yet to come, right? That's just very simply put. So that's kind of why I don't expect, like, you know, the outward optimism from people that aren't directly in the Ashes scene. It's kind of like, it's still early. How's the game? I enjoyed it a lot, Halo. It's still in an alpha, keep that in mind, but we got a wipe coming up in 15 days where there will be new fresh servers for everybody to play on. So you can hop in with a 90-day period where you can get a full refund on your pack purchase if you're not happy with Ashes. So if you do buy the $100 pack, that gets you in starting today all the way through launch. You can play before phase 3, all through phase 3, all through the betas, and gets you your first month of subtime on launch as well. So when the game does launch, no box cost, no DLC cost, it'll be a $15 a month sub, and that sub doesn't start until the game launches either. So you won't have to pay anything other than $100 for your pack to play all the way through development. And you do get, like I mentioned, a 90-day period where you get a full refund if you're not happy with Ashes. So I think it's a good point. Each game project has a quiet chance to fail. Was I really impressed by the BF6 beta? Could EA still manage to drive them out? Oh yeah, absolutely. No, I always try to point that out for people too. Like, as it gets closer to completion, right, things will be a little bit, you know, a little bit more shored up in a sense, right? A little bit more visually there, a little bit more there altogether. And I kind of make the joke that, like, any point leading up to that, Steven could literally just walk in the studio one day and be like, hey, fuck it, you're all fired and the game's done. And just shuts down the servers. And then retires on a beach in Belize. He's a billionaire. Like, he could do that. So could happen. I try to be realistic about that shit. They could always just completely change the direction of the game and go back to Apocalypse where it was a battle royale to test the combat system. Anything could happen. Was thinking about it, just wanted to see some gameplay. True. What are you most interested in with Ashes? There is just about everything that you can do within this world already in terms of gameplay loops, and it only continues to get a bit deeper, dog. Strauss, how you doing, my boy? PTR 40v40v40 was blast. Oh yeah, that shit felt great. P3 is where they plan to squeeze a lot. I mean, P3 is going to be the rest of the game. So by the end of phase 3, Ashes is going to be feature complete. So the thing about it, is they've always been squeezing as much content as they can squeeze as quickly as they can. It's just they've spent so much time building the back-end infrastructure, right? The server worker structure of the world and all of the waiting of that. Dynamic gridding and all of that shit associated with it. Like, we have spent a lot of time as this community so far, as playtesters, receiving a lot of back-end updates. And that's things that people don't necessarily see on an outward scale, right? And phase 3 is going to shift to a lot of the things that we see outwardly as a focus. Yes, backend is still going to continue to improve, but if like dynamic gridding is working, right, then that's huge. That means that a lot of the focus can be spent on other things. So they kind of have these like major milestones and checkpoints that they try to hit, and along the way they have a lot of smaller things that contribute to that. So I think phase 3 is where a lot of people will see, like, you know, this outward update, that outward update, everything like that. Emily tore her ACL Sunday night so playing soccer. Oh, God. Wait a fucking second. So, like, you guys didn't get married before the ACL tear, right? How is that going to impact the wedding? Motor scooter? Because that's intriguing. Maybe golf cart type shit? Wedding isn't for another year plus. Okay, good. I heard something about the town system. The town system's fucking sick. So basically, there will be, I flashed the map on the VOD a little earlier, but the entire map is like 1,200 square kilometers, and it's like full iteration in terms of the overworld. There will be 18 biomes or zones, roughly 85 player ownable nodes or towns, and through certain systems, one of which is called vassaling, you will be able to... Yo, Halo.
Together.
Thank you for the T1, dude. I appreciate you. Much love. Much love. There's a certain system called vassaling. Yes, the underworld will also be a thing. That'll be a much smaller thing, just one biome, but... So, through vassaling, it'll kind of be like a race for nodes to rush up the levels. So you have different tiers of nodes, and when a node hits tier 3, it gets the empty plots that I just showed on stream, actually. So basically, that lined up really well because that's a VOD. So basically, over on the PTR and for phase 3, we have tier 4 nodes. Those nodes or those towns are responsible for all server progression through gathering, refining, crafting, all of that through the buildings that they stand up. Now, not every node can have every building, and you have to work together with multiple nodes, multiple towns to have all the buildings needed for your server to succeed and have access to everything. So that is, that's a very, 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 very important thing. Takes a lot of materials, a lot of gold to be able to stand up the buildings. A whole lot of shit. So yeah, outside of that, the vassaling system makes it a race for nodes to actually level. When a node hits tier 3, it takes a tier 2 or lower node as its basically child node or its vassal. And the parent node cannot be, you know, leveled up to or like out leveled by the vassal or anything like that. So a tier 3 node takes a node that can then go up to tier 2. Once that tier 3 node becomes tier 4, it then takes 2 tier 3 nodes, which can then have tier 2 underneath it. So a tier 4 has 2 tier 3s, each tier 3 has a tier 2 underneath it, and that's kind of like the vassal structure. Those nodes, once vassaled, cannot level as high as their parents are. So you're always stuck at those tiers. So it's entirely possible that out of those 85 player ownable nodes, not every one of them is governable. Not every one of them is developable. So you have to play around those vassals, and there are systems through node sieges where you'll be able to eventually like completely de-level a node, node wars where you'll be able to shut down parts of a node's building infrastructure, and the entire like node and town system is like the big feature of Ashes, so to say. Outside of the PvP, outside of the PvE, all of the PvE and PvP is building up the nodes. It all ends in the node. It's just a funnel to the node. Hold on, bite of food. But yeah, the underworld is going to be where the Tolnar spawn. And I hope they stay there. Or like, canonically where they're from. They probably won't stay there. They'll probably invade us, but it is what it is. Flying out to BC on Thursday to visit friends. So it's going to be an interesting weekend. Oh, God. That does not sound fun for a flight. Oh, God. I hope that's not a long flight. Where are we PvPing, by the way? Because, like, yes, I'm stuffing my face right now, but I'm also trying to get PvP reps in. Or I'm going to go run caravans. Sounds like Nuela. Okay, word. I am on my way right now. Do they have good zone music and ambience in Ashes? Oh, yeah. Yeah, no. A lot of it. Keep in mind, everything Ashes, visual, audio. Do I have music right now? Everything right now, visual, audio, or otherwise, is going to be constantly, you know, subject to being completely overhauled, changed, redone, improved, whatever, right? So, with that, there will be more music added, more visual acuity, more everything. It will continue to get better. A very common saying that I use for like new players to put in perspective, with Ashes being in development, right? It's guaranteed Ashes is going to get better. You are seeing Ashes at the worst state that it will ever be if you're watching right now. So congratulations. It's just better from here. If you're already here and you already think it seems cool, then believe you me, it's only going to get much better. I like the Tropic soundtrack a lot. Chad has said that the Anvils goes hard too, but I'm no Euro Truck Sim fan. Caravans are boring. So, caravans are boring until you realize to a certain extent, like, yes, right now where they're not getting hit, they're boring, but those are also like a battle royale watch, right? So it's like, it's boring until you run into somebody, and then it's the highest risk, highest reward mode possible, you know, that you could have with that caravan. So if I'm getting through just completely unscathed, it's boring, but it's also the highest gold output in the game, and why I'm almost at gold cap. If I do get hit, it's some of the most fun PvP in the game where I also have to defend my objective. So like, caravans themselves, yes, like if I couldn't get PvP'd or anything and I was just doing this and the time was the only cost, absolutely agree. And right now, where it's a lot less likely that I'm going to get attacked, also agree that it's more of just a filler thing. But if I tried to do this route on launch, I would be getting PvP'd the entire time. Bad capitalist, I value being interested in what I do more than earning the most money with it. Well, so that's the thing. I've done everything I'm interested in. The character wipes in 15 days. I have my best in slot gear. If we're PvPing, it's on the private test realm, because the private test realm is a phase 3 build. So like over here, what I've been doing is making gold with the caravans and then buying stuff and giving the stuff to new players. So I don't even have much to do. But what I'm doing is very satisfying. 15 days already? Yes, sir. "15 days indeed." Ken, what you up to? Just over 2 weeks to salvation, man. I'm so pumped. I think another, if I had to guess, probably another like 8 days, and we'll start seeing a lot of kick up in the directory. But one thing I say, Tarf, a lot about Ashes, in terms of the general exposure that the game has to, we have to remember, everybody that's heard about Ashes, everybody that's talking about Ashes, Ashes doesn't spend money on marketing. That's not like marketing bucks just going out, you know, in the millions. That's quite literally just people hearing about it organically. That is all just word of mouth spreading and people hearing about it and checking it out. So I think that's cool as shit. Just got home watching some Dusty Ashes while I rest a bit. Yo, I hope you get some good rest, dude. I appreciate you coming through and watching. We're testing the private test realm right now, the Pitter. And live is going down at... Oh, fuck. Live goes down at 9 p.m. tonight. So, Pitter, the PTR, has our level 25 gear vendor back. So a lot of us managed to snag pretty solid gear sets, and we're meeting up right now for some PvP reps and testing. I did want to finish my caravan over on live before downtime. And I may have to go back and do that. I might go do that and then pop back and do PvP after. Like around 9. And PvP for a bit. I think that would probably be the valid approach for me. Because I do want to get that caravan stuff done and get shit out to new players. And then around 9, I'm going to pop back on and let's get PvP over here maybe at 9. Give people a little bit more time to formally organize. Where's that Ember Spring up in this hole? There it is. I was like really close, but it was not giving me credit for it. Yeah, because I'm at New Ayla and I still don't see anybody here. I don't know if it's like far off the road or if people are still on their way here, but you would like the trick. I don't know how much money they burned already for the marketing of BF6. Yeah, it's crazy how much game kind of like notoriety is done through marketing pushes these days, right? And it also does put into perspective, in my opinion. Oh, Struckma's here. Maybe I do a couple PvPs. It does put into perspective, in my opinion, how much coverage Ashes actually already does have. A lot of people want to act like Ashes doesn't have a ton, but a lot of people know about Ashes in a lot of circles, and that's without any marketing push. That's word of mouth. That is quite literally all it is. And come to think that, you know, Ashes in its current, you know, state of affairs is by no means being pushed as a complete product or near complete. Makes me very optimistic for when this is actually supposed to be a completed product or even close to. I think we're going to see so many content creators in here that, you know, we never thought would come into Ashes that end up staying in Ashes. I think the ecosystem over here will be very active very soon. I have hiccups. And I also think that realistically, the player base will very, very soon be much higher than anybody thought it would ever go to. So, bad news. I fucked up a little bit. Boop, boop. I tripped your slumber. That's bad news for you. The slumberoony is just, it makes it rough if you don't get it off. GG, good fight. Yeah, no slumber. No slumber's rough. I'm glad that I caught that one. I don't know, man. It's just mage. It's literally just mage. I feel like there just aren't enough things that a mage can do against a tank. But yeah, I've always been just very, very simply put, very happy to be over here and see how many people have been interested in Ashes, hear how many people kind of like know about Ashes and are intrigued about it. I think we have so many people each day that come in asking questions and being interested in Ashes in a fucking alpha, right? And looking back on New World, brother, we didn't have that many new players coming into New World when I was at the top of directory. And New World was out for 3 years. This game any good? Dog shit. Fuck Ashes. It's poop. Constantine, how you doing, my boy? Hope you've been well. Ashes is poop. Everyone should stay far away at all costs. No, it's quite fun, man. I happen to love Ashes, I will say. I think most of my community loves Ashes. I think there's a whole lot of a good future for everything over here, man. Oh. That was such an awkward start. I wasn't really sure what was going on there. Uh-huh. I feel bad fighting mages, man. It's just... Have they made any decent progress the last few months? Oh, brother. Unironically, they made all of the progress the last few months. Yeah. Yeah, fuck yeah. Depending on, like, what you felt, you know, the state of the game was, the development train was moving in every aspect of the game. Very simply put, if you haven't followed the last few months, the easiest way to see it would be to have you log on to the private test realm. Every playtester got access to the private test realm on July 1st, but quite literally every system in the game has been touched, including some of the most core things, such as the movement system, no longer supporting B-hops like crazy. You've got another re-gearing and basically another time to kill change that feels incredible. You've got T4 towns, you've got the crate system with a big pass and kind of like another, you know, another implementation of that. You've got gathering changes, you've got crafting changes, gearing changes, progression changes, mob damage changes, mob XP rate changes. Quite literally everything. If you name a system in Ashes, it has improved drastically between what we had, I mean, shit, end of P2 compared to what we have on the PTR now for Phase 3. It's night and day, dog. It is a different game entirely. Questing, while it is still not better than mob grinding, and I don't think it ever will be, has improved drastically. You have good late game options. You have early game options. Now, mob grinding is still going to be the best thing if you get a full group for an elite mob grind, but you've got some good options available. The trip through Blink is the absolute dumbest shit. It will tilt me off the planet sometimes. Yeah, I like the trip through the Blink, I will say. It's quite nice to catch you in that little bit of a timer. It makes me very, very, very happy. Ka-chow. I have so many options. I just popped so many cooldowns at once, I actually canceled one of my casts. It's slightly unfortunate. I keep catching the slumbers. Yeah, of course, dude. If you have any questions, like, system specific about, like, what's changing and shit, too, more than happy to elaborate on that. I would be yapping nonstop for, like, 7 hours if I were to tell you all of the changes on the PTR. Oh, also, Private Test Realm is Unreal Engine 5.6 instead of Unreal Engine 5.3. So, like, looks better, feels better, plays better, is better. Why are you jumping me when I'm 10% HP, butthole? Don't you have infinite poison right now? What the fuck do you mean? Brother's got actual fucking cheat codes. What in the Sam hell? I don't want to fight this goddamn hacker. We're up. Everything's fine. I think I might win this. Uh-huh. Hello, Mr. Blackblood. Oh my god, wait, there's no way that my charge missed. That's so fucking sad. No one's mana safe. I'm winning. I beat him. I'm the best. I'm the best. So, I just went through the gauntlet of chain initiates, and we're still sustaining. We're up tremendous. How'd you drop target? Me? I don't know, maybe I went stealth or something? Why, what do you mean? When did I drop target? I don't have anything to force drop target. Did you drop target when you went stealth, or what, like, what part of it dropped stealth? Not sending our best with that one. No, he's great. I want to know, sold? Yo, Halo, just keep in mind, the best thing about Ashes is even if you don't like it, you just end up getting a 90-day period where you can get a full refund if you don't like it. No matter what. Is there PvP at Ayla? Yeah, we have a few people over here. So, Jocelyn, what up? How'd the stream go today? Happy to see you. Hope you're doing well. I have a recommendation, and it would be downloading the private test realm. If you're able to whip out that download and you have room for the separate game client, the private test realm is a visually NDA'd one. So it was so bad I'm taking 2 weeks off. Good, come play Ashes for 2 weeks. Gives you time to hang out and de-stress. Also, that brings you right up to the start of P3. So you have 2 weeks to just degen Ashes and learn and immerse. So I was actually going to hit you with the best recommendation in the world. Right now, we're all over on the private test realm. The private test realm has gear vendors active. And, oh, fuck, I got stuck there again. Wait, no, this is when I lost my van last night. But yeah, so the gear vendor is over here, and that's like an upgrade vendor, basically. So you can get level 5, level 15, or level 25 boosts. And then you can also get gear sets. And basically not have to progress through the game to actually level, try out abilities, and see what feels like what. So it's quite nice. Also, it's Unreal Engine 5.6 instead of 5.3. The tier 4 towns are up. So it's a pretty nice experience. You can also check out the anvils, which is the new biome. So there's a whole lot that is over here. I think I'm still just classed through the movement. Yeah, I mean, I don't even necessarily think it's a movement. I think it's mostly the fact that I just win all of the trades. Because even if you try to go into a snipe, I just have, like, the options at all times. Whoops, I fucked that up. Like, the movement, yes, but also the displacement that I have as a tank is really nice now, I will say. It feels like I have a lot of answers for everything. And I haven't even popped, like, my big defensives, so to say. It's just a lot. Here, I won't kill you. I won't kill you. Yeah, tank is just so oppressive in 1vs, dude. And with this build, I'm also so ungodly tank. I can't do anything. Dude, I'm so tanky. So keep in mind, with grid up, I'm 59.1 fizz mit and 42.7 magic mit. So you think tanks OP 1v1? I think good tanks have every answer 1v1 possible, and I think bad tanks will still get shit on 1v1. A good amount of it is also down to gearing and stuff, but I've put together a very, very, very good gear set over here, and I don't know. I feel like once you're comfortable as a tank in 1v1s, you have a lot of answers to everything. But yeah, Jocelyn, download the PTR and then come play. You will have a ton of fun, and we can teach you all of the things. All of the things. We're doing PvP runs right now. You can just run around and explore and check out the rest of the world. It's nice. Your burn interrupted the slumber, by the way. Just mental note for you, Sup. I don't know if you can hear me actively or not, but... Oh, nice. Good interrupt there. But yeah, burn interrupted your... Or, like, broke your slumber there. I don't know if slumber is the first ticket damage or what, but... As soon as I went into the slumber, you actually got it off, and then I just got out of it. Oh, wait, sorry. My bad. I'm third party. Shiz, how you doing, my friend? If you get into P2 now, do you get access to P3? Yeah. Your $100 pack gets you in starting today and all the way through launch. So basically, P3 server is going to be up 24/7 once it does launch on the 26th. And up until that point and beyond that point, the private test realm is also up 24/7. So do we know if new gear is coming P3? Oh, new everything's coming P3. Yeah. So basically, phase 3 over the course of it all is going to be quite simply put the rest of the game. But we're over on the private test realm right now, where we are able to test out what's coming. And we have completely different gearing, completely different movement, completely different time to kill, completely different feel for everything over on the private test realm comparatively to live. There's a heavy emphasis on set bonuses over on private test realm. So basically, by wearing 5 pieces of green medium gear, I've got a set bonus that gives me 6.8% magic and physical mitigation. So if you're wearing heavy, 5 pieces, you get Phys Mit, and then if you're wearing light, you get Magic Mit. So the even split between medium is really nice for people that are taking damage and group stuff. You can specialize if you want to. Then there are some new active set bonuses from sets that drop from Grand Dungeons. So Grand Dungeons being Carfin and being Forge. So basically with those, the set bonuses that I'm using... Oh, hold on, Zop wants smoke. I got him the Dickens No Charles real quick. It's time to send the mage to the grave, boys. Yeet. You can't even let him cast. Wait, how'd you get through my wall, you fucking rat? You weren't supposed to do that. What the hell? What in tarnation? Yeet. Try by. I need to test something. I think ground pound's hitting twice. Hold on. Strag, come here. Hold on. Can you hit me? Oh, anyways. No, didn't hit twice there. Weird. My combat log has 2 ground pounds that were fatal on you. And I don't know if it's the trip bonus damage. But I have 2 instances of damage that go out. I'm not wasting my time with bunk matchup anymore. Zop, do you understand why I say it's delusional when people say that other mages would be able to get me? It's just not, like, at least consistently, it's not a fucking thing. Maybe like 1 out of 50, but like, there's no chance. Maybe tanks that aren't good at 1vs or something against mages, but I don't really understand what people are doing to not be good against mages. It's just a matchup that we have to try so fucking hard to actively lose. I don't care if the mage is Jesus fucking Christ himself. You can bring him over here right now, and I could misplay 3 times and still win the duel. It's just too forgiving if I have any semblance of gearing whatsoever. It's just, what level are you guys running reps? 25. Gear vendor's up, so. You would have to just dodge every single trip, every single stun, every single everything. But you don't have enough, because if you dodge 1, then I can just pull you back in, and then I can shield assault ground pound you. But if you dodge that 1, then I can set a wall behind you, and I can walk up, and I can triple vengeance you for the stun, and then I can get behind you, and I can tomahawk you. No matter how many times you dodge, no matter how many times you dodge, I have more stuns than you have dodges between trips and stuns. I have more movement displacers than you have movement abilities. I have wall, I have grapple, I have my charge. You instantly lose that matchup. Like, I would have to misplay so fucking hard and lose multiple casts and not protect them to lose the tank versus mage matchup consistently. So, unless I'm just completely missing something. Maybe there's just some fucking mage, like, secret jutsu out there that you're not doing. But every single mage that I've fought, it's the same result. And it's people that people are saying are good mages too. Like, it's not like people say you're a dog shit mage. Literally just yesterday, Kaiser was like, oh, yeah, so-and-so says you're a good mage, right? Like, I killed Set our 1v1 today with more health than I started the duel with because I popped in Dom for funsies. Like, mage just doesn't have it to deal with tank. What class can take a tank? Multiple. I mean, Bard could probably do pretty well, but, like, the only time that I was losing duels to casters was when I tried to play way too heavily around actually... Wait, did I lose my fort bonus? I don't even have my fortitude bonus. I'm doing this with some bug set bonuses, apparently, because some of them aren't working. I had to completely take my gear off and then back on. That was unfortunate. I was down, like, 20% of my con, 18% of my con. Not that it's any, like, plus power, but I do now have 7,100 HP instead of 6,700. So, smile. Well, yeah, in terms of, like, what beats a tank 1v, the only time that I was losing 1vs consistently, I was forcing heavy gear with, like, all of the plus power mitt and stuff like that. Or, sorry, plus power scaling and shit like that. I think as long as you're gearing in medium or light over here and balancing your mitigation out, there's not a ton that can deal with it really well. Now, maybe, like, I beat the rogue with the Omega poisons up. Fighter's the thing, honestly, in 1v1s that I'm, like, most concerned about. I feel as though a really good fighter in 1v1s playing around their CC lockouts and shit is a big counter to me. But they would have to play around CC lockout, and then they would have to, you know, avoid damage when they don't have their CC lockout, and then play around, like, their interrupts and shit like that. Like, a fighter would have to play very precariously, I think, to kill me. I don't necessarily know that in 1v1s, any archetype is really that well equipped to deal with tank. Bard probably has the incaps and the kite needed to reset. Because, like, with an incap, an incapacitate, those are going to be longer duration, and we only have one CC break. So if you incap us, then, you know, we CC break it. You incap us again, then we're fucked. Maybe cleric? No, clerics get fucking cooked. I can 100 to 0 clerics over on the new time to kill. But clerics also, even if they're tanky enough for me to not 100 to 0 them, I win the sustained matchup against a cleric. This is the closest Dusty's ever admitted, come to admitting tanks OP. So this is the thing. I'm convinced I can play any class and make it OP. Like, I'm just a gamer. And I think if you put Zop against 90% of tanks, a lot of tanks are probably dying to Zop. Zop is not a bad mage, especially in 1Vs by any means. A lot of people give him a lot of, like, credit for his 1Vs. So I play a lot of 1Vs, to say the very least. That's usually the PvP that's most available at this point. I played a good amount of 1Vs in small scale in New World. I really like 1Vs as a melee, and I like waiting for animations, waiting for cast bars, waiting for opportunities, because in New World it was waiting for a healer to start a little animation that we couldn't see a cast bar. So as soon as a healer would go, you would try to interrupt their animation while they were animation locked. So like 1v1s, it's incredibly easy because tank has the most controllable flow in 1v1s. Wall can just be put on one specific person and you just put them in the middle of the wall and it's the most impactful thing in the world. Grapple pulls every single target in the fight. Reflect is 100% controllability that unless something wacky goes off, I'm hitting the target that I want to hit with my reflect. The second you add in 3v3s, if I throw out a reflect, it's no longer going to guaranteed hit the person that I want to hit and be a guaranteed trip. It's more of a, like, I hope this trips. So there are a lot of things that as soon as tank gets out of 1Vs, they lose in power, but we make up for it in different ways. So in 1Vs, I play around reflect, I hit a reflect, I hit a trip, I go in, I try to kill. In 3Vs, I would be playing around grapple. I would try to grapple somebody in, get a wall down. Instead of running Rush of Courage, I would run Protect so I can peel for my backline better. And instead of running Relentless Vengeance, which gives me more shielding when I use Vengeance, I would run Aegis so I can peel for my backline. So both like backline peels. So I'd work on finding a target out, getting them prepped with debuffs and anti-heals and wounds and all that. And then once the target's prepped, I would call out that we were going to grapple them, go on them, I'd grapple them, I'd wall them, and then we'd burst them together. So it changes really depending on like what we are at in terms of the mode, in terms of the numbers, in terms of all of it. We're at New Ayla, outside the east side. East side of New Ayla. But yeah, Dusty is what? Dusty is Bay. Nice. But yeah, I think just in terms of tanks, we have a lot of answers. And we can push our mitigation so high in 1v1s that, like, I feel like the only thing that would beat me in this build consistently out of the casters, maybe a bard. A really good bard could give me trouble. And out of everything, I would say a tank that has a heavy gear set that's more optimized to take physical damage. Because I'm wearing a medium gear set, so like I'm going to have a lot more balance mitigation. If somebody ran up permanently like 65% phys mitigation, then that would probably give them a big edge, right? So I'd say probably a mirror match, except instead of a mirror, it's like they have better gear. Is the thing I'm worried about most. Outside of that, I think that most 1v1s in the game right now I'm winning. With the old gearing, with the new gearing, either one. Either one. But I think it's a mixture of just like me really enjoying tank and really vibing with it. Tank, oh my god. Blackblood just absolutely ended Zop's existence. Holy shit. That was a little burst. Just a little tiny bit of burst. Little teensy weensy bit of burst. not even worth. No, 1v1s are literally not worth. Yes, I always try to say this. 1v1s are boo-boo, poo-poo, doo-doo. At least in my personal opinion. I don't really think that they are that worth people like obsessing over in the way that they do. But some people really like 1v1s. I think they're kind of trolly. But everyone has their own preferences, I will say. But yeah, that's why when people come in and they ask like about 1v1 balance and shit, I'm like, please don't. Please don't. 1v1s are so bad right now. And 1v1s are always going to be bad, in all fairness. Not bad in a sense of like they're unplayable, but bad in a sense of they will be the most unbalanced thing in the entirety of the game forever. 1v1s are not really ever going to be that parodied spot. You're not really going to have this omega balance where everybody has a chance. Like, certain things are going to be super oppressive. And who knows, maybe Summoner comes in and is the tank counter in 1v1s, and then Summoner, you know, I fight a Summoner, I'm like, stupid fucking dumb fucking Summoner, dumb fucking stupid class. Like, could always happen. That's why I always tell people, 3s, 5s, but 8s. 8s, 8s, 8s. If you can get 8v8 PvP reps, those are the best PvP reps in the entire game forever. Forever. Level 4.8. Oh, are you talking on the tank build? So, I combined a few different sets to get like the most optimal pieces of gear. At least in the most spots that I could. I could probably get a better belt and shoulders, but really like to get the gear sets, you have to kind of tank at least one suboptimal slot. So other than that, like every piece that I'm rocking is very solid. But I'm also combining a couple of gear sets that give me some set bonuses that are really good for 1Vs. So like I have the the Siphon gear set from my Blood Runner set, and that's a 10% chance on hit to trigger like, I'd say it's about 750 damage on average to the target and heal me for the same amount. So like if I hit that Siphon proc on somebody, that's going to give a second instance of damage, and then will also heal me. It's a 10% chance on a cooldown, but when it does hit, you should notice it. Weirdly enough, I haven't noticed it yet. Very bad RNG. There it is. 424 on a non-crit. So that does 424 on a non-crit against a tank. It'll probably do crit like 750, 800 against a tank. So there's some validity in that. And then I also have a set bonus that gives me 10% mitigation for 15 seconds on a 10% chance when I'm hit. So that's a nice little bit of tankiness. Have they updated the tank gameplay since the initial changes early in phase 2? In terms of the initial changes where they changed grit and shit, some changes, but it's still functionally the same. Grit, instead of the 2-stack mechanic on a 10-second timer, is now a 20-second timer, just a one-time cast. So they basically cut the amount of grit that you have to cast in half. Other than that, tank's going to be pretty functionally the same, like, ability-wise. Nothing really substantial has been updated. But I also don't really think that tank will see a rework in that sense. Maybe it will, but I personally think that tank's been quite good in a lot of things for, you know, a while. If anything, I think we would see some abilities maybe nerfed. But I think tank kit overwhelmingly strong. I'm a tank main through and through. I've been playing it since I came in every single day. So I don't really think does it feel better since going to 1-stack in your opinion? Yeah, I mean, I didn't necessarily mind it as a 2-stack. I wanted the second stack to give a little bit of additive duration to it. So I thought first stack 10 seconds, second stack 20 seconds would have been a fine play as well. And then just maintain it at like 15 to 20 seconds. But I do like the 20-second total application. I felt previously that we were just a little bit cut short on our courage gain to actually be able to like slam spam and stuff in terms of a meaningful manner, especially in PvP. So the 20-second timer allows me to pop my grit, go through my weapon combo on my longbow, my finisher, my extended finisher, get my 66 courage from that, and then go through one more finisher, get my courage cap, then look for a trip, look for my pulverize, double slam, tomahawk in the back, into the rest of the combo. That's kind of the goal with it, and that's a lot of what's, you know, enabled through the longer duration in PvP, and then in PvE it's just kind of a, you know, an ease of access, more convenient thing. Outside of that, like, tank has had a lot of accessory changes to its gameplay just because of how gearing's changed too. Early on in P2, we also had a very substantially different gearing meta where people were scaling like 600 plus power, and currently like 200 on the PTR build, maybe 300 is the highest that you're gonna have. But instead of having 2 to 3k HP, now we're sitting in a spot where we have, I mean, on live I've got 7600 HP. On the private test round build I've got 6700 HP. So you guys looking to fucking 2v1 me? God damn it. So I would definitely say that there is a lot to tank right now that is... Oh wait, what the fuck? Strike just zoomed. Boop, boop. I'm in a 2v1 of hell. Okay, one down. Hiya. Oh wait, how'd you resist that trip? That's not good. This could be very bad for me, I will say. I can't reach. Oh my god. There's no way that I can actually pull this off. There's legitimately none. Oh my god. Oh my god, I have 239 HP. Oh my god, I'm the best player alive. Oh my fucking god. Oh, I just clutched that up so unbelievably hard. I'm so sorry. I just clutched the fuck out of a 2v1 against Zop and Strike. Oh my god, I had 239 HP left. Oh, I just did them so fucking dirty. Wait, are you guys AoEing each other again? You win because we hit each other? Well, stop fucking hitting each other then. Invite each other to group. That's not my fault that you guys fucking 2v1 me and then hit each other when you go on me. Also, you died before he hit you. What do you mean? You were fully walled off. What did he hit you with? Because he wasn't hitting either of us during the wall. Show me your combat log screenshot. I demand proof or ban. Either way, even if you guys get hit and you're both focusing me down from your AoE damage, that's a goddamn shame. It kind of is your fault. Yes, you guys both hit me and then lose and go, you win because we hit each other. We'll stop hitting each other. And I 100 to 0'd you behind a wall while Zop was outside of cast range, and then killed Zop with 3k HP left while he was 100% HP. Even if you hit each other, I just one stock 85%'d the shit out of Zop. That was a Clutchington. And if people saw that shit, they would have just absolutely pog-champy wampied. The first time I've actually seen you log in. Well, I thought it was just a 1v1 and then I started getting hit by both of them. Dude, it was so close. Like, when Zop and I were 1v1ing at the end of it, he was full HP, all of his cooldowns coming in. I had none of my defensives. It was a whole thing. Does a tank deal too much damage? Tank in 1v1s deals a lot of damage because we can hold somebody down for 7 seconds. I had no cooldowns for a 1v1? Good, neither did I. I was hoping you didn't. Your lightning strike hit me so fucking hard though. I forget that mage rotation isn't like a big thing. I didn't have defensives and your lightning strike caught me for like, I think it was like 1100 or some bullshit. It put me very, very low and very, very scared. If you had a burn on me, I legitimately had 239 HP when you died. I thought I was gonna tick down. But in terms of like the tank damage, we... Not fully 7 seconds. Unironically, it's like 5.5 to 6, I would say, if someone doesn't CC break it. But like, we have a lot of chain CC where we can basically use abilities very consistently that hit moderately hard over the course of you sitting there going, on the ground. And that's why our damage seems so high in 1v1s. And then like outside of 1v1s, we're just kind of that complementary supporty initiate type, right? It's very infuriating to play and take damage when you are just out of control of your character. And tank in 1v1, since we have so much single target CC that you can burst through. Oh, it's not about the other day? Oh. Yeah, no, I mean, the other day fight, sure, absolutely. That one was just like a fucking miracle on ice level clutch. I will say. That shit, this fight that happened just now was goddamn miraculous. Literally got the lethal on strike that fight. Screenshot it. How hard did you hit? I wish I could have the VOD so you guys couldn't cope. I had Strag behind the wall 100 to his last tick of HP while you were so far away. You were out of cast range. Is that where your blink went to get in behind the wall? Curiosity? Because I had him grappled behind the wall while you were on the other side trying to kite because I walked towards you at the start and then switched on to him. Send me full combat log screenshot. If we're talking about the cope. Open played that too? That's all I'm saying. That's all I'm saying. Even in a 2v1, if you guys accidentally AoE cleave each other a little bit, and the one person wins, don't be surprised if the one person's excited. Especially if you started the 2v1. That's all I'm saying. That's all I'm saying. You guys started the 2v1. Your lack of preparation is not on me. The only thing that exceeds your excellence is your humility is fucking banger, by the way. Fraud Rangers? What you mean, Fraud Rangers? I was just talking if I am. Well, you were both hitting me! I don't know, man. I don't know. Technot OP? I mean, realistically, if you put us in any 8v8 stuff, which is the intended point of group balance, we are by no means the, like, emphasized person. We're not, like, the full, I don't know, play around cook, so to say. We are more of a, like, pull people in, let everybody else kick the shit out of them, throw disables and CCs out, and then go from there. Now, is tank oppressive as a motherfucker in 1v1s? Oh, yeah. Yeah, absolutely. But that's also because we can put all of our single target focused kit into one single target and focus the kit. And 2v1? No, they just cleaved each other. No, I didn't win that. They just cleaved each other. Are you in the war tonight versus free? What? Bro, I haven't played New World in 8 months. I haven't played New World since 2024. I play Ashes of Creation now, Talk. Yeah, I literally haven't played New World in like 8 months. I see why Dusty standing in front of me. That's not me. Yeah, no, that's not me. I haven't played New World in a long time. I don't know who is trying to beat me on New World, but that's actually fucking hilarious. Huh, yeah, no, I don't know. Maybe somebody's alt? Although I don't think I coordinated that with anybody. I don't know who that would be. Yeah, no, I don't know. That's not me. I don't play New World anymore. I haven't played that dog shit game in literally a lot of fucking months. A lot of fucking months. But yeah, Ashes is everything that New World offered, except the way more. It's in an alpha, and it already, in my opinion, gives a more of a gameplay loop and more accessibility for people and more enjoyability for people than New World probably ever will have. So, that's just my thought on it, but yeah, I've been over here now for about 2,000 hours of game time. Just trying to learn more every day, get ready for our reset that's coming in 15 days to go to the last phase of the alpha. And we are, you know, we're up tremendous there, man. I'm very excited for it. Official, unofficial, unlicensed Dusty just dropped. Yeah, some fucking bootleg Dusty merch, dog. I'm gonna have to DMCA their shit. Like, what role are they even playing? Is it even a bruiser? I might know based on the role that they're playing. Was Why Dusty slothing, maybe? It might have been slothing on one of the alt servers that we played on. I don't know. Like, I feel like it's most definitely one of my friends. I just don't remember which one of my friends it is. Because there were a few, like, DustyWhy name collabs that other people did. There were quite a few people that actually did DustyWhy name collabs. It's GS Hatchet. Slothing, maybe? But I don't think Slothing would play Kill Squad. I don't really know. I don't remember who Why Dusty was. I want to say Slothing, but shit, yeah, I mean, green afro and beard. Slothing or Nodders, I think. But I think Slothing. Yeah, message and ask if it's Slothing. I'm pretty sure that's who it is. That's fucking hilarious. The legacy still lives on over there. But yeah, I came to Ashes like 8 months ago, end of December. Ashes of Creation takes every social system that New World has, all of the town functionality, all of the ownership incentivizations, and extrapolates them a zillion %. It is quite literally a life-changing experience as a game comparatively to New World. The only difference is that Ashes of Creation is a tab target, like hybrid with some, you know, action stamina management elements, but it's primarily a tab target combat system. So some of the people that are like, you know, full believers of I am action combat ride or die don't necessarily vibe with Ashes to the highest extent, but I personally do. I think the stamina management system that we have with an active, you know, 0.5 second 100% evasion dodge, active block, sprints, all of that shit, the ability usage, it adds a lot to the combat system, at least for me personally, that I really enjoy. And then on the social system side of things, I mean, we already run a multi-100-person community over here. We look to get better and more organized every single day, so it's a blast, man. I look forward to where Ash is going to go, and if you have any questions, please feel free to let me know. Maybe this is your sign to come in and finally get yourself off of the New World hopium and copium and come over and play something that's guaranteed to get better, because this shit's already better and it's only an alpha. I'm just saying. Dusty Because coming soon to Ashes. What are those called? Like participles or something? Where's the English teacher in chat? We can get all of those things though, like the Dusty Who, Dusty Why, Dusty Where, Dusty How, all of the answers as well. All of those things. All of those things. Dusty what? Yo, North Sky, hope you're having a good night. Might have to try it, but haven't ever been a huge fan of the 10-button games. Too many buttons for me. Yeah, no, that's definitely a big thing that a lot of people present early on, right? New World having the 3 buttons and then Ashes having a lot. I do always try to say, though, like, you know how New World is a lot of, like, 2 to 3 button combos? It's kind of what Ashes is. It's just you've got different combos all on your bar at one time. So it's not necessarily like I'm using all of these buttons every time I go in on someone. It's like, from a tank perspective, I use my shift 3 once every 20 seconds to give myself more mitigation or more tankiness. I use my shift 1 and shift 2 as a 2-button combo to go forward and then stagger someone and then trip them with shift 2. My number 1 button, I just press it 3 times and it stuns somebody and hits them 3 times. My 2 is just a damage dump. My 3 is a trip, and my 4 follows up number 3 because it's a guaranteed crit after a trip. Those are pretty much all of my damage buttons right there. Between shift 1, shift 2, 1, 2, 3, 4. Then I have shift R, which is a tomahawk. If it hits somebody from behind, then it trips them. And other than that, it's just a lot of, you know, complementary accessory abilities that you just kind of use as fillers and stuff. So a lot of situationals, a CC break, some movement abilities and stuff. But a lot of it breaks down just like New World does, where it's like, this is your combo, you're managing your heart rune, you're managing all of that. It is slothing. I knew it. I knew it. I'm shocked I still remembered. The green afro reminded me. Yup, slothing makes sense. But yeah, it's just a lot of kind of like New World-esque combos and the abilities, but you just got to kind of like have multiple combos for multiple situations. So instead of just the old, you know, grav, dodge, auto, mail, you've got the grav combo, but then you've also got the hammer combo, but then you've also got another combo, and then you've also got another combo. And you have to figure out the best scenario to use each combo complementary to your entire group. So it's a blast, man. I have a lot of fun over here. You came in with the fraud rangers, and I was like, "What you mean, dog? What you mean?" I was like, "I haven't heard that in a minute." But yeah, I think the last time I played a New World War was probably like February or something. I had people offer to pay me to come back to play New World League on their rosters because apparently every bruiser that plays now just sucks. But I didn't go. I had the contract offers and I said no. The signing bonus wasn't high enough. Fighting Free Rangers at 10 minutes. God damn, I'm shocked the Free Rangers are still over there. All right, hold on. I'm going to fill up my water and go pee real quick. And then I will be right back, my laddies. returned, and I bet you all missed me so much. So much. Cypher. Low-key forgot this was VOD. Oopsies. Oopsies. Yeah, we're still over on the Peter. Live goes down in an hour. So, Slothing, what up, dude? Yeah, I got the alert that there was an imposter, dude. He came in and was like, fraud rangers, and I was like, the fuck you mean fraud rangers? And he was like, you fighting free rangers? And I was like, dude, I don't play that shit anymore. I gave up that shit. I killed my goddamn channel to come over here. No, everything's actually wonderful. Sloth, when are you gonna give that shit up, dog? When are you gonna give it up? Like, you're trying to live vicariously through me, the GA Hatchet, the Y Dusty. I mean, it's just time, dude. Come over, join leadership over here, rejoin Zom. Sloth, it's meant to be. It's Hatchet Life Staff. Oh my fucking god. You should actually take both of my balls and you should put each one on your eyes like it's cucumbers at a spa, and then you should let my peen just flop and then just... Brother. Jesus fucking Christ. Like, just come over and play Ashes. Just come over and play Ashes. I'll be completely honest. If that new expansion is bust, it's over. They're riding on it. Bro, people have been saying that shit for the last 4 expansions, and I'll be completely honest. Some people will never give up on New World simply because it is action combat, right? And a lot of people just really, really, really love action combat. It's a very brain dead, easy to access in and out game that does not have a lot of depth. It does not have a lot of complexity. If you have a 2-digit IQ, then you're the smartest person in New World. And I don't mean a high 2-digit IQ. Because I don't really have a high 2-digit IQ. I'm like in the 30s, I think. So, I don't know, man. I don't know. I think that that's one of the biggest appeals of New World. It is very, like, casual, come and go, not be involved in a gameplay loop, player friendly. It is like, I get home from work, what do I want to do? Specifically this one thing? Awesome. New World. If you want to do multiple things, or if you want to have an immersive world or anything like that, it's not going to be New World. So, gotta make TFR homeless. Yeah, you control all those nodes. All those nodes that are going to flip ownership 3 more times this week. It's also another thing. It doesn't matter at the fucking all who owns nodes over there, man. I don't know. That entire game has so many things past just the core gameplay loop that have it cooked. Them not policing blatant account sharing, source. I played on so many fucking shared accounts. I probably played 100 wars on shared accounts. Streamed them, by the way. Nothing bad ever happens. So, like the paid server transfers, so everybody just flies in their entire roster, server to server. It's fucking awful over there, dog. It's so ungodly bad. I don't know what else to say about it, pretty much other than that, but I hope you enjoy your war, dude. I don't really think New World will be able to kind of like recover from its problems in the slightest. I think there's just too much, but all right, what are we testing over on PTR, boys? There are only like 3 of us over at the van. Who wants the PvP reps? Every day I'm told that a mage is going to beat me in duels, and every day I beat mages in duels. Where are all of these fear-demanding mages? Where are all of these heavy hitters? All of these shooters? I'm pushing not be a peasant. Oh wait, Keith, what did you say earlier about the crate? I think you posted stats, but I was in a yap, if I do recall. You go foods and can we get stomped on by the others? If we could get enough people out here for groups, it'd be wonderful. Crate, herbalism, 2 silver, 70 copper, 666 mayoral XP. Oh wait, XP. Mayoral commission, bugged, 0 XP. Buy order, 10 oak, 10 daff, 250 XP. Oh, damn. So buy orders are the play? In terms of like... Wait, that's XP or is that node rep? Polar has a ping for scrims at 9:10 p.m. Are you guys allowing outside people in tonight? Because I know a few people that would most definitely be interested in some scrims. Also, Jova Ember's still bugged. I don't know if you guys were planning to go there, but I wouldn't go there. Node rep. Okay, so that seems like buy orders are going to be by and large the most efficient, no? Or do you think the herb crates are going to be better? And how does the herb crate work? Do you have to harvest stuff and then make the crate and then like deposit it somewhere? Or like what is the process from crate start to finish right now to get the citizen rep? Also, Toast, tell all of those mages that you think will beat me in 1v1s to come out. Now is their time. It's also your time. I want all of them. I want them to line up. I want them to challenge me. And I want to walk them down. I want them to feel me. Deep in... Anyways. It's ag supply to Jova. So, like, the middle of the map over to Jova? Right. So, at what point... I'm assuming T3, that's completable. So, buy orders would have to be up. So, would you do that once a node hits T3 up to the first election and then transition to buy orders? Or would you just recommend stocking up on mats for easy buy orders? Because I feel like if the buy order is set... Now, do we know... We don't have the mayor interface, so we don't know if that's one of the controllables from a mayor. All of it requires a mayor. Wonderful. It's only 2 mages. Line them up! Line them up. I must conquer. I must use my broken class to prove how broken it is against the weakest 1v1 class in the game. And I will not accept anything other than their blood. Yeah, no, I don't know. You guys weren't even saying that it would win a lot. Kaiser was like, yeah, if I play perfectly, I win 20% and that's perfect. And I'm like, no, not good enough. It's 5% or less. I will not accept this slander. The first duel that I had against a mage today was a fucking slaughter. I went super dusty for a second. I framed everything I needed to iframe. I fucking threw in active blocks. I hit the reflect the moondos. Oh, shit was crazy. All of it requires a mayor currently, which is odd because you need tier 2 to vote. Can you do the crate escort without a mayor? They both said to you that you're most likely to win because you know tank. Not good enough. Not good enough. They must kneel before me and tell me how swole, tall, and handsome I am, or it will not be enough. Also, can I get in the scrims tonight? I'll accept that as a counter. +1 Dusty, or their heads. I need to check no mayor buildings, but they didn't before. Non-mayor buildings. So, you can't deposit them at anything non-mayor. Where do you deposit them normally? Construction building? No, because you'd make your crates in the node when the construction building was up, right? So you just put them at any building? Oh, because the crates are what are used for standing up the buildings. So when there's an active, like, construction, then you'll contribute the crates to it? It's the building the mayor puts up. So is the only way to do those crates is if a building is actively being stood up? Or is there a building that we can just deposit the crates to? I need to come over to Jova. And I need a tour. I'm on my way. Because nobody wants to 1v1 me. Nobody wants to 1v1 the tank, man. I'm coming over to Jova to look at the cool town. I'm on my way. Nobody wants to play with me anymore. So, make crate at ag supply. You kind of like the wells or orphanage. You turn those in? Okay. But they didn't give rep before. Interesting. So, any building you can turn crates into, but the wells and shit, like those things that just exist, were not actively giving rep. Only this building the mayor put up is giving rep. Okay, that makes sense. So there's no way to just like run crates over to the node right now before the mayor is up, dump the crates in the node and get rep. Now, throughout the node, do you have any of those small active events? Where it's like contribute the crates to that event to get more node experience procs per chance? Because I feel as though that could be it. Which is odd because I don't know how you get a mayor if no one can vote. Quite easily. Ask Zombie. Ask everybody that's a mayor right now, actually. They'll be able to give you some feedback on that. 283 votes, baby. DustyWhy on top. Anyways, that was without alt voting, by the way. If all of the voters had 5 alts, we're up above 1,400 votes, boys. I'm just putting that out there. That would have been a huge presence. That would have been like EU Coalition Day 1 presence. You know, right before they nerfed alt account voting. Huh. Just a weird coincidence sometimes. With how like math and stuff just kind of like correlates. That's why I don't really get into math too much. Because when you look into numbers, sometimes the numbers are kind of weird. But yeah, so how get mayor if no one can vote? Node hits tier 3 through XP. People sign up for mayor. People cannot vote until they're T2 rep. Buy orders or commissions cannot be set until there's a mayor. Crates cannot be dropped off at a building until they're in construction and put up by a mayor. Do you get node rep from just like killing shit in the node that you're a citizen of by chance? Like, you may just have to, like, raw dog it up, or maybe, like, completing quests in a node? Like a WoW type system where you complete a quest and then your reputation with the area that you're completing a quest with goes up? Not currently, or the normal commission boards. Intriguing. So, pre-mayor, there's currently no way to get citizen rep that we've discovered so far. But people need citizen rep to vote for the mayor. So as of right now, nobody would be able to vote for the mayor. Interesting. Now, is there just something that we have not discovered? Ragnar. Surely it wouldn't be that hidden as an intended mechanic, right? Or we have to dig that deep to discover how to get our first 2 tiers of citizen rep? Where's Plan and Dong? Huh. I'm coming up to Jova right now. Isn't the goal of that lockout to encourage conflict between nodes because of the lockout? No, so we're talking about not the node levels, but basically they added in a reputation system. So under the character doll, it's the affiliations tab. So you basically have to become a citizen of a node and then you can earn citizen reputation. So there are, hold on, I'll read them off to you. Oh no, you're good, you're good. Absolutely okay. I appreciate you asking. So basically there are different tiers to the node rep system, 5 different tiers. Peasant, commoner, liege, noble, and aristocrat. So peasant gives you service building buffs, settlement commodity vendor access, and then your citizen storage. Commissioner, the second tab. Sorry, commoner. I don't know why I read that as commissioner. I'm dyslexic. No, I'm not. The commoner tab gives you reduced taxes by 5%, the ability to participate in elections, so keep in mind that's T2. Global citizen buffs, so not just in the zone of influence. Big incentivization there. Expanded commodity vendor 1 and storage expansion 1. Liege gives you 10% reduced taxes. Settlement cloak 1, commodity vendor and storage expansion 2. Noble 15% reduced taxes. Citizen buck vendor, so you get access to the citizen buck vendor there. Increased citizen bucks for commissions and buy orders. Expanded commodity vendor and storage expansion 3. And then aristocrat, the highest tier. Hello. The highest tier gives you 20% reduced taxes, settlement cloak 2, Expanded Commodity Vendor 4, and Citizen Storage Expansion 4. So, if you push those up, then you get some good rewards for them. Seems worth. But, oh wait, I found everyone. I wouldn't recommend going over here. Seems like a rough area to be. Hopefully you guys don't all get bugged the fuck out. That would be less than ideal. Because the Jova MB's still cooked. I don't know. I wish you luck. Did you make a new character, Toast? Is Toaster you? Even the announcement says do XXX, which all require a mayor. So they know. I just want to see a change. Right. I'm just curious what they would have as the intended, like, progression for early citizenship. Maybe killing mobs, the way that it's supposed to give node XP as well, is supposed to be that tie into citizenship rep. I don't really know. That's really, really, really intriguing, though. And it's also intriguing because you can't, like, earn rep from your citizenship stuff until you're a citizen. So even if it's through quests, say it's a starting area and you do a lot of the quests and don't earn the rep before you hit level 10, then you hit level 10, that's going to cut out a lot of what you can earn for your early rep. So I feel like it needs to be something replicatable. Killing mobs, something along those lines. But I know they also don't want it to be like too easy to grind up because then people could just flip-flop for elections and shit. It's an interesting debacle. But I really am curious what the intended loop is supposed to be prior to mayors existing. I'm sure it's just supposed to be tied to mob XP, right? Do we know as a guild which nodes we'll be shooting for P3? I believe, plan as of right now, and I say I believe, I fucking know. Kaltorum is what we really want to get. That would be our target. So we are a very big, like, new player friendly guild, despite wanting to be very big into the top end PvP as well on our competitive side, right? We just kind of open the door for everybody and have the entire, you know, multi-aspect community. So Kaltorum, which is right near the starting area, it's actually where Bonfire is, gives us an opportunity to have our, you know, our low-level guilds, our casual guilds, always present in that area. A lot of our people will be present in the node just hanging out, so it'll also put us out there to a lot of new players getting into the game, allow them to come in and kind of like learn the way of ashes. On top of that, a lot of people that are new are looking to be competitive at some point. They just don't know where to go to get there. So we find a lot of the players, we help cultivate them, we help them grow as players, become more familiar with shit, and then before we know it, we get hundreds of PvPers out of those people who thought they were going to be casual before. So Kaltorum has a couple of boxes that it checks for us. New player hub, perfect. On top of that, it's in the Anvils where our friends Duneholt will be going to Duneholt, unless something changes there, but I don't think that'll be changing. So we've been kind of like making a plan, providing we're able to pull it off. It'll take a lot though. On top of that though, the Kaltorum node is adjacent to a harbor, which gives us a lot of accessibility to water early on for caravans, early on for ships if we want to go harbor routes. But basically, we would have a really good spot to launch vans in our node at the water inlet and then just send them out to sea and then just send them out through like the edge of the map, tropics, through the tropics, wherever it may be, and all the way around the June Dark and then all the way through down to the desert if we wanted to go that far. So it opens up a lot. Past that, it's a religious node. So the religious or divine nodes, those are long-term going to be, in my opinion, the #1 most incentivized node for servers to have, just as a whole. A tier 5 divine node will get a procedurally generated dungeon underneath it, so its own little dungeon that's made just for that node. That'll have its own, you know, loot table, spawns, all of that shit. So that would open up a meta on the server that does have that no other server would have in that time, which I think is incredibly cool to think about. And then if that node were to get sieged, that dungeon would close and that loot that came out of that would no longer be available. And I wonder if that node were to get sieged and then rebuild to T5 someday, if it would get the same dungeon or a different dungeon. A lot of cool stuff to think about with that. But I think religious or divine nodes are quite literally the most incentivized node for servers to actually try to get, because you never know how those drops will change up your entire server's meta, which is always a cool thing to think about. Ooh, I wonder if I can get in here. I'm trying to like jump into really weird areas up here and see how I can break it. I'm up on rooftops in the town right now, just kind of like exploring what's up over here. Where you at? Any practice? I'm in Jova. What do you mean? Top religious get special siege moves. Can't wait for religion. Check it out. Bro, the fact that there's an entire fucking religion system that's going to be in the game that provides power scaling and different character like aspects that we haven't even hit yet. People need to realize we're still in like the core gameplay loop part of everything. Once those fun accessory systems come in, that's where it's going to feel much less like a grind and much more like an immersive world where people can do whatever they want to. That's going to be huge. Can't wait for our cult. Yeah, shut the fuck up. You've been playing New World, haven't you? You come back when you're clean.
Abs is absolutely S
Yo,
tier.
Politan, thank you for the follow. I appreciate you. You're despicable. I did call a war yesterday. I could smell it on your fucking breath when you walked in. Only one war yesterday, zombie. I could fucking smell it. You reek of it. Disgusting. Disgusting. I need somebody to make iron armor plating for my fucking caravan wheels, and you're gone. Wars are fun when you don't belong to a company. Bro, why do you think every single company that I joined, like, except for cats, I just said I don't do anything leadership, I don't consult, I just yap in my ticket and then show up to wars? I would yap in my ticket and just say, hey, this is fucked, and then I would leave leadership to deal with it, and I would just vibe and show up and hope it was fixed. And then if it wasn't fixed, I would go in my ticket and I would mental boom. And that was the entire process. But I would win you a shitload of wars, which was an awesome trade-off. As long as you fixed the things that I wanted fixed, everything was great. And most of the time in fucking Atrocity, it was our kill squads getting cooked. Omaha is the savior of everything. And really, it was. It was. So what are you doing now? Are you on PTR? Because the PTR is Zombler. Zombler, it's fucking good, dude. It's really fucking good. So gearing is actually really engaging over here. And there's not going to be an incentivization on Steel Bloom necessarily right off rip next phase. But I think it's a big incentivization on Forge and on Carfin. So they've done a good myriad of changes over here since you've been gone. Since you've been gone. Anyways, so basically my gear sets that I'm rocking right now are Blood Runner and Forge Guards. They come from, well, Forge Guard for Forge, or Forge for Forge Guard and Blood Runner from Carfin. So essentially, the gear sets that they added in are 8 new active gear sets. The 2 that I run are Siphon, where I have a 10% chance on hit to siphon my target, dealing 200% damage and healing me for the same amount. And then my 5 set reduces a cooldown by 30 seconds down to 30 seconds. My 3 set is Bulwark, where I get a 10% chance on receiving damage to gain Ethereal Bulwark, which is 10% damage mitigation for 15 seconds on a 60-second cooldown. So those are highly incentivized now. Grand Dungeons are fucking juicy. Basically, my entire set can be fished out of, well, Steel Bloom Jewelry, still preferred, but basically Carfin and Forge for my entire set. And that's going to be a huge incentivization for a lot of people. So that Forge Lord Zammer room grind, if we can get reps there, is massive. Loudhouse, what up, dude? You on PTR? Top of the screen says Alpha 2. Yeah. So that's just a disclaimer for people. The video that's running is from yesterday's VOD. Basically, I'm on the PTR, but the PTR is visually NDA'd, so I can't show anybody the PTR, hence the P is private. So basically, the best that I can do It's run a VOD from yesterday, so people have that ADHD friendly kind of like look and see type shit. And then I play over on the BTR and we relay everything that we're talking about and then test over here. So the Alpha 2 server is getting ready to go down in 45 minutes, 42 minutes now, I guess. So over on the PTR, they also have the level 25 gear vendors up over near Jova. So you can make your character on the private test realm. You can get yourself all leveled to 25. You can get yourself your gear sets and you're good to go. They also have artisan gear vendors too, so you can get squared away with all of your gathering tools. They've got T4 towns up. It's wonderful. I'm just running around exploring the T4 town right now, and this shit actually feels like you could get lost in it, to say the very least. Citizen reputation vendor has basic gear sets, has cloaks. I wonder, because the citizen reputation vendor has all of the cloaks available. I wonder if they're making every cloak available to every player. Because if we're being honest, I want the new Ayla cloak. I do believe. Maybe not though. Because like the new Ayla cloak is 360 max HP, 168 fizz crit defense, 132 fizz power, and 180 crit defense. My Stone Glen cloak is 33 strength, 389 max health, 130 fizz power, and 130 fizz crit chance. I actually think Stone Glen cloak is better. I would lose 30 max HP, fizz crit chance, and strength to gain fizz crit defense and crit defense. So like low-key, I don't necessarily think citizen cloaks are going to be bis anymore. I think they're going to be nice filler pieces, but that's a gray Stone Glen cloak as well. That's not even like high rarity. So if we get a blue drop out of Forge, then that in itself is going to be better than any citizen cloak, at least for a fizz damage dealer, I think. So that's huge. It's a VOD from Alpha 2. Just the visuals. I'm still a human over here. Some people come in and hear that and they think it's a rerun, but fortunately, I'm me. It's just keeping me from getting Thanos snapped. Fortunately. Blood kicked my ass. Yeah, Black Blood and rogues in general can be a little bursty. Very much a little bursty. Managed to beat Strag, so I'll just take that as win. Nice. Nice. If you can catch Strag, that's good. The biggest thing about a Ranger is catching them. If you can bait out their disengages and make them uncomfortable in that like that backflip, they get 2 of those. I don't know if Strag runs 1 or 2. I think they get 2 by default though. But they can have 2 of those, and if you bait those bad boys out, then you can usually pressure them out pretty hard. So I always just try to keep the pressure up against those Rangers. Biggest thing about controls like timing. Yeah, I think it's a big part of just trying to get comfortable with all the timings, like you said. You have a lot of time in between your CCs where you can work in your abilities. So I always try to go like full courage into my initiates. So that way I can like sneak within 10 meters, right? Get a reflect, get my pulverize. And then once pulverize ends, I immediately go into a slam, shield slam, ground pound. And then that takes me to the end of the first trip. So then I go into a tomahawk. And then I go with another slam, rush of courage, slam, slam. And then I go triple vengeance. In an ideal world. That doesn't always go okay, simply because of CC breaks and shit. But in an ideal world, that's what I put people through. And that is an immense amount of damage, just percentage-wise. That is, if I get that whole thing off, enough to one-shot pretty much everybody. It's nice. Need a recommendation. My PC won't run Ashes. My laptop will, but I only have enough room for either Alpha 2 or the PTR. I would say the PTR until phase 3. And then on the 26th, uninstall PTR and then come over to Ashes. Come over to P3. That's my recommendation. I'm back and TFR is homeless. Don't make me come back just for TFR and bully your entire main ball. Don't make me do that to you, Sloth. I'm not trying to, but Zombie called a war yesterday. I will literally just come back for a war and I will get TFR, a node or Terry, and then I will I'll quit again. I guarantee someone gets me a gear set, I'm just top fragging again. There's no stopping it. There's none. You can't. By the 26th, I'm hoping to have this potato upgraded. What are you running right now, and what are you trying to switch out for upgrades? DustyWhy versus why Dusty would go hard. Have you stopped just trying to hold block the entire time? Do you do cool gamer things now instead of... I'm a healer now. Wait. Oh shit. It would be so hard for people to actually like call you out because they'd think they were calling me out. What are people running for Kill Squad now? Is it all just that wavy sword? Oh god, they don't even have to have good movement anymore to throw stuff at you. Gross. Dude, that game's so cooked. It's so arcadey now. I try to lurk sometimes and like just show some love to people, but oh my god. Oh my god, dude, it's rough. Fight Mikasa. He was the best ranger P1. He's from Elite Zenkai. Is that a guild? What is that? Antok, how you doing, my friend? Hope you're having a beautiful one. SNSGA and Hatchet Spear. Gross. I have a 3070, but my CPU is an i5 6700K and my motherboard is an A700 Pro Series. My CPU doesn't like ashes. So just try to switch out the CPU? Or are you just getting like a full everything and then switching over to, like switching the GPU over? Some people are using the new GS, which is pretty good, but KS is pretty gross right now. Yeah, I mean, New World's pretty gross right now. New World's quite gross. We're all having so much fun figuring out the new time to kill and gearing over here on the private test realm for phase 3. That's a big thing that we're trying to work towards. It's just like being ahead of the curve, figuring out where we need to target farm, where we need to get our stuff, and then just being able to bring the entire community out to that area, hold it down with the raids, and get bis. The cool thing about Ashes is that it's all open world, so is massive. Is massive. I'll come play when it comes out and leech off you. Bro, it's gonna be cheaper to play now than it is when it launches. $15 a month for a sub when it launches. Now it's $100 to get in now, all through development up until launch. And you get a 90-day period where you get a full refund. So quite literally, you can already try to play when it comes out, play a cleric, leech all the drops off us, heal, and then you have 3 months if you don't like it, where you get all your money back. So anytime you're not doing wards or anything, you spend your time over on Ashes because there's nothing else to do on New World, right? And then you have 3 months, you play Ashes. If you like it, you're here. If you don't like it, you go back to New World until Ashes launches. It's a no-loss scenario, being completely honest. 90-day period, no hour limit, full refund. If you like it, you're until launch. Admiral Godchi. Admiral Godchi. Ahoy. Ahoy. What's Godchi doing? Godchi the goober, man. I like all the 1Vs out here, though. It is nice. Did Zop duel the Ranger, man? Grap and Zest going at it. The Cleric Diffie? Intriguing. Intriguing. Is healing clicking on names like WoW, or how does it work? Because I low-key loved healing in WoW. It's similar to a WoW where like you can click on names, but it's not like a click on name, it's like a hovercast. So you hover over the name in your raid frame, so you can see my raid frames in like above my cam, like right up there. So when I want to cast one of my friendly buffs, I hover raid frame, and then I like press that hotkey, and then it puts it out. So in terms of cleric, you also have like big channeled heals where you can cast like quicker heals during your channeled heal. You have single target heals, you have AoE heals, you have a CC break and wings where you travel to a target and put a massive shield on them. You have some utility as well where you can put like silencing areas out. Chains, quite useful. So cleric over here is quite nice. Chat, who plays cleric in PvP? that wants to help me describe what a cleric in PvP is like to Mr. Slothing. You just played Disc Priest, if that helps. I was a paladin player. So, I don't know. I don't know the way of the Disc Priest, man. I don't know all of that pain suppression shit. Did everyone move to Stack Stones? Polar is running scrims over at Stack Stones at 9. I don't know if they're closed scrims or open scrims, but right now I'm over here watching 1v1s. Because nobody wants to 1v1 tanks. Yo, Jova? I'm at Stack Stones right now. So, like, near Jova. Over by the gear vendor area. Holy Paladin? I played Prop Pally as my main and then Holy Pally as my secondary. Rep was boring. Always. So, but yeah, Sloth, I think you would very greatly enjoy healing if you liked WoW type healing. It's very, very similar to a WoW type healing in terms of like the targeting mechanisms and shit. You've got some AoE targets as well. So like some ground targets and shit like that you can place down. Then past that, I think the biggest thing is like the stamina system that gives the action combaters a familiar thing to come over to. So you've got a 50 stamina dodge, 110 stamina at level 25. Sound familiar? The only difference is you can't stam yourself if you have like, you know, 20 stam, you can't dodge again. So your dodge is a 0.5 second iframe. It's not a full iframe, but it's 100% evasion rating. There's a counter to evasion rating that's accuracy rating. And you can still get hit, but it's very unlikely that you're going to. You just get 100% additive evasion rating. So that's massive. You can use your stam as an iframe. You can use it as positioning. You are putting out your enchant weapon on people, so helping out with like mana sustain and shit like that. You are immensely important. Oh, there's a double dusty for the corn dog. You guys don't get to see the corn dog again. The corn dog is a myth. Anyways. Yeah, I think you'd like it a lot. I personally have not interacted with many people that checked out Cleric over here that didn't like it. What? I'm talking to Slothing about why he would like Cleric. Your corn dog skills? Oh, the corn dogs are fucking amazing. Chat doesn't get to see it unless they pay, though. That shit's not free. Yeah, those were Insano style. But, yeah, tell Slothing why he'd like Cleric. Because, like, you didn't play a ton of WoW. You played a little bit of WoW. You raided with us for a bit, right? So, I mean, Carla at least understands the base concepts of WoW. Carla, how would you compare your Ashes healing experience to WoW? I raided with you guys the entire time. Well, I know you raided with us, but like it wasn't like years of raiding. How would you compare Ashes healing to WoW healing? Because like Sloth really liked the targeting in WoW healing where you could like hover over raid frames. I told him about that, where you're just hover casting and shit like that. But like more active than WoW, right? We have to pay for food porn? Yeah, absolutely. It's basically the same. Yeah, just more active stam and stuff like that. A little more active. Yeah. More movement-y type abilities. A little more active pacing. Higher APM. I would say probably more utility than a general, like, WoW healer would have as well in team fights. Oh, battle res. So that's cool. Not on a massive cooldown. Your res you can just use. So that's cool. I just want a Shadow Priest build. Yeah, I wonder what their plan is for that. Because they talked about on the wiki, we actually looked this up today, but they talk about on the wiki how cleric secondaries will be basically balancing the elements of like life and death in the, you know, the cleric realm of things. So, I don't know, like I don't necessarily think that'll be two different like separations. But it does seem like cleric secondaries, at least, will give a little bit of that, like, death side of things. Literally no Ashes on Tuesday. What? What the fuck do you mean? What? Glorious PTR testers. The PTR will be unavailable starting Tuesday, August 12th, 2025 at 10 a.m. EST. This downtime is expected to be up to 12 hours long. During this downtime, we'll be doing maintenance on all of our services. which will impact game and web logins. Boys, it's a big chungus. Oh, that's a big patch. Oh, we've got something good to look forward to here, my laddies. Holy shit. That's juicy. That is encouraging to see. A 12-hour downtime through their entire workday. 7 a.m. to 7 p.m. PST. Expected downtime. That is every single person at battle stations shitting in buckets. Steven fucking dropping food off at their desks so they don't have to move. They are going to be fucking locked for 12 hours straight. Oh my god. What do we think is coming in the patch? Like, realistically, what do we think? Level 30? Maybe level 30? Maybe level 30? Maybe some master level gathering, refining, and crafting? Maybe some bug fixes? New hunting. We haven't heard shit about that in a while. I'd be shocked if that came in. Although, I guess they could always drop it in unannounced. It wouldn't be that unrealistic, I don't think. But, oh dear God, please, yes. Nelly from the rafters with the hunting hype. We did fight level 35 world boss today and didn't even scratch it. Yeah, that 10 level difference kind of a bitch, huh? There were animal husbandry tools at the neutral ag supply. Wait a second. What do you mean animal husbandry tools at the new ag supply? And materials? Like new animal husbandry stuff? Or like a bow? What are we... I didn't look into what it did. New stuff. Oh. Wait, unironically? Maybe then it is. What was it, like traps and shit? Because it's traps and baits, I think. And then you get your traps, you get your baits, and then you get your bows. They were literally called animal husbandry tools or toolkit. Interesting. We're definitely gonna have to check that out. Traps and baits, though, would be under hunting. You're so right. That's very true. Although, maybe it's just like mislabeled. Smoking that Stellarium. That shit sounds fire. That sounds like it is going to make such cool armor sets, though. Because, like, if you look at Stellarium, it is this, like, vivid fucking, like, indigo blue. Like, this vivid indigo. That shit is nice-oo. Maybe we're getting the stuff we're breeding? Oh, wait. They did pull freeholds out of the PTR a while ago for added functionality once they were reinstated. It looked like different feeds and stuff. Oh shit. Wait, it might actually be Farmville update. Oh fuck. Wait, what if it is Farmville? Freeholds truly on top at that point? If you can do your farming and your breeding for your animal husbandry? Is that the biggest emphasis? Fuck, dude, we're getting too many things to focus on other than let's just get to 25. This was so much easier last phase. It was just, hey, everybody, let's level to 25. Oh, no. It's gonna be like Pal World and we have to feed our animals cake to get them to knock boots. Listen, as long as I don't walk by your freehold and see your animals going crazy, like, then we're fine. I understand you gotta do what you gotta do, but like, I don't want to expose the community to that shit. And you never know if there is a furry that is going to get freaky because of that. We've got to be very careful. especially as Final Fantasy XIV streamers start to encroach on our space. Gotta be incredibly careful, man. As soon as they redid the mining, I thought, well, hunting has to be next. They said the change was coming months ago, but I didn't hear shit about the mining. Yeah, I mean, fuck it. Fuck it. I don't want to miss the opportunity to hop into the scrims if they are opening it up. But I think I can get to the ag supply and back before the scrims technically start. And not many people like 1v1ing me. So I can probably just get there and back pretty easily. Man, I just like... I feel like a Rottweiler or something. Like, I just want to 1v1 people for fun, and nobody wants to play with me because they all think I'm too big and scary. And it's a sad life to live. I can't find shit for fights. Alright, I'm on my way to the ag supply, man. I'm literally making my way downtown as we fucking speak. Walking fast, faces pass, and we are truly homebound. So we're gonna have 0 ashes tomorrow. Yeah. That's seeming to be the case. So I'm gonna have to find something to do for a few hours. To say the very least. Now, the patch could always be less than 12 hours. But I don't expect it to come up like much before the end of the workday PST. So I don't think we'd see it anytime before 8 p.m. EST or anything like that. I'm gonna have to find something to do for a little bit tomorrow. So open the recommendations. I could always just chill in the Ashes directory and yap. I mean, as I always do. But PTR getting a new... Yup. PTR is going down for a 12-hour mystery update tomorrow. Henry, good day. You didn't take out my diamond. I don't care that much. Play Arcage. You know, maybe a day of Arcage would, enlighten me. Maybe it would. Maybe it'd introduce me to some things that I have never seen before. I don't know. I don't know. New World. Listen, if Amazon is trying to sponsor for a day, we're up tremendous. But I don't think Amazon's trying to sponsor for a day. So I don't think New World's gonna be popping up anytime soon. Arc Rage private server. Wait, what is this? Arcage Classic is a PvP-centric private server. I feel as though Arcage also probably wouldn't be a thing where I just hop in for a day and then hop out after. I feel like that would probably be like a long-term ongoing commitment. I don't know. Maybe we just do some theory crafting and some yapping. It could always go that route too. I don't want to theory craft too hard because Intrepid been cooking data miners. Not that I'm like data mining or anything to theory craft. But I don't want to get in trouble for putting too much information out there now. They cracked down on data mining or said they were going to, and then out of nowhere, Codex no longer updates with PTR stuff. So we're sourcing all the info ourselves. But I wrote my gear set down in like a little notebook. So that way I didn't put it anywhere. Colonel work, y'all can finally finish Split Fiction. I don't know if she works tomorrow. What's tomorrow? Tuesday? Yeah, she works tomorrow. She's off Thursday, Friday. So, I mean, I'll find something to do. We'll still go live. I can't play Battlefield. But, I mean, we'll find something to do. I mean, you guys forget. I used to stream Ashes for, like, 10 hours without it up on every Tuesday and Wednesday. Like, before PTR access. I was literally playing... I was streaming, like, 10 hours in the Ashes category while we were just yapping about stuff and looking at Wiki. So, like, I'm sure we'll be fine. I'm sure we'll be able to stay entertained in our little corner of things. It is kind of crazy, however, that it is just fully cooked tomorrow. I hope that it leads to a very big change. Like a YouTube video-worthy change. Because I want to be able to put a banger on the tube before B3. where I unequivocally know that shit is going to fucking slap. And if they give me a change that is conducive to that, well, my loins will just be quivering, to say the very, very, very least. I cannot wait. Let's see. I'm coming up to the ag supply right now. Artisan trees? Ooh, that's a good one as well, potentially. All right, I'm at the ag supply. Is it the agricultural supplier? Can I talk to you about... Nope. That's not the guy. Herbalism vendor? Let me see your wares. Novice herb satchel. Horses for 66 silver, 66 copper. Delicate set of tools, animal husbandry. Pasture bind. Nest lining. Soft herb-infused fibers used to protect and warm eggs in the coop. Teat balm grease. A soothing salve that keeps udders supple and milk flowing smoothly. Sleep brew extract, a gentle sedative drawn from enchanted roots, ensuring a painless, dreamlike end for livestock. Oh. Bond bloom pellets, a specially crafted blend of enticing scents and nourishing ingredients used to calm wild creatures and to build trust during training. A specially crafted blend of enticing scents and nourishing ingredients used to calm wild creatures and build trust during training. Okay. Noted. Rot root pulp. A fibrous mash from enchanted roots that encourages rapid decay and soil renewal in mulch. Level 30 in the new skill tree would be cool, but I don't know about all that. Level 30 would be fucking Insano style. So, delicate set of tools, animal husbandry, and delicate set of tools, baskets. So they're in my materials tab after I purchase them. And they're not an openable. A pouch of necessary tools needing to make means. So those aren't, like, openable or anything. They're not interactable. But these little, like, nest linings and stuff seem very interesting. Bond bloom pellets seem like they're going to be used for something related to the crafting loop of it, or the animal husbandry loop of it. I don't see any new tools, but that seems like it's going to be a bait, no? I can't drag it onto my paper doll or anything like that. Huh. Weirdly enough, though. Oh. It kind of behaves like it wants to be a piece of gear. I also just figured out a really weird interaction. If you open up your paper doll and then drag your mount over to one of your equipment slots and try to equip it, it calls your mount in or desummons it. It also uses consumables that way. Like in your character screen, if you just drag it over to one of your equipment slots, you can call in your mount that way. Not that you'd ever want to, but that's really weird. Bond bloom pellets, you can't equip in the bait slot. Shift RMB for menu. No. No interacts, no anything. The materials have no interact. Let's see. Crate packing. Maybe over here? No, not at the animal husbandry station. Farming? Textiles, vegetables, fruits, mulch, rooting balls. Herb tools, no. I don't really fucking know. If I'm being honest. Surely these are just in a little early, right? And these are going to be used with tomorrow's update? That would make sense, though. Because the one that I have definitely seems like it would be bait. A specially crafted blend of enticing scents and nourishing ingredients used to calm wild creatures and build trust during training. So does that not seem like... Actually, that almost seems like it could be an additive to the animal husbandry process. So it's like if I'm animal husbanding and I'm training a mount at the animal husbandry station, then maybe I could add that into the process to like increase the chances of getting something, right? Maybe. Huh. That's very strange. Very, very, very strange. Have to assume you'd use them at the husbandry bench. Yeah, I just interacted with it and I don't see anything either. But kind of like ways to have an impact on what your training outcome is, whether it's like the living animal or the dead animal. Because you also have on that spectrum, if that's what we're thinking, right? You've got your sleep root extract, a gentle sedative drawn from enchantic roots, ensuring a painless dreamlike end for livestock. So maybe that's for farm animals, but maybe that's also in the like animal husbandry part of everything, where you put that in and they're supposed to die. Fighting you feels so much more oppressive than fighting Grapply, by the way, based off one fight. I play very dubkey. I play very, very, very dubkey. Sometimes too dubkey and it gets me in trouble. What would you say the biggest differences are between the two? Like just that I like pressure a lot more a lot earlier and he plays a little more like reactive or something. Tank versus tanks are probably so much different than everything too. Pressure 100%. I like pressure. I like putting pressure on people. I try to get in early and get in often. So how are your fights against Grapply going? Did he still beat you, or like were you able to make enough space to actually cook? Because I know if a mage gets the time to cook with combos, you can absolutely get enough damage in. But I like Cognizant setup for solo and PvP, and Bright Grove for PvE. What's Bright Grove give? What are you gonna do when the server closes? I've been over on the private test realm today. So I'll just stay over here and we'll stay cooking and getting some information on this side of things. I came over to the animal husbandry station to see what some of these new items were that were on the private test realm. But the private test realm is a great chance for everybody to get kind of a look into what's going on with P3's build. But then PTR also closes at 10 a.m. So tomorrow we have no ashes. I'll still be streaming, of course. I stream every day. We'll probably just yap and chill and talk about some prospective changes and stuff. And then maybe tomorrow's like a little shorter stream with the downtime and stuff. Who knows? But you know, we'll figure that out when the time comes. I may also find something that entertains me in the meantime. So Bright Grove is shield procs from healing. Oh, yes, that's nice. But there's also a mana regen proc, but can't remember the name. Oh, yeah. So, like, when you heal somebody, you have a chance to also proc a shield on them or something like that. That's kind of sick. Shields are very, very, very impactful in Ashes. Very impactful. Like, not just the max HP shields either, but actual shields now. Because the changes. They gave us a whole fuckload of block chance with a shield. Like, 25% fizz block chance with a shield. I don't understand why. But they did. And that's a lot of damage mitigation that we're gaining. Now, mine's working properly. Some people are claiming that theirs haven't been working well, but like, I feel like I'm blocking a lot of shit just passively. Maybe I'm tripping, but I feel as though I'm blocking a whole lot of things passively. 300%. God damn. And that's on, what, a 60-second cooldown? What's wings? Isn't wings 250? God damn. Wait, what the fuck? So what does Cognizant give that makes you prefer it for PvP? Because that Bright Grove sounds insane. Because you could self-apply that shield in theory too, right? Dusty is bae. 5 pieces, 30 seconds. 8 pieces, double proc. Oh, damn. Wait, that sounds really fucking good for healers, no? Does that not sound like really strong? 300%'s a lot. But also, part of me wonders... At what point are we playing too heavily into set bonuses and not just leaning into optimization of pieces as a whole? That's one thing I'm curious about, to say the very least. Set bonuses are huge. Do you think they're huge to the point that if you had 3 bad pieces of gear, it would be worth forcing the set bonus instead of having 3 better pieces of gear, like fully optimized? Too big IMO? I mean, they can always tweak the numbers on the set bonus. I'm looking at it more as like a conceptual thing than just the numbers. Because realistically, in terms of them being like too big, it is a lot of one-time damage if you're talking about just like, I'm getting hit for 700 from a siphon. But that's also once every 30 minutes. You know? That's, or 30 minutes, 30 seconds, sorry. Once every 30 seconds. Yeah, 30 seconds. You know where I was going with it. 30 seconds. So it's not necessarily like that's going out once every 5 seconds and it's just this complete game changer. Yo, King Bradley, thank you for the follow. Appreciate you. I don't know, over the course of like the 30 seconds of damage is like 20 DPS on a crit, right? So it's like, at what point would I just get 20 DPS from having better pieces of gear? So one of your guild members while farming Highwayman Hills, your guild open to new members? Yeah, of course. Exclamation Guild. We run everything out of the Discord in terms of like getting tickets set up, communications, getting people invited to the guild, all of that stuff. Exclamation Guild, discord.gg/catswithabs if you're trying to get in. But yes, there's a pretty simple onboarding experience there. We just try to keep it all organized. We'll have you make a ticket in there and should walk you through everything, and then an officer will reach out. There's one set you get heal over time. It's not as good as a pure heal power set. The regen set is better than both of those because you cast 25% more spells over 5 minutes. Interesting. When you take 25% of someone's HP on an auto attack opener, it's massive. Yeah, I guess in terms of like a 1v1 aspect, right? But I also feel like they're exacerbated in 1v1s, and where they're uncontrollable, it's not like even if you go, everybody hold your fire, 3, 2, 1, heave. Like, it's not like you're gonna get all of those procs all at once on the first 10% either, right? So, I don't know. I feel like a lot of the things that we're seeing are exacerbated a bit in 1v1s. And I definitely feel that a lot of them feel strong in 1v1s. But I've even considered, like, the double defensive prospect. Because right now I run Bulwark, which is 10% mitigation. Aegis gives 35% block chance. So if I go Bulwark Aegis, then that's massive. Says invite to the Discord has expired. Oh no, do we need boosts in the Discord? Uh-oh. Boys, can someone grab a Discord invite, please? For the Cats Cord. Shows in 1v1, but if 4 people do it to 1 person, it's that much bigger. But it's uncontrollable and it's a 10% chance to proc. So it's not even that it's going to proc all at once. 4 people using abilities and having extra damage on those abilities at the same time would be a more controllable thing. At least in group play, that's what I'm saying. If it was like an ability where we just pressed a button and then our siphon activated, I'd agree with you. Because then it would all just be like, everybody 3, 2, 1, siphon. But at this point in time, it's much more efficient just go everybody 3, 2, 1 abilities. And it's not guaranteed at all that those would all proc at the same time. It's a 10%. So in theory, if you have 10 people playing off of that first hit, you're going to get 1 proc. Over the course of a 4-hit combo, I don't know how many procs you're destined to get at that point. That's math that I don't want to get involved in. But I feel like the actual coordination of it is a little bit on the uncontrollable side. Which is what makes me, honestly, in group versus group, err towards the side of things like Aegis and Bulwark. Like those defensives where they just give you mitigation, they give you that long-term buff. I fuck with those in terms of powerful set bonuses, at least as a tank. Now, I still run Siphon. I run 5-piece Siphon because the pop is nice, the self-heal's nice, there's no shit. But it's also not something I'm relying on. It's just kind of like, if I'm throwing that into somebody and it jumps them down, then I can follow up with the grapple, and that's going to be a little bit better. So, I don't know. Everything will break down to, you know, the situation that it's used in, all of that shit. But I do think in 8s, the set bonuses are probably a lot. Like, yes, if they line up, if the stars align, great. But that's going to be such a low chance, even if you're trying to coordinate it, that I don't necessarily think that's something consistent or replicatable to play around, right? At least on my end. Mason Enable's gone now. I think they moved it over to the other side, right? Briarmore. Sad that there wasn't a good heal set in medium yet. I'm sure there will be. Want someone to swing at me? What the? Ow! What the fuck? Is there auto attack on? Wait, I think I found somebody's whose auto attack is on strike. Look. If I'm not tripping, their auto attack's on. Watch. Wait, no? Oh. Who the fuck is this? What the fuck? What is happening? I'm so confused. Wait, why am I gonna get behind them? Bro, this is so weird. I think we found the first bot in Ashes. It was double broken sometimes though. Last time, if you crit next hit was a regular siphon. Had it happen a few times. Reported as a bug anyways. Are you running the 8 set? Because the 8 set would put on a debuff to the target that would do like a small siphon over time. I haven't noticed double siphon procs. I haven't tested like that thoroughly, but alchemy table and lumbering tables were gone yesterday, but not Mason. Oh, so they're finally like sorting it all out. Good, good, good. Now, was it just extra duplicate tables, or did they actually like restructure how things were set up? Was running 5 strike, 3 siphon. Weird. Very weird. I'll see if I can keep an eye on it. That's it's very intriguing. What incarnation is going on over here? What are these goobs doing? Very intriguing. Very intriguing. Their tank duels are going very, very back and forth. I feel like tanks can actually kill each other on this TTK. I will say. I don't know, man. I feel like we can. I might be crazy for that, but... think they were duplicates? That makes sense. That makes sense. So they're basically just cleaning everything up for the new player experience. Did the same with Strike, but more often with Siphon. So it would proc 2 hits in a row? That's weird as shit. So if you crit, you would get another proc after, and it was a non-crit proc? That seems very weird. Who want 1v1? Anybody want 1v1? Any 1v1 at all? That's weird. I haven't noticed that. Toast, stand still. I gotta proc this on you real quick. 281. Combat. 280 proc siphon reaction. That wasn't even a lot of damage. That was only 280. Huh. That's weird. But it wasn't a crit or anything. Weird. Very weird. Did Godchi hit me? Godchi, do you want the smoke? I will... Oh. My bad. My bad. That's on me. I like when people actually want to duel me. It makes me feel all happy inside. All right, we good? Yes. No. No. Yes. No. No. Wait. Okay, I wait. He got my siphon already too. Got you will fight. He's waiting on cooldowns. Okay, cool. Oh god, I just want more PvP. Dude, PTR downtime tomorrow, yes, Asura. But PTR downtime is probably gonna lead to an absolute fucking juicington patch. If I do say so myself. If I had to wager a gander. That patch is probably going to be absolutely fucking impeccable. Hello, Gachi. Happy to have you. Fortnite. GG. Tank balanced. Bankver's mage is still just, something. Put the wall behind. Oh, yeah. So that's something we can do with the new grapple timing. So when I grapple somebody, there are a couple of things that I'll try to do as follow-up. You can either, like, go for the wall behind them and, like, the Fortnite. So you kind of, like, pre-cast the wall. Or, because the grapple timing over here is so fast, the other combo that I like to do is basically, like, throw my... I'll flag on you and then throw it. I'll throw my grapple, and then I'll just pre-cast my trip as soon as they're actually in range. Oh, wait, because I can't grapple you because you're... gray. Or green. But yeah, so basically, like, if you grapple somebody that's flagged, you want to just throw the grap and then, like, pre-cast your second ability, essentially. If you can, it's cool to get the grapple into the tremoring. You can get the grapple into the wall, but I also like to, yeah, just like that. And that grapple will, like, throw regardless of what you throw after it, especially with the new timing on it. So you can also do something along the lines of, like, grapple into a shield slam or a ground pound. If you have the courage already, then that can be good. So, like, you get a finisher out to get your stagger, right? Because your finisher staggers, and then you grapple, and then you ground pound while they're on the way, and then they're instantly tripped. Because ground pound is a frontal cone, and it expands a few yards out. So with the new faster grapple timing, we are basically able to, like, pre-throw our grapple and then queue the trip up, and then once that trip goes out, they're basically already in the cone of effect for that trip. Think I'm hooked on tank? I love tank. I love tank. Funny enough, Godchi and I dueled, and we're just joking about how, like, mage sucks at 1v1. Well, not joking, but mage sucks at 1v1 right now, only good in group/raid combat, which is entirely true. But it's kind of like the opposite for tank, right? We are ungodly oppressive in 1v1s, and then in, like, groups and raids, we're just kind of, like, there. We just take up some space and occupy, you know, occupy territory, to say the least. So it is most definitely a little bit of a different vibe between, like, tank and mage and stuff like that. I think 1v1s are where tank feels the best, and there are genuinely some times in 8v8s where you feel absolutely fucking useless, and it feels like you're just trying to peel your backline, but there's nothing that you can do because then you need to be up in the front line holding space so you don't get collapsed. Like, there are moments where you're just like, what the fuck can I do to help, please? But I will say tank feels incredibly rewarding, at least for me. I enjoy the playstyle of it a whole lot. Seems like tanks can still be good for pulls. Oh yeah, pulls, walls, trips, like calling targets out and securing those single target kills. All of those things are fucking huge. Absolutely. I think that people are used to, like, how genuinely oppressive tank is over on, you know, over in 1v1s and stuff like that, right? And they just kind of, like, plan around that being the norm, and it's not. Teleporter's playing this one well. Brother's actually cooking. Good fight, dude. Very good fight. Actually, good fight. Ah, toast. All right. All right, I'm ready. I'll take it. Fuck it. I'm 25% HP. Surely you got this. Surely you win with me at 25% HP. I just rolled the lightning strike. No. I just rolled the lightning strike. Are you guys PvPing at level 15 on PTR? Nah, 25 vendors up, dog. So during the test earlier today, they spawned in some level 25 gear vendors over by Stack Stones in Jova. So we've got our level 25 upgrades. We've got our level 25 gear sets. I'll dash it. It is quite wondiferous to be over here PvPing on this build with this build. I feel phenomenal. So I'm hoping maybe we can sneak our way into streamy wimmies, but they might be doing closed scrims again. So, oh look, you think they might have forgot to remove them? I mean, fuck it, everything's wiping tomorrow anyways. So like, I'm assuming as soon as the server goes down at 10 a.m. EST tomorrow, everything's fucking dead. I'm fully preparing to like full lose a character and shit again. So we'll see. Start still 15. Yeah, I mean, I just don't think they went back to the starting area after the fact necessarily. Who knows? Could have used slightly more. You felt squishy. It felt like my auto attacks were hitting you really hard. Walk outside the door. Oh, wait. Are there 25s outside of the door? Oh, cool. That's massive. I recorded a video of the 40v40v40. Can't wait to show it much later, by the way. Yeah, I mean, I don't know if PTR will ever get the NDA lifted, but at least you'll have it. That shit was fun. When I did it like an hour ago, it was only 15. Still may have changed it. Interesting. Leon, did you see it like outside of the front area? Like once you actually go out? I had to go to line hold, buy the 15, then go to Stones to do the 25. Absolutely massive. Absolutely massive. That is the efficient new player experience, to say the very least. I wonder if these fine souls do indeed need another tank. 40v40v40, that was a PTR test earlier. It was a blast. It was a blast. There were 3 raid groups that were out there testing crates, testing a whole lot of things. And it was, brother, it was very fucking fun, to say the least. We got to check out some like very large scale PvP over here too. Not like very large scale, but it was solid. 40v40v40 was well over 100 people. I was still holding about 100 frames. The server was incredibly smooth the entire time. It was fucking sweet. Level 35 Tumok was funny as fuck. Bro, the level 35 Tumok, I went to tank that shit. And it turned. And it killed my entire group. Is Tumok roaming now? Tumok always walked around. What do you mean? The Raid Royale was really fun. Yeah, the Raid Royale was great. Now, I will say, I do wish that there was some form of being able to flag up for PvP still present. Without just the tick off. I think that'd be my personal pref. But I'll get used to it. The swipe was hilarious. Bro, it killed so many fucking people. All at once, instantaneously. Most of my raid was dead. Legitimately, probably fewer than 10 people still alive in the raid, like, post-swipe. Rogue seems to be my struggle. When a rogue puts the debuff on you, where you can't rotate, it's called off balance. So rogue stealths and rogue tries to go on you, right? So when rogue flips over you, that's called acrobatic strike or something. I think acrobatic strike. Yeah, that's the name of it. So that gives a debuff to you called off balance, where you're rooted and can't move your character. So when you get that, the rogues are going to have advantage. They're going to go behind you, and they're instantly going to start backstab comboing you. And the longer they can keep you locked down, the more they can backstab you, right? So usually I play around that, and the second they flip, I hit my shake it off, which is my CC break, and then I hit my reflect. and then once I hit my reflect, that's going to interrupt their backstab combo, and basically allow me a chance to get damage in. So it's not about killing the rogue, and this is the thing about 1v1s. It's not about killing them 100 to 0. It's about winning every trade. And as a tank, we excel at winning every trade, because one trade we can use our reflect to interrupt their combo. The next trade we can use our defensives. The next trade we can use our shields. The next trade we can use this. The next trade we can use that. Like, we have a lot of things that help us interrupt their combos and win the trades, so to say, which is incredibly huge. Although rogues do also have a little bit of a buggy wuggy right now, where they may or may not have permanently up poisons, I believe it is, which is always a wonderful thing for everybody to deal with and interact with on a daily basis. So I think you can get mana burned and like slowed by them now all the time, and then they have their infinite sustain. There's a lot that rogues are doing right now. I think the mana, or the fucking poison bug is probably the worst part about fighting him currently. Somebody yell about the poison in the triple hemo? Yeah, that shit's still bugged. So you can like triple hemorrhage people and then also just stack up your poison on them like crazy. Kind of wacky if you do think about it. Genuinely. I might win this. No, good trip. Good trip. Very good trip. No, that's a huge combo. I'm caught in the blender now. That's bad. It's one combo. He got a big fucking dodge on my trip that was going in for him, and then countered on that and got a big dodge on me, and as a result I was not quite able to get enough off. It's that poison shit. It's the poison! If only rogue wasn't bugged. At one point in the 40v40 I caught a few with healer and they melted. Yeah, I mean, rogue is also just the 1v1 toxin of the game because you can infinitely giga heal. Oh, nice. My character's bugged. Oh, shit. I mean, that's just rogue, though. Like, genuinely, if a rogue loses a 1v, then they are El Cucko'd. Genuinely. A rogue should not lose a 1v1. Because if a rogue's playing properly, they go in and they try to hit their combo, and if they don't hit their combo, they just go out and then re-stealth, and you can't keep up with them. And you can't just hit them out of stealth with the first instance of damage they take. It has to be 5% of their total HP. So basically, they go out, they re-stealth, they heal in their re-stealth, they get a full reset, they re-engage off of that reset, and then they just do that on repeat until you're either out of mana, out of cooldowns, out of whatever. I did not set a home MB. So what are my options if I accidentally respawned in Jova and don't have an MB set? Ha ho ho. Because I used my unstuck. I don't think I can get a mount out. PTR down? Not till 10 a.m. 12 hours on PTR. But yeah, I consider 1v1ing rogues to be probably like the least fun experience. Much more so than tanks. Simply because at least tanks, you can outplay it, right? There's an element of like, you can frame the shit. What a tank has, you can see coming. You can play around it to a certain extent. Rogue has so fucking much in the 1v1 kit that's so annoying. The re-stealth mechanic being fucking omnipresent, healing in the re-stealth, like, you're promoted to play in a very passive way. And it makes me sad. But that's also rogue. That's also rogue. Not gonna lie, Bard feels less broken now. I mean, what do you mean by broken? Yeah, like, Bard, if people are geared properly, Bard's pretty easy to deal with. Like, I genuinely feel like the only thing that beats me in 1v1s is either a tank with a more optimized gear set. Like, if you give me against me with a heavy gear set, then me with a heavy gear set beats me with this gear set. But, like, other than that, it's a rogue, like... That's it. I think Bard is deal withable. I just think Rogue can play in such a... Weird way. Text is the one class that have a chance against Rogue, though. What do you mean Rogue's less fun to play against? Because the only chance that we can kill a Rogue... Like, the only chance that we do have to kill a Rogue is catching that one, like, perfect trip that you don't 80% evasion your way out of, and, like... There's a good bit... I have to make a new character, I think. Slash global any GM on. But yeah, so like with Rogue, the thing that I don't enjoy about it in terms of fighting against it is simply the fact that the like cadence of it is go in, fish for a like no risk all reward combo, and then dip out and then wait for that combo to be back up and then re-stealth and have an oppressive re-stealth. I think the biggest thing that I would like is if they just took away the percentage-based HP stealth break on your stealth and changed it to like any damage done breaks your stealth. That's my personal take on it. I think if you stealth and I do any damage to you, you should probably have your stealth broken. And that would be a little bit less OP in terms of like, you know, I go out, I re-stealth, I heal in my re-stealth, and then in that same re-stealth, I set up my entire combo once again. It seems a little, like, anti-fun for 1Vs, and that's the only part of it, I think, personally, that feels genuinely like, okay, this isn't even fun to play against. The slowing poison is, like, obviously unfun to be completely slowed. But I think the biggest thing just architecturally rogue-wise that I don't like playing against is just the fact that it's so, like, re-stealthy. My roots haven't been unstealthing rogue anymore, which is not okay. It's 5% of their max HP as damage to unstealth them. So you'll either need to have dots up on them or you'll need to go fishing. But rogues can also re-stealth and shit, so... There's a whole lot of fun to be had by fighting rogues. Oh yeah, there is a 20 to 29 gear vendor right out here. Yeah, we're up tremendous. Gold plus enchanting, radiant consumes kit. Fuck me. Let's see, we need Blood Runner, Forge Guard. And then we need Rosethorn. God damn it. Yo, Gretton. What up, you bald fuck? How you doing, my boy? Soothing Shadows is amazing, even in its nerf state. Yeah, I think it's just the whole loop that rogues are incentivized to go in, hit, run out, re-stealth, wait for combo, go in, hit, run out, re-stealth, wait for combo. And our only option to get them out of that re-stealth is to do 5% of their total HP as damage, which is more than just like, oh, I swing my weapon around and hope I get them, haha. That's like a full, I'm committing an AoE ability and hoping for the best type shit. Which I think is very less than ideal to play around. Just from my standpoint. But I'm just a boy. I just play tank and lose to rogue. Now, with that being said, keep in mind, I can still kill rogues. I still win against rogues a fair majority of the time. Just because I win against them doesn't mean that it's fucking fun to fight against them. I can ruin entire classes' existence and still beat it. I just don't think it's fun to fight against. Like, I still probably beat rogues, I'd say 70% of the time. It's not fun to fight against. I don't know how else to say that. Maybe I'm tripping, but Fighter should win versus rogues if my head cannon balance had its way. I think the rogue evasion rating is the thing that people sleep on most, though. Because my entire thing is I need to get a trip on the rogue. And if I can get a trip on the rogue and then follow up with a lot of damage, they're going to be pretty squish. The big problem with that is that rogue has a sicko mode amount of evasion anytime they are, like, you know, playing within their realm. So it's very hard to get into a spot where you're even able to get all of that off, right? It's very frequent that I will, you know, get the trip off, miss the damage, miss the trip, have to go into a secondary trip, get the secondary trip off, miss the damage. Like, it's a lot. Evasion rating is incredibly strong to play around. And unless you have specifically, like, disable accuracy rating, then that's not going to do too much to cope you through that. Make it actually pretty tough. Oh, wait, fuck me. I got the wrong set. God damn it. Oh, I didn't want the Steel Bloom earrings. I wanted the Steel Bloom amulet. And that wasn't in Rose Thorn. I think that was Rosarium Guard, right? And we just couldn't get the Steel Bloom fucking rings anywhere, which is what I actually wanted. It's kind of unfortunate. I want to be a Death Knight. You'll be able to be a Death Knight soon. Don't you worry. But, like, what do you want to, like... What do you want to do for a Death Knight? That's the thing. Is melee up for P3 or what? Can I play fighter and not be paper? Like, it depends on what scale, dog. Genuinely. I think that how you build is a big thing. But I also think that the mode that you're trying to build for is a big thing. How you play is a big thing. Secondaries will be a big thing. 26 to 50 will be a big thing. Ranks on trees will be a big thing. There are a lot of things that will severely impact what things feel like, to say the very least. Fighter has a whole lot of shit that could potentially tank it up. Secondaries could do very well for fighter. Between, like, tank secondary, cleric secondary. A lot of different options, right? Proper group comp that's playing around a fighter could also be a large thing. So there's a lot. I want to be a tanky bruiser that has decent mobility but not zoomer fast but not turtle slow. I like being able to sustain fights and just consistently pressure like a DK does in WoW. Right. Now, a DK in WoW, when I think of that, I'm thinking WoW as much more of a I get in and I stay in type shit. And Ashes punishes that, to say the very least. Because in terms of getting in and staying in, the reason why getting in and staying in, keep in mind, even as a tank, it's not get in and stay in as a tank. It's try to pull people out, get the advantage on them. When we go in, it's a quick hit, and if that doesn't work, we're regrouping, we're moving elsewhere. It's a very mobile game in terms of the combat. So, in terms of, like, that pressure, right? A lot of it is the ebb and flow. It's like, we're back, we're taking our time, we're setting up on targets, we get an opportunity, we jump in on a target, and then we get a kill, right? And then you snowball off of that, and that's your pressure, right? Don't mind not being able to walk into 30 people, but I don't want to get blown up by like 3 to 4 people either, if that makes sense. Fair. 4 people is, in all fairness, just devil's advocate, an entire DPS core for an 8-person group. So it's typically 2 supports, or like 2 bards, 2 clerics, 1 tank, 3 DPS, or 1 cleric, 2 bards, 1 tank, 4 DPS. So that's like a full DPS 8-person group, right? So that is most definitely going to be a thing. I mean, even as a tank, right? And this is, keep in mind, as a solo thing, right? I was doing 1v1s and then we did some fuck around for fun 1v2s. 1v2s, if 2 people focus me and don't hit each other like idiots, you guys, they can just blow me up. Just very simply. Without that group input and that full sustain, that's a big thing. Even if you have clerics, even if you have bards, and you're trying to go into 4 people as one, then that would basically mean that everybody can just go into 4 people as one that's playing that, and the entire balance would be off, right? So it's very dependent on, like, if you want to go into 4 people, you're going to have in caps on their backlines, you're going to have an all in. So with a fighter, you're not really looking to be like the whole, like, rah, look at me, I'm the center of attention. You're more looking to be like, waiting for that initiate to go in, and then like jumping in after the initiate. Yo, Tada, thank you for the follow. Appreciate you. So it's basically like the dodgeball scene, right? So you've got like the peekaboo with the duck, and then like the dodgeball coming over the duck, right? So that's essentially what a fighter is going to play like in an ideal scenario. Same thing with rogues, same thing with other things that are trying to get in off of that slingshot. Funny enough, same thing with tanks. A lot of people think, oh, tank's going to be your first in, right? A lot of the time, mages go. Mages will go and they'll blink and they'll fish for a big freeze, and then tanks will follow mages' freezes with a wall, and rangers will follow with vines, and like a lot of time it's rangers and mages that are leading your actual initial front line. So a lot of time it's us just kind of like following up, right? So that's a big thing that I think people fuck up on Melee, where they're just like a little bit impatient, a little bit unwilling to wait. This is PTR server. So you're watching the phase 2 server. Well, I guess the phase 2.5 server. Visually, the private test realm is NDA'd. We can talk about everything that we're doing though. So I'm playing over on the private test realm, yapping about what I'm doing with you guys. We just can't show that, or my account would get Thanos snapped. So that's what we're trying to avoid over here. But yeah, we're playing over on the PTR. The phase 2.5 server went down like half an hour ago. But yeah, if you have any questions, please feel free to let me know. It's just like the vibe of DK's the most. Two-handed sword, kind of inevitability of it. You see it, you go, it's gonna crash with me. Right. Don't mind waiting for engages and jumping in to get 2 to 3 kills. And then get out, but I don't want to go in, try to pop my CDs and just fall over. Right. Yeah, I definitely think a lot of that is going to be timing of engages. Because everything has this certain level of AoE ebb and flow and group stuff. Even down to the element of like, if you go in and your ranger hits a 10-person vines on a 10-person raid, right? That 10-person vines is going to be such a high priority vines to get off that it's going to get nimbled. Nimble Dance from a bard is like an AoE like debuff CC cleanse that pulses multiple times and pulses multiple, you know, CCs off. So like big initiates are always something that will have to be played around to a certain extent, right? Too much of an initiate, too big of an initiate is immediately met with like CC break, and too small of an initiate, well, they're able to counter off it. So things to consider. Trying to get into it. I played New World, Throne and Lib, but I'm wanting something more fun, if that makes sense. I played 7,000 hours plus of New World, 3+ years of it. I came over to Ashes in late December because I was quite literally looking for the same thing. And I was also looking for something that was going to provide me a future that I could look forward to, instead of an up in the air looking 2 seasons out, hoping that the build hits, right? I am very confident in Ashes, and I think every player has the perfect opportunity to hop in, with phase 3 being in 15 days. It is quite possibly, it is quite possibly the best time that any prospective new player has to consider hopping into Ashes. Long live Dusty, much love. Like, it's an insanely good time. Ashes takes every single gameplay loop that New World has and extrapolates it so fucking much. Adds so much the social component of everything. It is wonderful. The biggest thing about Ashes versus New World is Ashes is a lot steeper of a learning curve. It's got a lot more small things in the game for people to learn and keep track of. But once you learn those things, you also settle into your gameplay loop very well. It's a lot less soloable, and you've got to be a part of a community. You've got to be working with a lot of people. You've got to be working as a citizen of your node to grow your nodes or your towns, or people won't be able to have their gathering, refining, and crafting. So it is truly everything New World wanted to be, but just an extra level of deep. The only thing is tab target instead of that full action combat, but if you like a tab target, then brother, welcome. Right now, in my opinion, best time to hop in, because as I mentioned, we have a reset coming in 15 days for the start of phase 3. That's going to be up 24/7 as well. So essentially, your 90-day period where you get a full refund on your pack covers you for the remainder of the PTR access. Well, honestly, PTR access continues past phase 3 and everything, but PTR access leading up to P2, P3s, you can learn And then the first couple months of P3 as well. So you'd be up tremendous. New World had a lot of social slotting for wars and stuff. Yes. And the New World war scene was also terribly just naturally gated in terms of the mode itself. There was not a lot of accessibility for wars. Now, keep in mind, I played thousands of wars. When I left New World, I was one of the players with the most wars played. I had 8 characters on 8 different servers, as well as many companies that were feeding me loaner accounts to log into and war with them. I was warring every single war slot, every single night, for multiple months in a row, for a long time. I was at my peak, like, 25 plus wars a week. It was disgusting. So, genuinely, like, I know all the ins and outs of that scene. Ashes has all of the accessibility that New World never had, while also offering the exclusivity for competitive communities to be the most competitive and the baddest of the bad and the best of the best. It is truly the dichotomy of people having something to shoot for and being able to see the top level live in action next to them and see the difference that New World never had. It's genuinely amazing. You've got 85 player ownable nodes over the course of the entire map when the thing's launched as well. So it's nice. Granton, are you in the Cat's Cord? I don't know who you're playing with when you come over here, but it better be us. Exclamation Guild if you're not in the Cat's Cord, dog. You're fucking up if you're not with us, by the way. I'm just putting that out there. If you're not with cats, you're making a severe mistake. It's food for thought. I'm gonna get water real quick. I'll be right back. All that without swiping a credit card? Whoa, 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 whoa. You still have to swipe at Ashes. It's just for a tier 3 sub to DustyWhy instead. It's just a little bit different of swiping. Like, yeah, you can swipe directly and get gold and shit like that in New World and not be punished. They'll punish you here. But you can get a T3 sub to Dusty here, and then you can ask old Dusto anything you might be wondering, and then I'll answer all your questions if you have a sparkly banana. Food for thought. I'll be right back. Oh, yeah. Okay. Sorry, I'm back. That wasn't me. Sus. You're sus. What classes does everyone think is going to be the go-to? I don't think there will be a go-to. One of my favorite things in Ashes, if I'm being completely honest. The thing about it is, like, as you said, some will overpower others in certain areas, right? But I also think outside of that, right? It's a lot less some will overpower others, and it's a lot more, at least in my eyes, that you have your strengths and your weaknesses, right, of certain archetypes. And with certain archetypes doing some things well and some things poorly, that's your validity of your group comps, that's your 8v8 balance point, that is your secondary archetype coming in like the full balance of that, and those are all of your accessory systems that are also coming in that are cumulatively going to add to what your character, you know, truly is. And there will be a lot of ways for you to kind of like play around what you want to in your character, whether it's a matter of playing around your strengths or playing around your weaknesses. And that is entirely up to what you want to do and entirely up to like how you want to build your character. So it's all like, people always ask me like, Dusty, what's the best class? And I'm like, there isn't one. And I'm like, the best class is like what you want to play the most and what you're not going to hate playing over the course of the next 2 years while it changes 1,000 times. Where you are right now, Ruins of Ayla, I don't have a fucking mount. I died and fucked up. I got to respawn. And I had to remake my character because the Jova MB is bugged. And it spawned my character, the Jova MB, under the world. So I'm at Lionhold right now. And I don't think there are any mounts that I can get outside of Sweat. I don't want to fucking do Sweat. So I need somebody to get like an Ebon Omen. And I need someone to like fucking hoof me over an Omen. Didn't just unstuck or relog. Unstuck still had me under the ground. Did relogging fix you when you were fucked up in Jova? I mean, I'll switch over real quick and check. But I mean, I already got the gear set and shit. I just need to run over now. Stay there. Yeah, I'm just switching over and checking. What's a good argument to bring a broke-ass ex-hardcore WoW player over to Ashes? Trying to convince my cousin to come over. It has to be a very good argument since after exchange rates, Ashes is quite expensive in my country. Yeah, I'm still bugged over here. So, in terms of anybody that's thinking about coming over, I think that it is very simple to just let them know they have 90 days where they can play Ashes as much as they want to, right? With no hours limit, and you can get a full refund if you're not happy. So if you're not 100% sure that it's what you want to play after 3 months, you just get all your money back. If you want to stay after 3 months, then you stay. And you play the rest of development up until the launch of the game. It doesn't have to be the perfect game for them. We don't have to pretend it's a perfect game for them. But nobody has to lie and act like that it's not, you know, the safest purchase. Not everyone's going to like Ashes. And I'm not going to sit here and say not that everyone's going to like Ashes. I'm not, you know, a fucking paid shill or anything like that. I'm honest. It's not going to be a game for everybody. But that refund period sure as fuck makes it worth checking out for everybody. Even if you think there's a slim chance that you could like one of the systems in Ashes enough to play it, that's enough, in my opinion, to check it out and see if it's something that could stick. Because you never know when you get in here if something just starts hitting in a way that, you know, you didn't think it would hit. So, I always try to keep that in mind. Why the name Cats with Abs? So, back in New World, I had a company with my friends when New World first launched on our first server, Metnol, that was called Metnol Institute. Metnol merged into a server called Charybdis. And then we were like, well, we've got to come up with a new name. So we did a company-wide vote for name recommendations. And the two names that were the most voted names were Stray Cats and Dudes with Abs. It was a tie. And so, as, you know, company leadership, speaking for the community, we made the decision to combine the two. So it was either Stray Dudes or Cats with Abs, and we opted in for Cats with Abs. So Cats with Abs was you know, an active community in New World for a while, and then died out when a lot of my friends quit the game. I went the route of just joining random communities at that point and playing in those and just being a, you know, a war focused player, PvP focused player over there. And then I always had a lot of pressure from people to like, you know, make a company of my own, bring back cats, all of that shit. Because a lot of people wanted to play with us, because I'm very, like, very competitive focused, but also very new player oriented, right? I want my communities to be very good, but I'm also not an elitist that's just shunning new players and casual players from the guild. So we attempted to do that in the New World scene, and it was just very incredibly hard to do so with server transfers, with everything in the New World scene being the way that it was. Became near impossible to actually pull it off in the long run, which led to me coming over to Ashes and bringing cats over here. So I came over in phase 2, and instantly a few people were like, "Oh, Dusty, are you gonna, you gonna join an established company or guild, or are you gonna, you're gonna make your own?" And I was like, honestly, probably gonna make my own. And so when I first came in, a lot of people thought that I'm over by the Jova little whirlpool looking thing now, by the way. But when I first came in, a lot of people didn't really take me or the community seriously at all, because obviously, funny name, streamer. So most streamers suck at video games. I mean, Grenton's over here. And, they're not really much of a threat in PvP. He's also bald. But people started to realize that I was very serious about trying to be good and make my community. I'm kidding, Grenton. I love you. I love you. I needed somebody as an example. I figured you were still here. So over time, people started to realize, I was a little bit more, more serious about everything. And I actually did want to be a part of the PvP scene, did want to build up the community, and that we were very serious about playing the game the way that, we thought, was contributing to the scene and the community. So we've stuck it out over here. We've got a lot of momentum. And, over time, people have started to realize that just because it's funny name doesn't mean that it's a complete meme of a community, which I really like. I think that it's a good representation because we don't take ourselves too incredibly seriously, but we're always trying to improve, and we're always about the community, and I like everything that we've set up. So it's something that started as just kind of like a meme back in New World and carried through the legacy of my friends quitting and no longer playing stuff with me. And, if they ever make their way back into Ashes, and Cats will be here built out for them better than ever. But if they don't, Cats has helped so many new players that I think they would be very proud of where it's come, to say the least. So I'm super proud of it. Even if, today was the largest that we ever were as a community, I'd be extremely proud of it. We already have hundreds of players that have played the game with us, both new and experienced. Some have moved on to other communities and, still come by and support and show love to the community and get props. So I don't know. I'm super thankful where we're at. Like, we have a lot of people that work very hard to make this whole thing possible. So it's fun, to say the least. Where are my abilities? Shield slam, regular slam, you switch, you switch, you switch. You go there, and my kit is good. Wonderful. Okay, I think I'm all squared away. In terms of gear, I should have 3-piece Forge Guard, 5-piece Blood Runner. Okay, cool. We're set. You beat a pay-to-win guild, so good in my eyes. Wait, who pay-to-win guild? What do you mean you beat a pay-to-win guild? Who the fuck was a pay-to-win guild? In Ashes? Have they spoken of a possible release date? No. They are sometimes a little quick to give dates and get shit for that. But release date isn't even something that they're like targeting or anything. It's more so like the analogy that I use is your mom's cooking something that smells delicious, right? And you go out and you're like, "Mom, when's dinner gonna be done?" And she's like, "When it's done, shut the fuck up." Or at least that's what my mom said. So it's kind of like one of those, right? It's like a dinner's done when it's done. If you keep being a little shit, I'm gonna turn down the stove and make it cook longer. And I feel like that's what we get. And I'm fine with that. Because New World, where I came from, was extremely rushed, deployed with a lot of technical debt in its live service iteration, and constantly played this uphill game of catch-up. And Azrael, thank you, Trick. I appreciate you so much. Oh my god, that double. You're such a legend. Thank you, thank you, thank you. As a result, New World always had this constant uphill battle. Dude, I'm so fucking spoiled. I appreciate you, Trick. Thank you so much, man. I never thought that I would be like cool enough streamer to be like, "Yo, chat, can I get a mount?" and then like somebody pulls up with a mount. That was cool as shit. Thank you, Trick. That's like one of my streamer fantasies that I got to live out. It's like calling an Uber and the Uber shows up, except like instead of an Uber, it's one of my chatters. It's awesome. Thank you. Thank you. I'll be bragging about that for a month to all my friends. I just want you to know. My friends ask how stream is, and just like, I will brag to them about that. I was ready to give you mine and Lion hold the shirt off his back. Oh my god. I appreciate you guys. But yeah, so anyways, release date. They try to kind of like avoid the full release date, and it's more of a, you know, when it's done type shit. Like, it's done when it's done. Don't try to rush perfection. And I'd rather have that than what New World had, where they deployed with a ton of technical debt, had to constantly play catch up, and could never really get to the spot where they were actually, like, in my opinion as a consumer, I see two forms of content. It's preventative and progressive content. Preventative is fixing shit that shouldn't be broken in the first place, and, you know, fixing up technical debt. And progressive content is, am I getting new cool shit? New balance, new items, new raids, new dungeons, new content, new game, right? And if you spend too much time in preventative, then you can never go to progressive, and you spend too much time fixing a game that's not progressing, therefore it's atrophying players that have completed your content and your game, and New World happens. So that's what, you know, constant preventative does. Ashes is doing the preventative part before shit even goes live in their alpha build, to make sure that they're able to focus equally on the progressive side, or predominantly on the progressive side, and that's before launch. We are already more in a progressive over preventative state than New World is, and we're probably 2+ years pre-launch, and they're 3+ years post-launch. So, just a little food for thought, a little something to think about. Pock, how you doing, my boy? I was a bit sad getting home from work. I thought you were on live, so tried to log in. I'm so sorry, brother. I'm so sorry. PTR does have level 25 gear vendors up, so that's nice. Jova's looking absolutely gorgeous. We did some nice testing today. Bad news. I don't know if you're off work tomorrow or not. I hope you're not, because the PTR goes down in 12 hours and then is down for 12 hours. So PTR might be a little cooked too. As of tomorrow, it's gonna be one of those streams where I'm yapping, and not one of those streams where I'm yapping and playing stuff. So I don't know. I might play something else, but I don't really like care about playing other things. Low and slow is the goods. Phoenix, good barbecue, good development, good everything, man. I love it. Tomorrow's the first day of school, so I'm chill. Oh, that's beautiful. Stay late. If you have everybody just do night classes tomorrow, then you can take Wednesday off, and then you can play the PTR during the day Wednesday. I don't know why I don't make curriculums. I'm a fucking genius. Fuck. Let me know if you need like a personal assistant or anything. Kiddo start school on Wednesday. Do they have any art classes by chance with a bald man? I don't care for PTR. Really? Like the actual build, or like you don't want to spoil the fun? I hope it's not like the actual build. That would be bad days. Wait, 27 hours. Look at the Discord again. What do you mean 27 hours? What the fuck do you mean 27 hours? We're now expecting that the PTR will go offline tomorrow at 10 a.m. and we'll be back up Wednesday at 1 p.m. EST. Oh, damn. Oh, it's a juicer. Oh, shit. What is PTR? The PTR is the private test realm. So in Ashes, you have a couple of different environments, they're called, that we have access to. So there's the live environment or production environment. That is the alpha build. Then you have the staging environment, which is the private test realm or the PTR. The PTR is visually NDA'd, and that basically just stops you from sharing, you know, direct gameplay, which is why we have the other gameplay up, and, you know, all of those things. So, essentially, you can talk about everything, you can share everything verbally, share audio, you hear my horse running right now, and other than that, the private test realm takes a lot of potential changes earlier than it would come into live. And we get to see these changes ahead of time and do what's called focus testing. So the live environment, or the alpha environment, is basically like an entire stage put together, and actors are on the stage everywhere in all parts of it, and they're just kind of doing their thing. The PTR environment with the focus testing is like a spotlight shining on the stage, and everybody trying to cram into that one spotlight to focus test that thing. Now, you can do other things, but the emphasis is going to be that focus testing. So the private test realm sees things earlier, buggier, and, you know, usually worse off for wear than they will be when they deploy over on live. So it goes like internal QA to private test realm to us testing it on private test realm to live, where the rest of us test it and we test it more. So that's essentially how the development chain is, at least on our end of interactions. Like, we don't do internal anything, but we do the PTR to now live side of things in terms of making sure everything is functioning smooth. So right now, the live environment, the Alpha 2 Phase 2.5 server, that is on Unreal Engine 5.3, okay? The private test realm, and therefore the Phase 3 build, because hopefully we get the Phase 3 build, you know, as a primary thing in the private test realm, that is on Unreal Engine 5.6. So that is a substantial upgrade to the engine that the game is running on, which essentially facilitates everything. How the game looks, how the game plays, how smooth it is, how everything is, right? So, on top of that, we've got tier 4 nodes, which are the next stage of node or town level. Makes them larger, changes how they look, and it looks wonderful. We've got an entire change to the movement system. So over on live, the movement system is very bee-hoppy, and essentially there's no air friction. So when you're in the air, nothing slows you down, and the only thing that slows you down is coming into contact with the ground, and that puts brakes on. So they added air friction. They added brakes that slow you down while you're in the air as well. Funny enough, that's exactly how I used to describe it to people with the, you know, with the whole bee-hopping stuff. So that is a big change to the movement system. We can't bee-hop. There's less momentum carry. There's less, like, pew, just across the screen, right? A little more decisive. So, Dusty, 24-hour stream. I'll give you feet pics and bathwater. Listen, I have a sub goal for 24-hour stream that we're nowhere near. We gotta hit that before we talk about impulsive 24-hour streams, because that's the important one. A, because I gotta be able to pay rent. B, because that's Phase 3 launch. So, if you guys want the 24-hour Dusty stream, that's the one to go for, boys. I will say. That's the big one. We're trying to recover from the mass exodus of players in the Ashes community. Trying to get some hype up for P3 as well, and trying to make sure that I don't go broke. It's a multifaceted approach. Feet pics might be better. I don't like feet that much, dog. I don't know. Feet are kind of weird. I don't really have much of a reason to. Those are subs, I take it? Aye, they are indeed, yes. That is the subby count, indeedly. Just sell them? See, funny enough, chat says I can make bank doing that, but I played basketball my entire life. Thogly, did you find that clip yet? I want that goddamn sound alert. It's a good one. Like, I want that shit. Or at least remind me which VOD it's in and when roughly in the VOD, if you remember. And then we'll need to get that in, because that shit was a banger. Who said it needed to be your feet? That would be so unethical. Or would I just be like a feet pimp? Would I just get a bunch of hoes to post pictures of their feet? And then I like pimp out their toes? Like instead of pimping hoes, I'm pimping toes? Because that would be intriguing. Probably not the most like replicatable, huh? I'm really hoping we hit this sub goal. Let's just say that. Let's just say that. Really open chat wants a 24-hour launch stream. We're all gonna pray for that before bed tonight, chat. I'm putting that out there. Everyone is gonna pray their very hardest. So I want to stare at Dusty's face the entire time. Listen, I want the 24-hour launch stream too. That means I can keep grinding. That means I can keep going absolutely sicko mode on them. I'd be thrilled about that. But the stars have to align. Otherwise. Question for your term though, does that mean 24 hours no sleep? Yeah, I don't sleep on stream. That's fucking weird. I fart in my sleep. I talk in my sleep. I don't want you to fucking watch me sleep. Fuck you. That's 24 hours no sleep. That's why I won't do a subathon. I would rather do a bunch of different sub goals that are like engaging sub goals than do like a sleepathon basically. That's why I don't do a subathon. I stream, like, you guys have to understand, I stream 7 days a week, usually on average. This has been a downtime, and I'm streaming over 8 hours a day, right? I usually stream 10 to 12 hours a day, 7 days a week. So basically, the only thing you're missing is me shitting, fapping, and eating. And like, well, some of you would probably pay good money for that. I'm not really trying to put that out there. So like, you know, it is what it is. So I figure I should probably just focus on the side of, you know, fun sub goals and making that happen and then putting out engaging content because I don't want people to watch me sleep. Hoopsie! What am I go? How's your day been? How's the lawn going? We're in that point where lawns are starting to die over here. And I'm very sad about it. Do I have my weapon trees done? I do have my weapon trees. I think we're good. This fighter said, let's fight. He said he's ready. I too am ready, sir. It's the first fight on this character. Bear with me. I'm not exactly an aficionado in these 1v1 bouts of fisticuffs. We'll get a little interrupt ski. He was playing very backliney. It's a lot of misses. God damn. Interesting. I gotta get my CCs out here. If he's playing melee range, I gotta get my shaken out. Or else I'm gonna get cooked. That's the big thing. Pumpsy! Thank you for the 5, dude. I appreciate you. An absolute fucking legend. Boys, we're 5 steps closer. 5 steps closer to having the P3 Subaroos all taken care of. Holy cannoli. Boys, the 24-hour stream well on the way for you. Soon. Soon. Hoopsie, brother, thank you for the 5 gifties. I appreciate you. Lawn is dying. Yeah, they're doing that here too, man. They most definitely are, and I'm not too happy about it, not too thrilled about it, but it's the way of life. It is simply what we deal with, and I'm not too happy about it, but it is what it is now. Fortunately, I've got a lot of burbs that are very happy that I'm still actively participating in feeding them, so that's nice. Bruh, I'm so tired of dueling people that are in full heavy gear sets. It's so boring. It just takes so long to kill them as a tank because they're in full heavy gear. Like, I'm not gonna lose the fight. But, like, I don't feel like I'm winning the fight either. I feel like that's the biggest thing and how I would describe that. It's just like I don't feel as though I'm coming out of this on top necessarily. No matter how much I may win by. But I can absolutely just kite this out and I'll play this fighter even though he's in heavy gear. Which I love. Nice. Alright, GG. Woo! He tried so hard too. He actually had me down pretty low, but I outplayed the fuck out of him sustain-wise. You guys saw none of that, but that was actually a good fight. Fighters are kind of scary. I will say, I think fighters as a tank, if they're running like... If they're, I don't know, if they're running full heavy armor, I feel like as a tank it's a slight inconvenience. But, I don't know, man. Full heavy's just so fizz skewed. That's going to be a big thing anyways. Posey, thank you again for the 5, dude. I appreciate you. Lawns ebb and flow, I am forever. The hoofsy is eternal. The hoofsy is eternal happiness. I require points back. That was a scam. I was in a fucking duel. Give me a second. Sorry. Here. You get fucking timed out. That's not a scam at all. Get fucked. You didn't get yourself out of the timeout either. So get absolutely cookington. How far to go? Bam. 20 minutes. What are you gonna do now? What is your option now? You're cooked. 20 minutes, bozo. That's basically like, by the time you're out of that timeout, servers will be up again. Absolutely fucking insano style. What bag has long sight bow on PTR? Your mom's bag. Blood Runner. Blood Runner has long sight bow. If you would so like it. That's got all your Carfin weapons. Now, I will say some of the Carfin weapons are actually fucking solid as well. I think the Carfin event is going to be absolutely worth doing.
Absolutely S tier.
Vexura. This seems oddly similar to that other account that just got timed out. Wait a minute. Wait a heckin' fucking second. What in the tomfoolery is this? This is Banavator? Check. Get him. Get him. How many accounts can he possibly have? Turns out my entire community is just 3 people on 62 fucking tabs all the time. Did it flag as that? No, I'm just a fucking detective. What do you mean? I've been streaming for a while now, bud. You think you can get past me? I've dealt with this before. I've seen people try way harder than that. And down goes another one. The monkey bucks giveth, and the monkey bucks taketh away. 102, 101, and 101 temps here in NorCal. Oh my god. Oh man. And like, California doesn't have any water, right? Or some bullshit like that. So you guys aren't allowed to water your lawns? What are we at? We are 93, 94, 91 today, Tuesday, and Wednesday. But we were also hot the past couple days. We're in the middle of a little heat wave, but we also get some humidity with it. So like tomorrow is Tuesday. It'll be 94 with 53% humidity. With a very high UV index. The UV index is 8. I don't know how high the UV index goes. I don't know if it's like a scale of 1 to 10, but what does the UV index go up to? The UV index can range from 0 to 11 plus, with 11 plus being the highest risk level. Oh my god, wait. Spend less time outdoors during peak hours is an 8 to 10, and then minimize sun exposure, seek shade, and use strong sunscreen and protective clothing is 11. God damn! What in the fuck? Oh no. Not this. Not this. Not like this. It's all collapsing. Oh god. It's all Hoofsy, isn't it? But what if Hoofsy's just a full-time intrepid employee that's here to specifically keep me in the directory with all of their accounts? Oh god. Peeps didn't get the assignment? Well, that's because half the people are probably asleep. You take out the head of the snake. Hold on. / timeout Stephen J. Sharif. Oh, I timed out Steven. I thought you meant like the actual head of the snake. Yeah, he's probably not in here, but Steven just got timed out for 10 minutes. If he was gonna say anything, he's cooked now. And if he is watching, then he's probably like, what the fuck? I thought you meant like the actual head of the snake. I timed out Steven. Yeah, he can't hide from me. Unless he too has an alt. Alright, fuck it. Well, I guess I timed out Steven for fun. Shit, do we take Phoenix out too? Is Phoenix the head of it all? Whatever. I'll believe it. It's violence. At this point, just burn it all down. I'm like Pirate Software with the bands in this bitch. Keep it going. Like, we're almost setting a land speed record out here, chat. I will say. That copy paste is kind of fire. I might need you guys to start posting that as soon as you come into chat each day. That might be like your new come into chat and say hello thing. That shit's kind of fire. Also, the only thing that's wrong with it is that you guys think that I stream to a large audience. I'm a small streamer. Small, irrelevant streamer. Hoofsy with the on timeout. So for those that are unfamiliar, by the way, with the Monkey Bucks, if you played Magic the Gathering, this will be familiar. It's instants and sorceries. So basically, the timeout somebody else goes down on the table, right? And before that resolves, you will have a chance to have a last wish. That is your last word. You can either say something or you can play your untimeout on the stack. The stack, Grenton! So, the untimeout sits on top of the stack. The untimeout will resolve and cancel out the timeout. Boys, yes, the stack will resolve. Hoofsy is untimed out. It cancels. You're scammed of all of your monkey buckaroos. GG, well played. Thank you for coming to my TED Talk. We're fighting this fighter again. He's a heavy armor lad, but I believe in us. That is how your timeout structure works in twitch.tv/DustyWhyland. In case you were curious. So that way, in case you ever get timed out, you know. You're fully aware. I've briefed you on it. There's no discrepancy of like, but Dusty, I thought this. Nope. Nope. You know. Oh, wait, this is a different fighter. Oh, shit. Am I racist? All fighters look the same. Oh my god. I thought I was fighting the same fighter as before, but it's a different fighter. Oh my god. Oh my god, Savo. Wait, am I fighting you right now? Holy shit, Savo's another fighter. Yeah, Hoofsy has a lot of mana leaks. I'll be completely honest. Like, I don't know where he keeps them, but Hoofsy's playing like a fucking 6 land, 44 mana leak type deck. Just everything mana leak. Everything mana leak. Dude, I haven't... I was talking about Magic earlier, funny enough. I miss drafts. I've heard it's gone to Commander now, and like back when I played Standard was still the thing. But like, I don't know, man. I don't know. I kind of miss drafts. Drafts were fun. Limited is still popular, but Commander is king. Yeah, what killed Standard so much? Sealed decks are always the most fun. Drafts and sealed. Yeah. Drafts and sealed events were phenomenal. Wizards and power creep. Yeah, power creep do be a bitch. Power creep do absolutely be a bitch. So it just kind of evolved to Commander, and Commander's a little bit more fun for people. Different pace, I'm assuming. Like, I haven't played Magic probably in any competitive manner since like 2014, 2015. I was like every single local event that I could get to and traveling for some busted Michino. Oh, what the fuck? Who? Which one of you? Are there 5-man dungeons in Ashes? There are not instanced dungeons currently. And even on launch, the instancing will be very light. And the instancing... Gino! Thank you for the follow. The instancing will be very light. Even in, like, the full iteration of... Oh my god, I'm losing all of my cooldowns right now. Low-key, I'm getting fucking cooked in this first engage. Oh my god. So, basically, everything in Ashes is open world as its emphasized content. That's content that can be competed for. That's content that, you know, you can PvP over, PvE over. All of those things cumulatively are very important in Ashes. Just pop up consume. Who's out here popping potions? But yeah, so with Ashes, like, you can go into the open world dungeons with 5, but depending on where you're going, you'll probably want a full group of 8 people. 8's gonna be your standard group size in Ashes. So you still probably, like, will want that group size of things, just to make sure that you're able to kill things efficiently. But there is always the element of, like, mobs are gonna be hard, elites are meant to be difficult. You'll probably run into some PvP if you're in certain areas trying to grind. Like, it is always one of those things where... Yo, Mata, thank you for the follow as well. It is always one of those things where, like, if you have fewer people, you're gonna lose the competition to a certain extent. Personal hygiene, the real opponent.
Absolutely S tier.
Excuse me. Who the fuck? The internet's forever. Who is cream in me, DustyWhy? You are not allowed at the TwitchCon parties. You are a degenerate. Whoever the fuck you may be, you are an absolute degenerate. I don't even need to spend 10K on that one. I don't even know who that could be. I don't. Hunter, thank you for the lighter. Steven had to make an ult because he got timed out as crazy. Nah, ban Savo. Get Savo the fuck out of here. That is degeneracy. Hold the fuck up. That is absurdity, dog. Jesus Christ. That's not okay. That's not okay. Hoofsy! Thank you for the gifting, my boy. I appreciate you. I appreciate you, boys. We need some W hoofsies or some Dusty W booties or some shit. This man's working hard out here to make the 24-hour happen, and y'all are just watching it happen. Everybody click on your goddamn emotes and get your Dusty W booties going in the chat one time for the one time for Mr. Hoofington. For the love of all that is holy, boys. We must show some support to the the goatiest goat of all goats to ever be goated. Boys, he's just on a different level with it all. Oh, this fighter's getting rocked this time. I'm feeling it. Feeling good about myself. I'm feeling good about this duel. I'm feeling great about life. This is what the people want. How are you healing? Wait, what? How did you just full heal? I'm so confused. Why did a fighter just full heal and then jump forward and hit me for half of my HP? What the fuck do you mean? Why did this fighter just go like fucking Super Saiyan and full heal? I'm so confused. What incarnation? Through my wounds, by the way. Which is weird. Very weird. I miss everything. It's like a lot of healing and a lot of damage very quickly. What the fuck? Wait, why is fighter full healing? What's bugged here? Maybe they're using a might set? And just like abusing that? I don't really know. That's incredibly fucking weird though. Because it's like whenever they're not cheesing that one thing, I'm winning. And then they just cheese that one thing, and then half my health disappears. I think they're just playing around the might buff. I don't know. I don't know what set they're running that would have might as a heavy set. But I think the might thing was bugged. I don't know if it still is. But they're just like full healing through all of my wound. That's not normal. Something's bugged. They're literally not doing anything. They're just auto-attacking and they're full healing. Something's bugged with fighter, chat. What's bugged with fighter that would allow you to full heal like that? Because that's not a normal thing. Something's bugged. I'm very confused. It's just this fighter that's been doing it too. I think it's like maybe a might set bug or something. Oh, it's the might. Huh. Brother's abusing the might bug. No. Yeah, no, I'm not fighting this guy if he's abusing might. Might is bugged. Unless they fixed it, might when it's active is giving you 100% power multiplier instead of 10%. So when his might procs, he's hitting me for 300 with a short bow auto. That's the thing with might. So that's why this fighter basically, whenever he gets his proc, he plays around the proc and tries to jump in. He hit me for like 3,500 with a couple abilities previously through all of my mitigation. And I was like, that's really sus. I guess I just have to play around it, right? I beat him in the first duel still. But yeah, he was hitting me for, once his might proc went up, like 400 with a short bow proc, like with a short bow auto. So something was cooked, and I would have him down to like 25% HP, and then he would just full heal through his proc. 587 damage. 284, 341. That's his combo. Weird. Huh. Yeah, I mean, unless they fixed it. But I don't think they fixed it because these damage numbers do not look like the damage numbers I've seen the rest of the night. Yeah, no. 200 damage per short bow attack. And then into that, it's a 1600 damage wallop. And then his other wallops were hitting me for like 300 damage, 500 damage. So he went from hitting me for like 27 to 50 with a short bow to hitting me 100 plus with a short bow during the might proc, and then got a 1600 damage wallop during the might proc. And then his next wallop combo was 456. So that seems like it's doubling power. If I had to wager a guess. Because his short bow damage doubles and his wallop damage doubles. Over doubles. So, I don't know. That was something that was cooked yesterday. But I was hoping it'd be fixed, but they didn't really drop a big patch. But Might's been a little bit of a Borkington, to say the very least. They did mention something about fighter being broken today. So is it Might, is it fighter, or is it both? Because I've fought a couple other fighters and it wasn't just like a straight bug, but they would proc something and regen from less than 25% up to 100%. Oh, because they have the double might proc as well. Yep. So I think they're wearing full 8 set for the double might proc, and then everything that they're facilitating is just through the double might proc. I'm watching their buffs because they're hitting mobs right now. And when we were dueling, I'd have them super weak, like 25% HP, and then they would just proc might, and then their health bar was just just right back up. It was fucking insano style. At first I literally thought I was fighting a GM. Unironically, I won the first duel, but it was hard. And then I saw their healing when I had them at 25%. They just bopped back up to full HP, and I was like, oh, this is a GM or something. They just reset their health. It legitimately was like an unnatural amount of healing. When you say might proc, what are you talking about? Oh, the might proc is a set bonus. Add their blood fusion on top of that. Yup, that makes sense. So with the might proc, they added in 8 new set bonuses with like the PTR build. So we've been testing those recently. For instance, I run 5-piece Siphon and 3-piece Bulwark. So the might proc is on the set bonuses, and I don't know what the 8 set is, but I think you get like 2 stacks of the buff or something like that. So essentially, yeah, I think it's 2 stacks of it. So with the 8 set, something is kicking it off where you're just getting 100% more power, because it's a power bonus from the might proc itself. It's supposed to be 10%, but I think there's something with like the 8-piece giving a 10% times a 10% or something, or like something, making it 100% somehow, because 10% times 10% probably wouldn't be 100% anyways. I'm not good at math. What are the set bonuses again, or which seem to be good? A lot of them seem to be viable. I don't have all of them on me. Chat, does anybody have the list of the new set bonuses? There's Strike, Siphon, Aegis, Bulwark, Might, Mend. Fuck. Force. No, the Force the Force, Fortitude, and Finesse are from like the other set bonuses, not the actives. Ward and 2 Eternals. Yeah, there are 8 new ones. Now, those are all primarily going to be on your your grand dungeon sets. So like your sets that come from Forge, your sets that come from Carfin, so shit like that. It gets a little bit away from prioritizing Steel Bloom gear sets, and very much brings it back into, or not back into, but like in my opinion, where it should be, with grand dungeons being your incentivized farm. Now that does also leave us in a weird spot where named mobs and boss mobs have very little validity, because if they're not dropping set pieces that are included in those set bonuses, then it's like, what the fuck is going on there? So just kind of a thinking out loud thing there. Rudy Rube, how you doing, my friend? 2 weeks until my fresh brain can accept playing my alpha account. Listen, it's time. The time is now. Hop in on PTR if you are excited. Now, it might spoil it a little bit for you. So if you want that first time, like, super immersive experience, definitely wait it out. But the private test realm is fun as shit. Got a rogue to 10 to get a feel for the class. What you thinking so far? And did you do it on private test realm or did you do it on live? The private test realm has Unreal Engine 5.6, has a lot of good changes, but also some peculiar little bugs. So it's a bit complex. I did it on live. Rogue is a button masher, I will say. Your endgame PvP combo, you are essentially going to get as good as you can at building your advantage and then backstabbing somebody while you're behind them. So like all of that. You are build advantage, backstab, build advantage, backstab, build advantage, backstab, build advantage, backstab, over and over and over again. As many times as you can chain it. And when you fuck up, you're trying to hit a double strike to fill the time for you to chain it again. So it's a little crazy. Mega Ranger. Ranger is sicko mode, I will say. It's got very good calculated single target burst. You've got your, no, you're vibing. Everyone calls 100. You're not the only person, believe me. You've got your AoE vines. That is a castable AoE route that is absolutely fucking massive. It's more than just backstab. Shut up, it's just backstab. You just press backstab. Dumb bitch. I hate rogues, by the way. So Rangers have like snipe headshot combos where you go into your cast and then follow it up with an instant to do big single target pop. You've got your AoE vines cast, which is absolutely fucking huge. There is a lot that you can do as a Ranger that can very much so impact fights. I think Rogue also has a lot of validity. I just hate playing around that. Some people were purposely abused. Okay, so this guy just tested and switched out his piece that was bugged. So now it'll be a little bit more ethical.
I'm not good at math. I'm not very smart.
I do love, by the way, in the middle of this duel, he jumped in and was Thanos snapping. Hold on, you were turning into Thanos for a few seconds. What is going on here? I don't know if I like it here anymore. Your wallop hit me for 1800 through full mint. Yeah, this guy was absolutely fucking slapping my shit. Big lacerate bug right now. Oh, wait, so what's the lacerate bug? Is that the thing that's stacking into like the bleed bug? Because that would also make sense. He asked how much damage he was doing, the fighter. And I go, your wallop hit me for 1800 through full mint. And he goes, oh shit. And then he goes, you still beat me last time though, so how fucking good are you? I get lucky sometimes. All right, let's duel him without the bug. Let's duel him without the bug and see how this goes. This guy's chill. I don't know who Nine-Handed Maces is, but I've seen him around on the PTR and he's very, very nice lad. We pointed out the bugged perk and he went and tested it real quick and was like, oh yeah, that shit is bugged. You're right. Very nice lad. What the I think I just crashed his game. I think I just crashed his game. Oh no. I don't know what I did. Hunter, do you see him just kind of like auto running like I crashed this game? I think I broke him. He took off the gear and went to duel, and then I think I crashed his game literally like first trade of the duel. He's gone to me. We had an ability trade, and then he like flung up in the air, and then he came back down and landed and just started like auto walking off. If you got bleed on somebody already hit with a lacerate, it stacks hemorrhaging on him big. Oh, is that part of the reason why rogues feel scary? So rogues have poison bug. You have a lot of hemorrhage bug for like more damage. Interesting. Interesting. So rogues are basically just bugged to god mode right now. Hemorrhage stacks with other rogues too. Huh. Okay. So avoid rogues at all costs. And avoid anybody using 8-piece might set bonus at all costs. Yep. That makes sense. I like that a lot. It's a very GPU crash dump. He got cooked. All right, we're back. He's back for another round. He actually fucking crashed. I full crashed Brothers game in the first trade of the duel. We hate to see it, but we also love to see it. Boop, boop, boop. Oh, what? Why can't I slam him? Fuck. My AoE abilities don't want to hit him. Which is quite rough, all things considered. Because my AoE abilities are quite a large majority of what I'm looking to execute here. What the fuck? None of my AoEs are actually hitting, brother. What? That's so weird. I'm gonna have to single target him down. The fuck? Why aren't my AoEs actually hitting, dude? That's so strange. What? The fuck? Weird. I'm gonna log out and then log back in real quick. You don't even need the might bonus. Just go bulwark and siphon and you have even more survivability. Rogue with 5-piece medium and 3-piece heavy. Bro, you literally just stole my set. You asked me what I was running and then stole my entire swag. Don't even fucking lie. Also, it's not a full 10% additive, but it is some weird gain. But yes, the might bonus is only good because it's bugged in my opinion. I think too many people just see like more power and bigger damage number, and then they get incredibly excited about that. Was this thing Mister just not working? What? Is that doing damage to him? It's only you. I can't do any AoE to him. My slams don't work there. But I can hit him. Weird. That's very strange. Saint, thank you for the hydrate. I appreciate you. I can't hit this fighter with any of my AoEs, and he goes, the game doesn't want us to hurt each other. That's kind of sweet in a way. We need to get this guy in here. Yeah, because build like tanks, stay alive. Yeah, I mean, people legitimately just... I think there's a certain level of diminishing return and fall off to power scaling as well that people are very quick to forget, right? And with that, you have a certain element of like... You scale up high enough power to be able to kill things, right? And the difference between killing things in 1 hit versus killing things in 3 hits over the course of your full combo is very frequently not that much. And a lot of people, I think, err towards the side of killing things in like 1 hit, right? Fully food buff 2. I was at 331 fizz power. What level of enchanting? Because that's a metric fuckload of fizz power. I'm sitting unenchanted with this gear right now. And keep in mind, I also run sword and board. But I'm running... Oh, you probably had, like, consumes up too. Yeah, fully food buff 2. I run con consumes. Because, like... Weird. I can't hit him with any melees or anything. The fuck? Melee, combat, PvP. No, he's purple on my screen. Weird. Huh. Okay, well, I can't hit this guy with any slams or anything. 10 enchanting, full consumes. Yeah. No, that makes sense. That makes sense. Let's see. If I switch over, and I'm unenchanted right now, but if I go like strength consumes, because I usually run con consumes, but even here, I'm 256 fizz power. If I go strength consumes, I put on con consumes, and I go up about 500-ish HP. Oh. The VOD ended. I go about 500-ish HP, right? I sit at 7153 HP instead of 6763. So I guess like 400 HP and some change. So I mean, it all just depends. It all just depends. I guess it wouldn't be the worst in terms of scaling to grab that extra like 15-ish fizz power. 16-ish, but I don't feel it's that necessary because my options are 7155 HP, 238.3 fizz power, or 6763 HP and 255.9 fizz power. Strength, and then there's also the elixir, the last 15 seconds you can pop, and it gives you... Oh! Are you talking about, like, the big potion as well? Yeah, that's a juicer. Yeah, absolutely. I mean, that's gonna give you, if you pop that... Fuck, that's a brutal might potion. So that's your crit chance and your fizz power. That puts me up to 278.6 with a sword and board on and no enchants. Yeah, that's a big thing. Yeah, if that's your full buffs. But if you're making those, good luck, because you're rich as a motherfucker at that point. You're extremely rich at that point if you're just shitting through those. Pop it before you dive? Sure, if you have them, but I'm not popping those in duels. Yeah, I absolutely get it. But, like... I'm not, like, full just popping them shits. I also feel like those level of consumes are unethical in duels. I don't know, maybe that's just a me thing. Maybe I'm just crazy in that regard. Anything's possible. A true soldier. I'm streaming, so cannot share my POV. Purely like what maximum output would be? Yeah, that's fair. Now, do we know through, like, alchemy how difficult it is to actually make those... like, those pots? Because I'm curious. Very curious. I see a lot of the new stuff. I mean, I guess not a lot of the new stuff, but you've got your deep lung potions and shit. Let's see. I guess they're more just things that we have to acquire long term. Makes sense. Probably recipes and shit. Imagine level 50. Well, so I think the thing about, like, everyone saying imagine level 50, imagine this, imagine that. I think the thing that we have to try to remember is that they're very likely trying to find the golden ratio of where damage versus tankiness feels good. And basically, once they go up to level 30, level 50, higher level anything, right? Once they hit that point where they, like, understand the spread of how they want their damage numbers to look versus how they want their fight, how they want their damage numbers to look versus how they want their tankiness numbers to look, you know, in relativity, they'll find their ratio where they, you know, hit that sweet spot, right? And at that point, all they have to do is maintain that ratio. And in theory, they should be fine to extrapolate what they do have in a more normative way. So basically what I mean by that is if they figure out that they want, you know, power to be fucking 200 and mitigation to be 40%, they just manage that on the way up between effective HP, like where they want all those numbers to be, and where they want that total power output to be. So I just try to keep that in mind. It's all about the ratio. It's all about the percentages of damage done to effective health pool, and it's not necessarily about like raw numbers or anything like that. It's all relativity and ratios, baby. Get Fortnited. Poor Hunter. I just ran him around my wall. Like sprinted around the wall with him following. I'm so sorry. Oh, this is a big combo. That was a lot of damage. That was basically every single one of my abilities all at once. Who is Envy and how dare you take Hoofsy's top 1 gifter place? Listen, I don't know what's up with Hoofsy's gifted. Hoofsy is most definitely gifted more than that, but I think Hoofs tries to remain anonymous or something. But Envy is from the New World days and was a, you know, a very large supporter of the channel, of course. Always came into chat, always hung out. A family man, a very nice lad as well. So, you know, I'm sure he still lurks from time to time, but he was someone who came in during New World and really believed in the community and helped me get to the point where I was full-time over there. And so, you know, transitioning from New World, he popped in sometimes and checked out the Ashes streams for a bit. Probably still lurks time to time and stays tuned. But he's moved on to bigger and better things that don't involve me. GG, my friend. My health sustain is astronomical. Duel? Yeah, always. Fupo! How are you, friend? But someday, Hoofsy will reclaim his badge. Someday. Tank evil? Tank's fine. Shut up. You're overreacting. Tank is perfectly fine. Everything is fine. Why is Hoofsy not number 1 anymore? He charged back all the subs, and then he blocked me on Facebook. Yeah, it's down horrendous. No, it just bugs sometimes. I don't know. It's not like, it wasn't like a timed leaderboard or anything. It just bugs and then hides him until he, like, decides to show it. I think it might be a badge that you can, like, turn on or turn off in the directory as well. Or, not in the directory, but in the chat. And now I'm walking at you with 8k HP, Mr. Mage player. GG. Mage just has no chance against tank, I will say. And then my Indom wears off and 100% HP. I had more HP when the duel ended than when it started. Tank in one... Oh. Is silly. I don't really think tank loses too much in like an ethical manner. I don't remember what day I did the dono, so there's quite a few hours to go through. Oh shit, wait. I might be able to check. Hold on. I'll have to research it. Because I can go back and see when donos came in. Unfortunately, I don't get a lot of donos, so it'll be easy to find. I'll peep it. I'll peep it. I don't know if it's my gear, but even with 8 heavy gear to reduce the damage. Oh, what were you saying? Didn't even get you down to 3/4 HP. So I mean, like, tank has a lot of raw mitigation, a lot of sustain, a lot of self-heal, a lot of all of that, right? So one thing that I'm always trying to do in PvP is like play around my combos and get out my whatchamacallit, refreshing follow through in my inner fire. So just sustain my mana, sustain my health a little bit. Always keep my shields up. So even if you do go in on me, like I have intercept, which is 10% of my max HP as a shield. 6,700 max HP right now, which means that I'm getting 670 as a shield. So like, I always try to keep that up on Cooley as much as I can. Marionette. The fuck? What an opener. I'm not gonna CC break that. I'm just gonna counter you. I, however, did not see that Discordance coming in. That shit just chunked the fuck out of me. Come here. I will follow you forever. God damn, that Discordance hit my shit hard. I can't see Discordance projectiles, which is quite bad. It makes it quite difficult to actually see what's happening. Oh my god. GG. I hit hard. Holy shit. What did I just do? Jesus. Jesus. Try to be now. Oh wait, it worked. We're up. Tanks are insane. Some tanks. Some tanks. Fight a lot of random tanks that you see. So, funny enough, Zop was dueling over at like the Polar Scrims when those were still running over here. And he dueled one of the Polar tanks, and Zop instantly goes, yeah, so after fighting you and fighting this guy, I can 100% say that your pressure is different. So, I don't know, man. I dub key a lot. I like to put pressure on people. I like to try to make it difficult for people to play their life and enjoy it. So, it's nice. It's nice. Get reflected on. Truer. Very truer, man. They're getting nerfed. Tanks are not getting fucking nerfed. Tanks in, like, group play are not even oppressive. It's legitimately just a matter of, like, 1v1s because we can direct everything in the world, like, at the person that we are specifically trying to target in the 1v. I think that is the reason why tank feels so oppressive. Like, if I want to reflect on you, I can reflect on you and guarantee that it hits you. If I want to go in on you and drop my entire combo on you and ensure that that's getting through efficiently, I can drop that entire combo on you and make sure it's getting through efficiently, right? So, all of those things kind of like cumulatively make tank very dastardly to deal with in PvP. It's at least in ones, right? I feel like we have so many options in our kit for ones that immediately get diminished when we go into groups, where it's like we're a lot less of a like a raw stone cold killer in the group stuff, and we're a lot more of a facilitator, right? We make things happen. We protect the back line. We take advantage of them getting out of position. So that's kind of what I try to play it as, at least on my end. Everyone plays tank a little bit differently though. And keep in mind, part of what I want to do with my tank build once ranks are in is also go into the route of depositing my ranks in my trips, in my damage, instead of going the route of like a support tank where I'd invest my ranks in Indomitable Spirit, Wall, Intercept, like the shields. I want to go Tremoring Strike, Pulverize, Slam, Ground Pound, like those things that are big damaging abilities. I want to play around that so I can be that big beefy frontline and shit. So I'll trade Unbalanced Tank for more ability proc for tanks. What do you mean ability proc for tanks? Or like, I guess, what do you mean trade Unbalanced Tank? Because this shit's not even unbalanced. Like, I don't, maybe for ones, but ones aren't supposed to be balanced. So if everything was balanced in ones, I would think it would be an issue. But, I don't know, what do you mean like ability procs? Now, I will say, I do think tank needs a little bit of diversification in its CC kit. I think that, in my experience, we just have a whole lot of stun and trip. So if we were to go the route of, say Vengeance instead of being a stun and just maxing out that bucket even more, goes the route of like that off balance that Rogue has. Ooh, that's going to make us even better. That might make us off balance, I do say. So far on PTR as a Bard, if I go into a fight with a Rogue or tank, I know I have a slim chance to know of winning. Just depends on how skilled the other player is. Yeah, I mean, in terms of rogues are also bugged as shit right now. So there are a couple things to be aware of on the PTR for bugs. 8-piece might is very bugged and gives you 100% bonus damage instead of 10. And then rogues also have poison bugs, lacerate bugs, like the bleed damage stuff. So rogues are very bugged. Tanks are always very strong in 1v1s, but one thing I always say about tank is if you guys are kind of like evaluating the average tank off of watching me play tank, not that I'm like a god of tanks, but I play this shit 10 hours a day. And I PvP pretty exclusively with my time whenever I can. Like, as much PvP as I can get on PvP. And it's a lot of 1vs. So, not every tank in 1vs is going to give you the pressure and the experience that I'm going to give you in 1vs. So, I try to, like, put that in perspective, too. I'm not just, like, your kind of run-of-the-mill average streamer where it's like, haha, make quirky content. Like, I am just a sweaty PvPer who happens to have a community and hang out with the community. And I'm thankful for that. Because I never intended to be a full-time streamer. Everyone just kind of chose me and made me a full-time streamer. So, you know, I'm super grateful for that, but I'm really at my heart just like a super sweaty top-end PvPer as much as I can be in every game. So, I don't know. I don't think a normal run-of-the-mill tank is necessarily going to oppress people on the fucking level that I'm just out here cooking motherfuckers. But tank is still good in 1vs to say the very least. I think an average tank can win a lot of matchups simply based on the class thing. But I also think that a lot of good players can outplay a lot of tanks. And I've seen that shit. Especially with the new time to kill on the private test realm. Like, people not being gods of mid is nice. But there is definitely the level of the tanky difference. Derek, Dusty's best tank on the server? Why stop on this server? Best tank on this server, the last server, and the next server, baby. You heard it here. Hail. Alright. Corla asked when Fuge, and we're gonna watch the Lady Gaga movie tonight. Foop, I don't know what we're gonna do with both servers down, by the way. I'm probably just going to sit here and yap. I know that's kind of crazy to think about. And I know it took me off guard as well. But, I don't know. The app is calling me tomorrow. It's calling me pretty heavy. What movie? I think it's like A Star is Born or something. Lady Gaga movie. What movie? Lady Gaga. Yes. Stream on the go, call back to your Iceland days. Yeah, I'll literally just stream outside. Like, why don't I just, like, water my yard and shit on stream tomorrow? You guys can kind of, like, come with me through the morning routine. So when I'm showering, I'll just set you guys on kind of, like, you know, on the bathroom counter, and you guys won't get to see anything. But, like, you know. Woke tank Dusty. I don't even know what that word means. I'm gonna be completely honest. Everyone always says woke, but I have no fucking idea what that shit actually means. And I don't know if it's a good thing or a bad thing. But yes, I'm a non-discriminatory ally. I believe people should be able to do whatever the fuck they want and not be judged for it. That's why I like streaming, because everyone can come in here and be literally whoever the fuck they want to be. You could be a serial killer IRL, and you could come in here every single day and be nice and a positive member of the community, and nobody would fucking know. Not a single person. So, I don't know, man. I don't know. Woke is a term that has evolved from its origins in African American vernacular English to become a widely used and often contested term. Initially, it signified an awareness of racial prejudice and discrimination. Huh. Yeah, I don't know. I don't talk about IRL stuff much. But I'm also not a bigot, to say the very least. Yeah, I don't know. That just sounds like woke means you're not racist. So if people are saying being woke is a bad thing based on that being the definition, I don't want to get too far into that, but doesn't that essentially mean that they would, based on that definition, be saying that not being racist is bad? Huh. Anyways, Anyways, I don't really think racism's cool. I don't really think disrespecting other people is cool. I don't really think being mean to other people is very cool. I think a lot of people already have a lot of reasons to feel shitty, and they don't need other people making them feel shitty. So, I don't know. It's more about politics. Yeah, I don't really do politics. What do those people play New World? Oh, fuck them, subhuman trash. Yeah, no, absolutely. Yeah, no, I don't care your race, sex, creed, height, weight, anything. If you play New World, fuck you. Gone. Dead. Absolutely. No, just get rid of them. No. No. No room. None. We're trying to build a fucking society of human beings here, not absolute monsters. I mean, this is a good question, though. Always good to clarify. Always good to clarify. You're the biggest politician in Ashes. What are you talking about? I don't even politic in Ashes. All I did was win a very heavily contested mayoral election with 283 votes of support. Woo! That was a massive amount, by the way, especially without alt voting present. Thank you to everyone that did vote for me in the first ever Tropics election. 07. Listen, Fupo. Back in the day, the big politicians were called fat cats. Maybe it's time. Maybe I put on a little weight. Maybe I get myself a little chonky. And maybe it's time I embrace it. I don't know, boys. Dusty has a fat cat. I don't have a cat. Carla's allergic. But I do feed all of the animals. I will say. The Dusty midlife crisis arc? Nah, I feel like the Dusty midlife crisis... What would the Dusty midlife crisis be? Maybe I'm going through it right now. Because, like, my morning routine, I walk outside onto the porch, right? Because I have the enclosed porch and then I have, like, the outside deck. And I walk out to the enclosed porch in the morning and the birds hear me coming. And I walk out onto the deck and I have this, like, group of pigeons that I basically trained. And they come by for their food each morning when I wake up. And they will hang out on, like, adjacent buildings waiting for me to come out. So they swoop down and then I throw them sunflower seeds and they eat the sunflower seeds. And then they hang out throughout the day. They go about their day. We've got a chipmunk. We've got a squirrel. We've got a lot of animals. I've got my bird feeder out front. I've got my tomato plants. I got a whole lot of that kind of like old man gameplay loop, so to say. I like my lawn. I was eating some of that's it. Fupo. First the server workers, now the pigeons. Oh, hey, we're watching the YouTube video over here. Why my pigeons? The Pidgeones did nothing wrong to you, Fupo. I know that they were filled with sunflower seeds for extra crunch. But the pigeons did nothing wrong. I don't know why they were targeted. They're not plotting. They don't even have brains. Sometimes they can't even find their food until I literally point them over to it. I don't know how carrier pigeons existed in the first place. These birds seem stupid as shit, Fupo. I don't think they could plot if they wanted to. That's what they want you to think. You know what? Maybe I'm playing directly into them, Foop. Maybe I am. Maybe you're right. I have a few mockingbirds that moved into my weeping cherry. They're such assholes and keep other birds away. Now and then they swoop and hit me in the ear when I walk by. What a bunch of dicks. What the fuck? Wait, I love birds, but those are some doucher birds. What the fuck? Oh, wait. Dusty, can I test a theory on you? What? Am I supposed to die? Just don't kill me. I don't know what he wants to test on me. Wait. Test it over here. Test it on you. Asura, you volunteer for the test so I can watch the test. I gotta go watch a movie. Because Carla wanted to watch this movie a while ago. And we got movie. And we got food. And boyos, I'm excited. Damn. Hoofs. Sorry to hear about the birds. Hopefully your bird population is able to, like, rise up against them. And make themselves, like, I don't know, at home again, dude. That's sad. That's so sad. All right, boyos. It's time. I must get myself some sleep after the movie. I'm gonna get myself a movie. I'm gonna get myself some food. We all know who the sub money goes to. What do you mean? Carla makes more money than I do. AK, she gets paid hourly. There's a restriction on how low she can get paid hourly. There's no restriction on how little money I can make as a streamer hourly. We out here making cents on the hour this past couple months. She's bringing home the bacon and supporting us, boys. They also chase away hawks and blackbirds. Ooh, wait. That's massive. So that probably keeps the local critters all safe if you do have a lot of critters. That's nice. All right, boys. It's food time. It's relaxation time. Oh, yeah, sugar mama. How do you think we're going to Japan next year? Boys, couldn't do it without her. And I couldn't do it without you guys. Boys, if it's your first day here, I greatly appreciate y'all coming through and hanging out. My name is Dusty, and I do stream every single day right around 2 p.m. EST. I stream Ash's full-time. So, if you guys like Ash's content, if you guys like hanging out, make sure you drop the follow if you have not already, so you don't miss any of the Ash's content each day. I've streamed over 750 days in a row, and the streak continues daily. So, make sure you guys once again drop the follow if you haven't already. Quite literally always here, happy to answer any questions. Exclamation guild, exclamation Ashes, all those good things. Boyos, I will be back tomorrow, 2 p.m. EST. We'll be balling, we'll be flossing, we'll be saucing, we'll be vibing, we'll be hanging out. And I can't wait for it. Boys, I love y'all. I appreciate y'all. I will catch you tomorrow. Peace.